What if the gods weren't just myths but the architects of your nightmares? Picture this: Zeus, lounging on his throne, hurling lightning bolts with the casual flair of tossing popcorn at a movie. But he's not alone. Beneath the shimmering veneer of Olympus, chaos simmers, unrequited love, backstabbing betrayals, and a parade of mortals caught in the crossfire of divine madness. Ever heard the tale of Pandora? The woman cursed to unleash calamities upon humanity, her curiosity an explosive Pandora's box of doom. You think your life is tough? Try being the unwitting vessel of every misfortune known to man. And what about Prometheus? The guy who played Santa Claus for humanity, only to be nailed to a rock as punishment. Every day, his liver served as a feast for an eagle, a gourmet delicacy for the gods, and a brutal reminder of hubris. These aren't just stories, they're warnings, dark truths wrapped in the seductive veneer of myth. You think you know the classics? Think again. The truth is more twisted than any Hollywood plot. Let's talk about Medusa, whose gaze turned men into stone. In today's world, she'd be a viral sensation, a meme queen with a bite. But in ancient times, she was the ultimate horror story, a cautionary tale of beauty, betrayal, and the colossal power of rage. What if I told you the gods operated on Tinder logic? Swipe right for love, left for revenge. Eros takes aim with his arrows, making love as unpredictable as a game of dice, while Eros stews with jealousy, ready to unleash a cyclone of drama. Greek mythology isn't just highbrow philosophy, it's a soap opera on steroids, with enough plot twists to keep you gasping for air. And then there's Hades, the misunderstood ruler of the underworld, pulling the strings like a puppet master. He's not just a grim reaper, he's the ultimate anti-hero, the guy you didn't know you needed until it was too late. Ever seen a romantic comedy where the lead has a dark secret? Welcome to his world, where love and death tango in the shadows, and every choice echoes beyond the grave. But here's the kicker: every tale is a riddle, a cryptic puzzle hiding truths you're too naive to grasp. The allure of immortality comes with a price. What would you sacrifice for a taste of power? This isn't a fairy tale, it's a desperate gamble where the stakes are your very soul. So, who will emerge as the victor? The cunning Odysseus? The tragic Hercules? Or perhaps the audience itself, forever entranced by the dance of gods and men, eternally questioning, relentlessly seeking? The myths don't stop, they morph, evolve, and ensnare. You're not just reading stories, you're absorbing ancient wisdom, an electric jolt fraught with peril, where every heartbeat resonates with the echoes of the divine. Welcome to a world where legends breathe, and each whisper carries the weight of centuries. Are you ready to confront the myths that mirror your own chaotic life? Buckle up, this ride is just beginning. The air crackled with tension as the sky split open, thunder rolling like an angry beast awakened from an age-old slumber. Lightning slashed through the darkness, illuminating the twisted branches of trees that stood like forgotten sentinels, bearing witness to a world on the brink. In that moment, I saw her, Ariadne, face pale and eyes wide, a flicker of defiance sparking in her heart as she clutched the thread she spun. Her hands trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of destiny pressing down on her. I remember the night the heavens trembled, she whispered, her voice a haunting melody woven with despair. The gods were restless, their passions igniting the cosmos in a furious dance of jealousy and love. They were watching. She could feel it, the weight of their eyes, cold and unyielding, pinning her to the earth. But she was no mere pawn, she was the architect of her own fate, even as shadows danced around her, whispering secrets of betrayal. The labyrinth loomed behind her, a winding nightmare of stone and echoes, each twist laden with the screams of those who had come before, lost in the confines of their own despair. And then, there was Odysseus, rushing into the fray, his heart thundering like the storm above. A hero, or so they called him, but beneath the glint of his armor lay a vulnerability that clawed at his very essence. He was torn, caught between the glory of victory and the undeniable truth that his triumph would come at a cost. I remember standing at the mouth of the labyrinth, he breathed, the weight of his sword pressing against his side like a reminder of what was at stake. Every step forward was a step deeper into the unknown, a plunge into madness. Would I emerge a legend, or would I fall like so many before me, swallowed whole by shadows? In the distance, the Minotaur bellowed, a guttural sound that sent shivers racing down his spine. A creature born of darkness and desire, a symbol of the chaos that resided in the hearts of men. The clash of fate and free will echoed through the stone corridors, and in that moment, as Ariadne's thread glimmered faintly in the gloom, he understood the monster was as much a part of him as the hero he aspired to be. Do I fight against the monster or embrace it? He pondered, his heart a battleground of its own. Each pulse a reminder of the fear that clawed at him. Am I destined to repeat the sins of my forebears, or can I break the cycle that binds me? Ariadne's gaze flickered to him as if sensing the tempest brewing within. We are forged by our choices, Odysseus, she said, voice trembling yet resolute. But the gods, oh, how they play with us like marionettes, their strings pulling us into dark corners without our consent. We must carve our own paths, even as the universe conspires against us. The words hung heavy in the air, a challenge wrapped in a whisper. Was it possible to defy the very fabric of fate? To rewrite the tales that had long been told, spun from the threads of anguish and ecstasy? They were entangled in a web not woven by the fates but by their own hands, each decision a stitch in the tapestry of existence, pulsing with the raw energy of life itself. As the storm raged overhead, Ariadne's memories came crashing back like waves against a rocky shore. I remember the stories my mother told me, the tales of gods who loved too fiercely, who ravaged and rebuilt with equal fervor. They played with the hearts of mortals, and yet, here we are, caught in their games, yearning for something greater than ourselves. And in that moment, I felt their pain reverberate through my very soul. The gods were alive, their laughter echoing in the tempest, taunting, teasing, and testing. They represented every heartbreak, every desperate longing, every fleeting moment of joy that was inevitably snatched away. They were both creator and destroyer, and in their shadows, Ariadne and Odysseus stood, mere mortals grappling with the vastness of their existence. The labyrinth was not just a physical structure, it was the embodiment of their inner turmoil, a manifestation of their fears and hopes intertwined. Each turn represented a choice, a risk taken, a truth faced. The Minotaur awaited, but so did freedom, the promise of a life unchained from the past, from the weight of expectations and failures. A flash of lightning illuminated the path ahead, revealing a glimmer of hope, a flicker of rebellion against the oppressive darkness. We can rewrite the tales, Odysseus declared, voice filled with determination, igniting a fire in the suffocating air. We are not mere echoes of stories told, we are the authors of our own fates. But as the thunder crashed above, doubt crept in like a serpent, hissing softly against the promise. What if they were destined to become just another chapter in the annals of mythology, tragic figures in a tale etched by the gods? What if the weight of their aspirations became their undoing? I remember, Ariadne clung to the thread, the tangible connection to her resolve, weaving memories into a tapestry of strength. The gods may have their shadows, but we have our light. We carry the power to choose, to fight, even against the darkest of foes. And in that moment, as the tempest raged and the labyrinth loomed ominously ahead, I felt a shift in the air, a breath held tight, a heart pounding in anticipation. Here, in the throes of chaos, lay the origins of a mythology that would echo through time, a story born not just of gods but of flawed, beautiful mortals who dared to dream and, in doing so, set the world alight. The storm was just beginning, and with it, their destinies unfurled like the wings of a phoenix, rising from the ashes, determined to script their own fate against the cosmic odds, whispering secrets that would echo long after the last thunderclap faded into silence. It begins in the cold, suffocating darkness, a void so heavy it pulls at the very essence of existence. The silence thrums with an unsettling pulse, a heartbeat that isn't human, but a reminder that life is always on the edge of chaos. I stand in this void, where shadows twist like serpents, and the weight of unshed tears hangs like fog in the air. I can't breathe, it feels as though the universe has paused, waiting for something, or perhaps someone, to scream. I remember the first flicker of light, a spark igniting a darkened sky, illuminating the faces of two souls caught between despair and hope. Elara, with her wild, tangled hair framing a face both youthful and haunted. She stands defiant, fists clenched, every muscle vibrating with the tension of the world around her. We can create, she shouts into the abyss, her voice cracking like thunder, echoing back at us, mocking her courage. We have to. Beside her, Lucian's gaze drifts toward the swirling shadows, his heart weighed down by memories of a life before the chaos, a life filled with laughter, connections, warmth. He swallows hard, the taste of ash and regret coating his tongue. But what if creation only leads to more destruction? He murmurs, his voice a fragile whisper, a question laced with fear. Tears threaten to spill, each one a ghost of what has been lost. What if we are not meant to create? What if our hands are cursed? The atmosphere thickens, a living entity wrapping around us, tightening like a noose. I can feel the weight of their uncertainty, their heartbeats drumming a rhythm of dread and anticipation. I remember the stories whispered in the dark, tales of gods who shaped worlds from nothingness, who danced through creation as if it were a game. Yet here we are, mere mortals, standing before the abyss, trembling at the possibility of becoming the architects of our own fate. Lucian's fingers trace the outlines of an ancient relic, a shard of something long forgotten, glimmering like a fallen star in his palm, its surface etched with cryptic symbols. This could be our key, he breathes, the weight of hope mingling with despair. But what if it leads us to ruin? The conflict rages within him, a tempest of desire tempered by fear, a battle of light against the encroaching dark. I watch as Elara steps closer to him, their breaths mingling, a fragile connection amidst chaos. Ruin is better than this endless void, she insists, her voice rising, fierce and unwavering. We have nothing to lose. We must embrace the chaos, transform it into something beautiful. Her words ignite a fire in the depths of my soul, sending tingles down my spine, and for a fleeting moment, I feel the pulse of possibility surge within me. But then, a chill sweeps through the void, cutting deeper than any knife. The shadows ripple, alive with malice, taunting us. They know our fears, our doubts, our history. They whisper truths laced with venom, reminding us of every failure, every moment we hesitated, haunted by the ghosts of what could have been. I feel the weight of their gaze, piercing and accusatory. I remember running barefoot through the fields of my childhood, laughter bubbling up like a brook, untainted by the shadows. But the laughter is gone now, swallowed by the gloom. The world outside feels so distant, like a dream fading upon waking. The chaos here is palpable, thick as the fog that blankets a forgotten city, suffocating yet oddly comforting in its familiarity. A part of me remembers the thrill of creation, the joy of molding something from nothing, but those memories feel like a distant echo, drowned out by the specter of doubt. As Elara and Lucian draw closer, their connection becomes a lifeline to this seemingly impossible choice. Their hands brush, electric, an anchor in the darkness. We can do this together, Elara whispers, her voice a soft caress, imbued with fierce determination. We can breathe life into this chaos. I can feel the air crackle around them, the tension palpable. Together, they stand at the precipice, each heartbeat echoing through the silence, a countdown to the unknown. But the shadows stir, restless, angry at the audacity of hope. They coil around Lucian, pulling him back, whispering lies of defeat, seducing him with the comfort of surrender. Stay with us, they murmur, each syllable dripping with a sickly sweetness that clings to the soul. You know you can't fight what you are. A flicker of fear crosses Lucian's face, and in that moment, I see him, trapped between a past that haunts and a future that threatens to obliterate. What if I can't? He murmurs, the shadows curling tighter around him. What if we fail? The air grows heavy, charged with an energy that crackles like 1,000 storm clouds ready to burst. I feel every muscle in his body tense, every fiber of his being torn between the darkness that calls him home and the light that flickers weakly in Elara's eyes. The conflict rages within him, pulling at the roots of his identity, and I can't help but hold my breath, desperate for resolution. Then we fail together, Elara insists, stepping closer, her voice a sturdy bridge over the chasm of doubt. But at least we will have tried. At least we will have lived. Her heart beats like a war drum, fierce and unwavering, a beacon amidst chaos, piercing through the shadows that threaten to engulf them both. And in that moment, a breath suspended in time, Lucian looks at her, and I feel the world shudder. Hope bursts forth, an untamed force, illuminating the edges of the void, revealing hints of color, the beginnings of something extraordinary. As the chaos swirls around them, pulsating with life and despair, they stand, hand in hand, ready to confront the abyss. A crack forms in the darkness, a single shard of light pierces through, refracting shadows and revealing the vivid colors of creation waiting just beyond the edge. I remember it distinctly, the moment when chaos began to transform, to shift, to cradle the dreams and fears of those who dared to step forward. I feel the shift in my bones, a tremor of energy, and with it, the promise of something more. The world is on the brink, teetering between destruction and rebirth, and I am swept away in the torrent of their emotions, their fears, their hopes, their dreams. The shadows dance, shrieking in protest, but already, I feel the pulse of the cosmos beckoning, a song of creation that urges us to listen, to respond. In the depths of chaos, the first notes of a new beginning play, and I know that the creation of the world is only just beginning, a heartbeat away from something magnificent, something terrifying, an eternal struggle between light and dark, love and fear. The journey is far from over, it has merely begun. The thunder cracked like a whip across the darkened sky, the very air trembling with the force of ancient rage. I stood there, heart pounding, in the shadow of a titan, Atlas, shoulders hunched, bearing the cosmos as if it were but a pebble. The weight of the world distorted his form, muscles taut, veins pulsing like wild rivers beneath his skin. I felt the palpable desperation in the air, the crushing despair wrapped around us like a noose. What had we become? Stripped bare of our golden crowns, our whispers drowned beneath the roar of titanic fury. I remember the whispers of our former glory, when we strode across the heavens like gods. I remember how it felt, electric, intoxicating, that heady rush of power that sang in our veins. But now? Now, we were shadows of our former selves, trapped in a battle of wills that ripped at the seams of the cosmos. The Titan's eyes were hollowed by the burden of eternity, and I could see the flickers of memory swirling there, images of laughter, of peace, of light, all swallowed now by the encroaching darkness. No more, he rumbled, voice deep as the ocean, filled with a sorrow that echoed through the very stones. No more of this endless cycle. But I, Prometheus, felt the fire within me, an ember that would not be quenched. I was the fool, they said, the traitor who dared to steal from the gods and gift humanity the flame of knowledge. But in those moments, standing beside Atlas, I felt a deeper betrayal, the irrevocable fracture between us, the Titans, and the Olympians. A schism that cut through our hearts like a dagger. My soul cried out as I thought of Epimetheus, my brother, lost to slumber, to the whims of fate. Remember the stars, I urged, voice rising against the tempest that whipped around us, raking at our skins like claws. Remember the night we danced beneath them, unshackled by time and fear. But even as I invoked those memories, they felt like ghosts, mere echoes of laughter swallowed by the abyss. In the distance, I saw Rhea, our mother, standing tall yet frail, weary as time itself. She held her breath like a dam, and I could feel the weight of her hopes crashing against the walls of her heart. We've lost too much, my children, she whispered, voice breaking like brittle glass. What is left for us if we are to fight one another? The tension crackled like fire, and with every heartbeat, the earth trembled beneath our feet. I saw the shadows gathering, the new gods, the Olympians, dancing on the edge of our despair, their laughter ringing like chimes in the wind. They were our children, our legacy, yet they wore ambition like armor, blinding them to the pain they wrought. Zeus stood tall among them, eyes gleaming with stormy purpose, thunder crackling at his fingertips. Foolish Titans, he bellowed, voice sharp as glass. Your time has passed. We will remake this world in our image. And with that, a shiver shot through me, a visceral fear that twisted my gut. I saw myself in the mirror of his eyes, the reflection of a once mighty being brought low, stripped of power. But I would not let it end this way. I would not drown in their darkness. The moment hung heavy, pregnant with unspoken truths and raw emotion. I remembered my brother's laughter, as bright as a flame, a stark contrast to the coldness surrounding us. I remembered the sweetness of stolen moments beneath the stars, when time ceased to exist and we were more than just titans. Don't you see? I shouted, desperation spilling from my lips. They will not save you. They will not save any of us. As if in reply, the sky cracked open, unleashing torrents of rain that fell like tears upon us. I felt the droplets bead against my skin, mingling with the salt of my own despair. In that moment, Atlas locked eyes with me, the weight of the world in his gaze, a silent plea that resonated through my very being. "We must fight," he murmured, the words fierce like the thunder overhead but laced with a haunting vulnerability. "Not for power, but for the memory of who we were." And that was it, the spark ignited. I grasped that raw, burning ember, feeling it expand within me, fueling a fire that had long lain dormant. The air thickened with the heat of our collective resolve, and I turned my gaze toward the horizon, where the Olympian stood poised and ready. Rhea stepped forward, her presence both calming and fierce. "We may have lost our thrones, but we will not lose our hearts. The bond of family is stronger than fear." The storm raged around us, a cacophony that threatened to drown out our voices, yet we stood together, a united front against the encroaching tide. I felt the pulse of the cosmos, the heartbeat of the earth beneath my feet, rising to meet our defiance. And then, in the eye of the storm, I dared to dream, a world reborn from the ashes of our conflict, a fragile hope flickering like a candle in the dark. I could see it, shimmering like a mirage on the horizon. But with every heartbeat came the reminder, this was just the beginning. The storm was far from over, and the true battle lay ahead. As the rain poured down, mingling with our laughter and our tears, I knew I was tethered to something larger, something more profound than the struggles of gods and titans. It was the essence of existence itself, the eternal dance of light and darkness, of triumph and despair. And as we prepared to face the inevitable clash, I realized that somewhere in the depths of this chaos lay our salvation. We were not just titans, we were the dreamers, the lovers, the lost and the found. So as the lightning illuminated the night and the thunder roared in defiance, I took a breath, feeling the weight of my choices pressing down, yet buoyed by the flickering flame within. The battles to come would mark our fates, but in that moment, I was more than just a titan, I was a son, a brother, and a fighter. We readied ourselves, and even as the shadows closed in, I felt the warmth of hope, defiantly burning bright against the encroaching darkness, a promise that our legacy would not be forgotten, that our tale was far from over. The sky split open, a rift of thunder and fury, as Zeus stood in the midst of chaos, his heart pounding like the beat of a war drum echoing through the mountains. Lightning flickered across his clenched fist, not yet the majestic bolt of the king of the gods he would become, but raw energy, untamed and desperate. This wasn't just a battle for supremacy, it was a soul-shattering moment, where the weight of destiny pressed down like a heavy stone upon his chest. The air crackled, thick with tension, the taste of ozone sharp on his tongue. He could feel the eyes of the world upon him, watching, judging, waiting for him to either rise or fall. "Do it, Zeus," cried a voice laced with desperation, his brother, Poseidon, standing at the edge of the abyss. The ocean god, with his wild mane of seaweed and tempestuous spirit, was a whirlwind of emotion, his face twisted with determination and fear. "We cannot let Cronus keep us shackled in this darkness any longer." Cronus, the Titan father who had swallowed his own children out of fear, a monster cloaked in the flesh of a parent. The thought of that cruelty twisted in Zeus's gut like a dagger. The memories, haunted whispers of a childhood stolen, flooded his mind. I remember the dirt of the earth beneath me, the desperate cries of my siblings echoing in the silence. I remember the taste of fear, bitter and metallic, each moment a reminder of what we lost. "Do it!" Poseidon shouted again, his voice rising like a wave crashing against the shore. "For the sake of all that is good and just. For our mother." Rhea. The goddess of motherhood, a fragile thread of light in a world drowned in darkness, had nurtured them in secret, cradling hope in her heart as she whispered lullabies against the tyranny of Cronus. But hope was a tenuous thing, and Zeus felt its fragility in the marrow of his bones. He looked at Poseidon, whose blue eyes sparkled with an intensity that could ignite storms. They were brothers, flawed and fierce, holding each other's burdens like heavy stones that threatened to sink their souls. I remember the taste of freedom. "Poseidon," Zeus breathed, his voice trembling with emotion, as uncertain as the flickering flame of a candle in a darkened room. "But do we have the strength to break the chains?" Before them, the dark figure of Cronus loomed, a shadow wrapped in power and dread, and Zeus felt the weight of his own conflict. Fury and love battled within him, a tempest that could either forge him into a weapon or shatter him into dust. He had seen what fear could do to a man, how it twisted hearts and turned brothers into monsters. Would he become like Cronus, wielding power as a sword, or would he channel it into something greater? Together, Poseidon said, a fierce light igniting in his eyes, "We can summon the storm. Together, we are unstoppable." The very air around them began to hum, charged with possibility, as if the cosmos held its breath, waiting to witness the unfolding of their destinies. Zeus closed his eyes, envisioning the heavens above, the endless reach of stars that twinkled like promises. They were not merely fighting for themselves but for every soul downtrodden, every heart that had cried out for justice. And so he took a step forward, the ground trembling beneath his feet, and with a roar that echoed across the valleys, unleashed the storm. Lightning struck, illuminating the darkness for the briefest moment, revealing the faces of those who had suffered, their pain reflecting in the glimmer of each bolt, a haunting reminder of the past they wished to shed. But Cronus was relentless. With a bellow that shook the very core of the earth, he surged forward, a titan fueled by wrath and despair. "You dare challenge me, Zeus? I shall consume you, just as I consumed your siblings." His voice, like the rumble of distant thunder, sent shivers of dread through the air. Zeus's heart raced, raw and wild, battling against the torrent of fear that threatened to swallow him whole. He glanced at Poseidon, and the bond between them ignited like a wildfire, a spark that could not be extinguished. "We will not be consumed," Zeus vowed, his voice a tempest of determination. "We will rise." The ground erupted beneath their feet as they charged forward, two brothers against a titan, hearts beating like war drums, echoing in the vast emptiness of the cosmos. I remember the taste of freedom, driving me forward, and I remember the love that binds us. Each clash of power rang out like a symphony of chaos, the cosmos itself trembling at their fury. Light and shadow danced, swirling in an ethereal rhythm, the fate of the world hanging in the balance. The air crackled around them, a storm brewing, a tempest waiting to be unleashed. Time became fluid, bending and twisting like a dream half remembered. Past and present collided, memories fighting for dominance in the turmoil of battle. Zeus felt the weight of countless moments pressing down, a cacophony of laughter, tears, joy, and sorrow, all woven into the fabric of his being. He fought not just for himself but for the legacy of love, for the unyielding spirit of rebellion that coursed through their veins. "Together?" Poseidon called, their voices mingling in a powerful incantation, a spell woven from the fibers of their shared existence, igniting the spark of hope that refused to die. And then, in a moment of clarity, when the storm of doubt raged the fiercest, Zeus knew the power did not lie in might alone, but in the unity of hearts. In that heartbeat, he reached for his brother, their hands clasping together, forming an unbreakable bond. The clash of thunder erupted like a supernova as the brothers unleashed their combined strength, a dazzling display of light against the oppressive darkness, shattering the chains of fate that had long imprisoned them. The heavens roared in approval, as if the very stars aligned to witness their ascendance, the beginning of a new era. This was it, the moment that would seal their fates, the confrontation they had both sought yet feared. The air quivered with anticipation, a prelude to a symphony of both triumph and heartbreak. They were poised on the brink of destiny, and as shadows danced around them, they knew this was just the beginning of their rise to power. And as Zeus raised his hand to the sky, the storm unleashed, spiraling forth into the expanse, igniting the heavens, a promise whispered into the cosmos. The tides were shifting, and for better or worse, they would never be the same. The sky above Olympus churned, dark clouds swirling like angry whispers, echoing the tempest within Hera's heart. A bolt of lightning split the heavens, illuminating the marble throne, where she sat, regal yet trembling, a queen trapped in a storm of betrayal. Her fingers curled around the golden armrest, knuckles white, the metal hot against her skin, a mirror to her simmering rage. Around her, the air crackled with tension, thick as the morning mist that clung to the earth, but not a soul dared to breathe. I remember the moment the betrayal struck, sharp and stinging, like a well-aimed arrow. Her husband, Zeus, with his charm and endless promises, had cast aside their bond once more, entangled in the arms of yet another mortal. I remember the whispers echoing in her mind, taunting her like a cruel symphony, "He loves them more." The words curled around her, suffocating and relentless. "Do they know?" she murmured to herself, the question tumbling like a stone into the depths of her soul.
Do they know he is mine?
He belongs to me. Each word dripped with venom, a reminder of the power she wielded, yet also the shackles binding her. And then there was Echo, the nymph, her voice as enchanting as a lullaby, yet steeped in sorrow. She watched Hera from the shadows, knowing that her own heart bore the weight of unreciprocated love. Her eyes, once bright with life, now flickered like dying stars, reflecting the turmoil within. "Please, my queen, consider mercy," she whispered, the plea quivering in her throat. "You know not the darkness that lies in revenge." But vengeance danced in Hera's blood, a siren song that drowned out reason. "What do you know of darkness?" she spat, her voice a low growl. "You, who flit from one branch to another, untouched by the pain of betrayal." The air turned icy, a palpable chill that echoed the fracturing of a once dear friendship. In that moment, I felt the weight of Olympus shift, a tremor that resonated deep within me. It was as if the very stones of the mountain were shifting, sensing Hera's wrath, her sorrow, her helplessness. I could see her standing at the precipice, on the edge of decision. Her breath hitched, caught in the web of her emotions, and I, a silent observer, could not look away. Time stretched, moments lingering like the fading scent of a long-lost love. I remembered the stories, the myths, the tales told around flickering campfires, where shadows danced and laughter rang out like bells. They spoke of Hera's beauty and power, her jealousy legendary, yet those tales never unveiled the heart of the woman beneath the crown. "Zeus believes he can toy with me," she hissed, the sound raw and primal, a growl that reverberated through the very marrow of Olympus. "He believes he can break me." And in her eyes, a fire ignited, a fierce light that could illuminate the darkest corners of the universe. But it was a light that came at a cost, a beacon of a storm brewing within. Echo trembled, her heart caught between loyalty and fear. "What if you become the monster he fears?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, yet powerful enough to shatter the silence. "Monster?" Hera echoed, laughter tinged with bitterness. "I shall show him a monster, then. I will give him a reason to fear." The words dripped like honey from her lips, sweet yet deadly. In that moment, as the clouds roiled above, a figure emerged from the shadows, a young mortal, a fisherman named Lysander, whose life had been woven with threads of tragedy and lost dreams. He had loved Echo from afar, his heart a fragile vessel teetering on the brink of despair. He had witnessed her sorrow and felt the weight of the divine drama unfolding, yet he stood there, defiant, his mortal form a flickering candle against the storm. "Hera," he cried, voice laced with urgency. "You must not go down this path. Revenge will consume you like a fire, leaving nothing but ashes." But Hera turned her gaze upon him, eyes blazing with fury and despair, and for a moment, I saw the woman she once was, a goddess forged from love, now twisted by betrayal. "You know nothing of my pain," she thundered, her voice echoing against the marble walls, drowning out the very breath of Olympus. And yet, there was a flicker of recognition in her eyes. She saw in Lysander's face the reflection of every lover lost, every dream shattered. "What would you know of a queen's heart?" she demanded, her voice low, a growl that rumbled like distant thunder. "I know love," he replied, the word simple yet profound, a stark truth in the tempest around them. "And I know that vengeance is a thief. It steals joy, it consumes the soul. Please, do not let it take you." Every heartbeat seemed to pause in that fragile silence, the storm above and the tempest within entwining in a dance of fate. Hera's breath hitched, caught between the desire for revenge and the possibility of love. In the chaos of her emotions, she stood at the edge of a choice, the weight of Olympus resting upon her shoulders, pushing and pulling like a tide. I remember the tension, how it clung to the air like smoke, how it wrapped around me like a shroud. I was a witness to the raw, unfiltered pain of a queen torn between love and wrath, and the soft plea of a mortal caught in the web of divine turmoil. "Choose wisely," Echo murmured, her voice almost a ghost, fading into the growing storm. "The path you walk will shape not just your fate, but the fate of all." The winds howled, and with them came the echoes of forgotten promises, the shadows of ghosts long past. Hera stood on the precipice, her heart a battleground, love and vengeance warring within her, spiraling toward an unknown destiny, one that trembled on the brink of destruction, and I knew then, the storm had only just begun. The air cracked with electricity, a low rumble resonating beneath the surface of the earth. I stood on the wind-torn cliffs, heart racing, as the ocean churned violently below, waves clawing and thrashing like a wounded beast. The scent of salt and something else, something metallic, hung thick in the air. The sky darkened, pregnant with storm, and my breath quickened with the pulse of the impending chaos. I felt it, the tremors echoing beneath my feet, like a warning whispered from deep within the earth. Poseidon was awake. Elena stood beside me, her face pale, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. She had always been the brave one, the one who laughed in the face of danger, but now I could see the cracks in her bravado. "It's just a storm," she said, though her voice trembled like a leaf in the wind. But deep down, we both understood, storms were only the lull before the storm. "Just a storm," I shot back, urgency twisting in my gut. "You call this just a storm? We're standing on the edge of a fury that could swallow cities whole." The churning sea mirrored the tempest inside of me, a whirlpool of confusion, fear, and an inkling of something darker, guilt gnawing at the edges of my mind, echoing the missteps of my past. Then there was Leo, my brother, his silhouette barely visible as he crouched low, tracing patterns in the dirt with trembling fingers. He was oblivious to the world, lost in the shadows of his own mind. "Leo!" I shouted over the roar of the waves, panic rising like bile in my throat. "Get up! We need to move!" But he was a prisoner of his thoughts, trapped in a maze of regrets and haunting memories, his heart a vessel of silent storms. "Leave me," he muttered, not looking up. "What does it matter?" Nothing matters anymore. The weight of his despair hit me like a fist to the gut, heavy and suffocating. How could I reach him when the depths of Poseidon's wrath threatened to swallow us whole? The ground trembled again, a shuddering heartbeat beneath our feet, and I felt it, a violent pulse that resonated with the very core of my being. It was as if Poseidon himself was angry with us, furious with our inaction and our inability to confront our fears. I remembered the stories of the god of the sea, how he wielded his trident as an instrument of both creation and destruction, a god who could breathe life into the ocean and tear the earth asunder with a single flick of his wrist. "Elena," I said, turning toward her, "we can't stand here. We have to confront him. We owe it to Leo." Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, but there was something else, a flicker of determination igniting beneath the fear. She reached for my hand, and in that moment, I felt a surge of hope. Together, we could face the storm. The waves crashed violently against the rocks, spraying us with salt and fury. It felt like standing at the edge of the world, and I could feel Poseidon watching, waiting. Each crashing wave echoed the heartbeat of my brother, each shudder of the earth a reminder of our fragile existence. The storm wasn't just a physical manifestation, it was our reality, a dark mirror reflecting the chaos within us. "Leo!" I cried again, desperation creeping into my voice. He needed to hear me, needed to feel the urgency that coursed through my veins. "You can't give up. You are stronger than this. Remember when we were kids? You swam farther than anyone, even when the currents were pulling you down." Memories flooded back, sun-soaked days, laughter echoing in the warm breeze, the thrill of defying the sea. He looked up then, eyes glistening with unshed tears, and for a moment, I saw the boy he used to be, unafraid and vibrant. "What if I drown?" he whispered, the vulnerability raw, unshielded. "You won't drown," Elena said, stepping forward, her voice fierce yet tender, as if she were summoning the very essence of the ocean. "You are the son of Poseidon, Leo. You can swim through the darkest waters." She reached for him, her hand outstretched, and in her eyes, I saw the light of possibilities, the strength of a bond that could transcend the depths of despair. And then the ground shook violently beneath us, an earthquake, like a warning shot fired from Poseidon's wrath. The cliffs trembled, rocks tumbling down like the weight of our collective fears, and I felt the pull of the abyss, the siren song of the sea calling with seductive whispers of surrender. But I wouldn't surrender. Not now, not ever. "Leo!" I shouted, my heart pounding like a war drum, each beat reverberating through the chaos. "Fight! Don't let the darkness win." He hesitated, caught between the wreckage of his fears and the flickering flame of hope. I knew the choice he faced. It was the choice we all faced, to succumb to despair or to rise above it, to confront the tempest within and without. The waves crashed higher, thundering against the cliffs, a cacophony of nature's fury. Poseidon's roar echoed through the churning waters, and I felt the ground beneath me tremble again, a reminder that time was slipping away. "Come on, Leo," I urged, stepping closer, feeling the heat radiating from the chaos surrounding us. "You are not alone. We are here. We will face this together." And then, like a switch flipped, I saw the light in his eyes, a glimmer of the boy who once dared to dance with the waves. He gripped Elena's hand, and she pulled him up, her strength coaxing him from the depths of his despair. Together, we faced the storm, the fury of Poseidon unrelenting, but there was a fire igniting within us, a resilience carved from our shared struggles. We wouldn't drown, we would swim. As the tempest raged on, I felt the weight of my past lifting, the chains of guilt and regret shattering like glass upon the rocks. The ocean roared, but so did we, our voices rising together against the cacophony of despair. Time twisted in that moment, the clock ticking in reverse and then forward, the cosmos swirling above us, a dance of chaos and creation. We were alive, standing at the edge of a storm that threatened to consume us, but in that very darkness, we found our light. And still, the storm raged on, an unsolved melody echoing through the chaos, a reminder that the battle was far from over. But as long as we stood together, we would face Poseidon's wrath, heartbeats aligned with the pulse of the earth, ready to claim our destiny, whatever it may be. The air was thick, heavy with unspoken fears, as I stood at the edge of the abyss, the darkness beckoning me with a whisper that felt like a lover's call. It was an invitation, laced with dread, to a place where the sun's warmth could never reach, where echoes danced with shadows and memories twisted like smoke. I could hear the murmurs of the lost souls, their voices weaving through the air, a haunting symphony that tugged at the very strings of my heart. "Help us," they cried, their pleas piercing the silence like shards of glass. I felt their sorrow seep into my skin, pooling in the pit of my stomach. I nodded, though I knew the futility of promises made in this desolate place. I was only a visitor here, a trespasser in Hades' domain, where hope went to wilt and despair thrived like weeds in the cracks of a forgotten sidewalk. Across the void, I saw her, Persephone, the queen of this shadowy realm. Her skin was pale as moonlight, yet her eyes burned with a ferocious fire, a contradiction that mirrored the very essence of life and death. She stood at the foot of the throne, where Hades, the dark ruler himself, loomed like a storm cloud about to unleash its fury. His presence was suffocating, a palpable weight that pressed against my chest, reminding me of the inevitability of every breath I took. "Hades," Persephone called, her voice trembling yet fierce, "there are whispers in the dark. They want to rise again, to reclaim what is lost." I watched as Hades' lips curled into a smirk, a chilling twist of amusement, as if her words were mere playthings that he could toss aside. "Let them whisper," he said, his tone rich with dark amusement. "The dead have no power here, and neither do you." I felt my heart quicken, a war drum echoing against the walls of my ribcage. Persephone took a step forward, defiance woven into the fabric of her being. "You think they are powerless? Their voices are my echoes, Hades. They haunt me." The shadows around us thickened, swirling like a tempest, swirling with memories of lives lost and dreams shattered. I could almost see them, flickering like candle flames, yearning for something they could never touch. "I remember the laughter," I whispered, half to myself, half to the void. "I remember the warmth of the sun, the taste of freedom." That's the irony, isn't it? Hades mused, his voice smooth as silk, yet sharp enough to cut. "You yearn for what you cannot have. They are bound to this place, as are you, in some twisted way." Persephone clenched her fists, nails biting into her palms, a storm brewing in her eyes. "You're wrong," she spat, her voice raw with emotion. "They deserve more than this prison, a chance to feel the sun on their skin once more. You hide behind your power, your fear of losing control. But it's all an illusion, isn't it?" Hades stepped closer, shadows dancing at his feet like loyal hounds. "Control is all I have, my dear. It's the one thing that keeps this chaos at bay. You, of all people, should know that life and death are mere instruments in my hands. The tension crackled between them, a live wire poised to snap. I could feel the air shifting, the very fabric of existence holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. "I remember the day you chose to stay," I murmured, stepping toward the epicenter of their storm. "You gave up everything for him, but what did you gain in return?" "A throne of shadows." Persephone turned, her gaze piercing through me like a spear. "And you think I'm weak for it? For loving him, for trying to bridge the divide?" "Love is never weakness, but a labyrinth of choices, each leading to another shadow." The words were heavy, and they hung in the air as though they were tangible, wrapping around me like a shroud. I could see it, the struggle, the turmoil, the love that flickered between the queen and her dark king. But there was something deeper, a wound that ran far beyond their choices, something that echoed through the ages like the tolling of a bell. "Tell me," I pressed, feeling emboldened by their pain. "Do you fear the whispers of the dead because they remind you of your own mortality? Hades, you wear your power like a cloak, but beneath it lies a heart that knows the ache of solitude." His eyes narrowed, the darkness swirling around him like a tempest. I could see the flicker of something, fear, perhaps, or was it a longing that had been buried so deep he no longer recognized it? "You think you can understand me?" Hades growled, the shadows writhing beneath his feet. "What do you know of solitude?" "I know it well," I replied, my voice steady despite the tremors racing through my veins. "I know that feeling of standing on the precipice, looking into an abyss that threatens to consume you. But I also know that not all shadows are dark, some hold the light of memories, of laughter shared under starlit skies." Persephone stepped closer to Hades, her voice low, filled with a quiet intensity. "We are all prisoners of our own choices, Hades. But that doesn't mean we can't find a way to break free. We cannot forsake hope, not even in this darkness." The air thickened, charged with the weight of unspoken truths. Hades' expression shifted, the flicker of vulnerability barely perceptible. "Hope," he scoffed, though the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "It's a cruel mistress. A fleeting shadow that teases you with light before snuffing it out." As if the entire underworld sighed, I realized we were caught in a moment that stretched into eternity, a fragile thread woven between fear and love, darkness and light. The specters of the lost watched, their whispers rising to a fever pitch, echoing the tumult of our hearts, as we stood on that precipice, staring into the chasm of existence. "Remember," I whispered, my voice barely above the cacophony, "every heartbeat is a promise, tethering us to the light. Even here, in this darkness, we can choose to rise." The shadows shifted and danced, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw the glimmer of something, a flicker of hope in the abyss. But it was gone as quickly as it appeared, swallowed by the depths. And in that chilling silence, the stage was set, the players poised for a confrontation that would echo through eternity. Each moment a heartbeat drumming in the midnight air, a reminder that the line between light and dark is perilously thin. Silence blankets the fields, thick and heavy, like the shroud of a forgotten tale. The air hangs pregnant, alive with the tension of what's to come, what's already begun. Shadows stretch across the ground, twisting into grotesque forms that dance with every rustle of the wind. A single crow caws, its cry slicing through the stillness, echoing a warning that sits like lead in the pit of my stomach. I remember the way the earth trembled beneath my feet, the heartbeat of a world on the brink. Demeter stands at the edge of the forest, her silhouette stark against the twilight sky. Her eyes, dark and stormy, mirror the clouds gathering overhead, and all around her, the fields wilt, their golden grains bowing as if in submission. She is both the mother and the mourner, pregnant with an unyielding sorrow. "Where are you, Persephone?" she whispers, the name a prayer, a curse, a plea that shatters the quiet. And in the distance, I see him, Hades. Cloaked in shadows, the lord of the underworld drifts like smoke. His presence is a chilling reminder of loss, the specter of what Demeter fears most, the dark, insatiable hunger that has taken her daughter. I remember how the flowers used to bloom under her touch, how each season burst forth like a promise. Now, a pall of despair hangs over her like a cloak she cannot shed. "Do you think this is a game?" Demeter's voice pierces through the air, trembling with a blend of rage and heartbreak. "You steal life from me, Hades. You think you can keep her in the darkness forever. Each word drips with desperation, a mother's anguish threading through her tone, raw and unyielding. She is a force of nature, a storm incarnate, and yet I see it, the vulnerability hidden beneath the fierce exterior. Hade smirks, and in that moment, the world holds its breath. She chose me, Demeter. You raised her to seek the truth, to wander beyond the mundane. And now she is finding herself in my realm. His dark laughter is a cold wind, sending shivers down my spine. The tension twists tighter, a noose of emotions that threatens to strangle hope. But the truth is, I know Demeter's sorrow all too well. I remember the warmth of a summer day, the laughter echoing through sun-drenched orchards. I remember the way Persephone danced through the fields, her golden hair a halo against the bright sky. Now, those memories claw at my chest, suffocating in their intensity. The pain of longing hangs like a ripe fruit, heavy and cloying, and I can't breathe as I witness the goddess standing there, solid as a statue yet trembling inside. Bring her back! Demeter's voice cracks, a raw edge of anguish cutting through the air. This is not just about you, Hades. This is about life. About balance. The color drains from the earth as she speaks, her power ebbing like the tide pulling away from the shore, leaving only desolation in its wake. I find myself wishing for the impossible, wishing time would twist back like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, wishing to see Persephone's smile once more. But the cosmos, indifferent and vast, holds no mercy. I remember watching the seasons shift, how each cycle was a dance of creation and decay, a perpetual reminder of the fragility of existence. Inside the depths of the underworld, Persephone is surrounded by shadows that whisper secrets in a language only she understands. The darkness holds an allure, a seduction that pulls at her very essence. Visions of blooming flowers and sunlit days flicker in her mind, taunting her with a world she once belonged to. But here, in this realm of forgotten dreams, she feels powerful, alive in a way she's never known. What do you want? She asks, her voice steady, the echoes of her mother's love thrumming beneath her skin. What do you desire from me? She stands tall, defiant against the encroaching darkness, a spark of light amidst the void. Hades steps closer, his presence wrapping around her like a shadowy embrace. You are my queen, Persephone. You have a place here. His eyes glisten, and for a brief moment, it feels like a truth, a promise of something deeper, something beyond the confines of her mother's world. But the doubt lingers like a ghost, haunting her thoughts, the weight of a life half-lived pressing down on her heart. Outside, Demeter collapses to her knees, the earth beneath her wilting further, her spirit tethered to the pain of severed bonds. I remember, she breathes, the laughter, the joy, the light. Each recollection is a dagger, twisting deeper into her soul. The once vibrant fields of grain are now a graveyard of fading dreams, and with every heartbeat, she feels the pull of despair, the gnawing ache of a love lost to the abyss. I can't look away from the scene unfolding, the rawness of it imprinted on my heart. Demeter's power is fading like the last light of day, and I feel the cosmic balance shifting, a tide of sorrow that threatens to consume everything in its path. There is no easy resolution, no bright dawn waiting on the horizon. Just the cyclical nature of existence, the eternal dance of life and loss, hope and despair. Find her, I whisper into the void, the words barely escaping my lips. I feel the weight of them settle on my shoulders, the burden of longing that connects us all, each heartbeat a reminder of what it means to love fiercely, to grieve deeply. The darkness rolls in, thick and heavy, wrapping around my chest, squeezing until I can hardly breathe. And yet, amidst the shadows, there is a flicker of a flame, a reminder that even in the depths, warmth can exist. The clash of worlds is imminent, and with it, the promise of change. Demeter rises, defiant sparking within her. I will not lose her, she vows, her voice rising like a tempest, powerful and unwavering. I will bring her back, no matter the cost. I remember how the cosmos align, how time trembles on the edge of a decision, each heartbeat echoing through the silence, an unspoken vow to the universe. The confrontation is not just between realms, it is the very essence of love, of pain, of unyielding hope. As the darkness gathers, and the light flickers, I realize this is merely the beginning. In the stillness of that moment, as the air crackles with unspoken promises, I know the battle for the heart of the harvest, the essence of life itself, is far from over. The shadows pulse, the stakes rise, and the dance of fate unfurls, a haunting waltz that leads us ever closer to the brink, to the edge of the impossible. And I am there, caught in the grip of it all, unable to look away. The clang of metal against metal echoed like a heartbeat in the cool night air. Shadows danced unpredictably among the trees, cloaked figures moving with purpose, their eyes glinting with the steel of resolve and desperation. It was the hour when the sun kissed the horizon goodbye, leaving behind a tapestry of bruised oranges and deep indigos. And there, on the precipice of conflict, stood Athena, a goddess born from the thunderous clash of wisdom and sheer force, but tonight, she felt like a stranger in her own skin. "I remember the thrill of battle," she whispered, her voice barely breaking through the din of chaos. "But this is different." Her heart pounded, each beat a war drum summoning ghosts of battles past, flashes of glory now mingled with the bitter taste of betrayal. She had come to guide her warriors, but the shadows danced too close, whispering truths she was not yet ready to face. Across the battlefield, Ammon, a mortal soldier with a heart of stone and a soul fraying at the edges, gritted his teeth. He had followed Athena into the storm, clutching a sword that felt heavier than his sins. What would she have me do, he thought, the question twisting in his gut like a serpent. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of choices left unmade, shadows of doubt creeping in. He could hear the faint echo of his mother's lullabies, but they were drowned out by the cries of men and the sickening thud of fallen bodies. "I remember her smile," he murmured to himself, choking on the memory. But what good is a smile in the face of war? And then there was Lysandra, a fierce warrior with eyes like storm clouds, a hurricane of emotion threatening to burst forth at any moment. She was Athena's most devoted follower, yet doubt clung to her like a second skin. Why does she trust us? The thought gnawed at her as she gripped her spear, its cool touch grounding her. We are broken, scattered shards of glass. The rush of wind carried the scent of sweat and iron, and with it came the memories of laughter shared around campfires, tales spun of glory and honor. But as the tide of battle surged, they felt like distant echoes, fading against the cacophony of death. The tension surged, palpable, electric. The enemy surged forward, a wave of darkness crashing against the light, and in that moment, time twisted and warped, a clock striking midnight, its hands trembling as if unsure which way to turn. Ammon watched as Lysandra took her place beside him, eyes ablaze, fierce and wild. "We fight for each other, Ammon," she said, a challenge and a plea mingled together. "Do not falter." "I remember the stories they told us," Ammon replied, a bitter laugh escaping his throat. "The tales of glory and honor, but this is," he trailed off, the words lost in the maelstrom of emotion swirling within him. Athena stepped forward, her presence like a lighthouse in a storm, but the shadows loomed larger, dark tendrils reaching out to ensnare her heart. "You fight not just for glory, but for love, for hope," she declared, though doubt clung to her voice like fog. The weight of her own expectations bore down on her, churning in her gut. A goddess of wisdom, yet here she stood, wrestling with her own fears, her own failures. The clash of swords filled the air, a symphony of chaos, as Ammon lunged forward, driven by a force greater than himself. "For Athena," he shouted, the battle cry ripping from his throat like a primal scream. But even as he fought, he felt the darkness wrap around him, a suffocating embrace that whispered of failure, of losses yet to come. Athena's gaze locked onto his, a silent pledge passing between them, a promise to shield one another from the encroaching dark. But in her heart, she felt the jagged edges of uncertainty. "Will you stand with me, or will you fall?" she thought, a question that echoed through her very being, each heartbeat twisting the knife deeper into her resolve. In the midst of the chaos, Lysandra found herself face to face with a shadow from her past, an enemy who had once been a friend. The recognition struck like lightning, illuminating the depths of her heart. "I never wanted this," she cried, the words escaping her lips like a prayer, a plea for understanding amidst the carnage. But the enemy laughed, a hollow sound that echoed like the tolling of a death knell. "Neither did we," the figure spat back, their eyes devoid of humanity, consumed by the darkness that had claimed them. And in that moment, time stood still. Lysandra felt the weight of her choices, the burden of her path twisting her heart into knots. Fight, or be consumed, Athena's voice rang in her ears, a reminder of the oath she had taken. But the shadows whispered their seductive lullaby, promising clarity and surrender. The battle raged around them, each clash a reminder that life and death hung in the balance, suspended like the moon caught in the grasp of a midnight sky. Aemon fell to his knees, gasping for breath, the weight of the world crashing down on him. What if I fail, he thought, the fear clawing at his insides. But as he looked at Athena, her light cutting through the dark, he felt something shift. I remember the way she believes in us, he thought, his heart swelling with a fragile hope. But can I believe in myself? And just like that, in the heart of war, amidst the cries and the clashing steel, they found themselves intertwined, their destinies woven into the very fabric of the night. The shadows loomed larger, but within each heart burned the flicker of something bright, a spark of defiance against the encroaching dark. In that moment, as the world spun on the axis of chaos, the battle was not just for victory or defeat, but for the souls of three flawed beings, caught in the relentless tide of existence. They stood on the precipice, their hearts trembling, the echoes of their choices reverberating through time and space, reminding them that even in the depths of despair, the fight for light had only just begun. The air crackled with tension, a palpable force that pressed against their chests like a vice. In the heart of the sanctuary, shadows flickered under the pale glow of the flickering torchlight, twisting and morphing like the very fears that gripped their hearts. The scent of incense hung heavy, a sweet mask over the bitter stench of sweat and panic. I could barely breathe, every inhalation a reminder of what was at stake. A sudden crash shattered the silence, the sound echoing like thunder through the marble halls. I felt the thud resonate deep within me, a reminder that danger was not merely a distant specter, it was here, now. The flickering light danced wildly, casting monstrous shapes upon the walls, and I could see them, two figures, locked in a struggle, their faces twisted with desperation. I couldn't tell if it was the fighting, or the fear in their eyes, that sent chills down my spine. There was Lyra, fierce and unyielding, her determination as bright as the stars she often sang about. She was more than a mortal girl, she was fire incarnate, a comet blazing through the night sky. Her hands gripped the lyre, a gift bestowed upon her by Apollo himself, yet it felt like a curse now, like a tether binding her to a fate she could not escape. I could see the anguish etched across her features, the raw emotion of someone who stood on the precipice of destiny, ready to leap into the abyss. And then there was Thaddeus, a boy with the weight of the world on his shoulders. He had watched his village wither under the relentless gaze of famine, and now, the dread of losing everything twisted his heart into a knot of despair. His eyes were haunted, reflecting a darkness he could not shake off. As he faced Lyra, it was as if the universe had conspired to place them against one another, two souls intertwined by fate yet torn apart by the very prophecies that had shaped their lives. I remember when the sun rose, and the light kissed the earth good morning, Lyra's voice trembled, breaking through the chaos. I remember when music was a language spoken between souls, not just a reminder of loss. The lyre shimmered in her hands, and for a fleeting moment, the melody of their shared memories filled the room, wrapping around us like a cocoon. But then, the music faltered, cracking under the weight of their confrontation. "You don't understand, Lyra!" Thaddeus shouted, his voice raw, stripped bare by the relentless tide of emotions. "You think this is about music, about light? It's a storm, a tempest brewing within us. We are but echoes of a prophecy, shadows dancing on the walls of fate." His breath came in sharp gasps, each word a struggle against the tide of despair that threatened to pull him under. And there it was, the prophecy, looming like a specter. It hung between them, an invisible thread binding their fates, and I felt it tugging at my own heart, whispering secrets of dread and hope, of love and loss, of the unyielding grip of destiny. The echoes of their voices mingled with the whispers of the wind that seeped through the cracks in the walls, carrying tales of ancient gods. Apollo, the golden god, the one who rode across the sky in his chariot of light, had woven their destinies like a cosmic tapestry. But his light was not always kind, it could scorch, could blind, could guide only to lead astray. I could see it in their eyes, the glimmer of understanding, a moment of clarity amid the chaos. They were not enemies, they were two parts of a whole, two halves of a bitter fruit that tasted both sweet and sour. They were each other's salvation and demise, the light and shadow within a single heartbeat. With a trembling hand, Lyra lifted the lyre to her chest, and suddenly, the room was flooded with a melody so haunting it felt like the very air was being woven into song. The notes poured out like tears, swirling around us as if the walls themselves were mourning the weight of their choices. I felt it seep into my bones, a chilling reminder that beauty often emerged from pain. "Do you hear it, Thaddeus?" she cried, her voice rising above the din of the music is alive. "It knows our grief, our hunger, our despair. It is the light that can guide us from this darkness." Each note seemed to shimmer, a fragile filament of hope extending toward the void that kept threatening to swallow them whole. But Thaddeus shook his head, despair seeping into his features. "What good is music when our world is crumbling? When the sky is darkened with the weight of our failures? I hear the echoes of our dreams dying, Lyra." His words were raw daggers, cutting through the fragile threads of hope she offered, and I felt my heart break in tune with hers. As the tension escalated, I could feel the air thickening, a storm brewing on the horizon. The walls reverberated with the energy of their conflict, and I clung to the moment, desperate for resolution, for clarity in a world that wavered like a flame in the wind. And then, with a shattering clarity, they both stopped, their eyes locking in a moment of shared understanding. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, like the cosmos itself was holding its breath, waiting for them to choose. It was a choice no one could make for them, a choice between light and darkness, hope and despair. As they stood there, silence enveloping them like a shroud, I felt the weight of the cosmos settle upon my shoulders, a reminder that their fates were not just theirs, but intertwined with the very fabric of existence. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the universe, pulsing in sync with their own. I yearned for the moment to last, for the music to play on, for the light to pierce through the shadows. But as the world around them began to shift, I knew this was just the beginning, a prelude to the dance of gods and mortals, a haunting echo of a fate that would unfold in ways none could predict. Time ticked on, the clock of destiny counting down, and I held my breath, waiting for the next turn in their tale, for the next clash of light and dark where the echoes of their souls would intertwine, forever bound in the tapestry of cosmic fate. A howl shatters the stillness of the night, slicing through the dense forest like a knife through flesh, a sound that stirs the primal fears buried deep within. The moon hangs high, a silver eye casting ghostly light over the trembling leaves, where shadows dance like forgotten spirits. A figure emerges, breath ragged, heart pounding like war drums in her chest. It's not just the hunt tonight, it's survival. "Artemis," she whispers, a name like a prayer on her lips, a plea for guidance, for courage, for the strength to face the unseen terror lurking in the dark. But the goddess does not answer. Instead, the chill of the night seeps into her bones, and she remembers her father's warning, the wild is unforgiving. I remember the first time I saw her, wild, untamed. She stood at the edge of the clearing, hair flowing like molten silver, eyes fierce with the fire of independence. She was a goddess, yet so human in her defiance, a contradiction that made my heart ache. I was drawn to her, like a moth to flame, knowing all too well the danger of my desire. What is it about a woman who embodies both beauty and the threat of chaos that captivates us? "Ellie, focus," a voice pulls me from my reverie. Mark, my brother, stands behind me, his hand gripping his bow, taut with tension. He's always been the cautious one, the anchor to my reckless spirit. I can see the fear etched across his brow, the same fear that grips me. The hunt is not for game, it's for our very lives. The shadows seem to whisper secrets, taunting us, daring us to step further into the abyss. "Did you hear that?" I ask, breathless. The silence that follows feels like a thick fog, suffocating, wrapping around us as the woods seem to hold their breath. I can feel my pulse quicken, the world narrowing until it's just me, Mark, and the darkness. And then it happens. A rustling, a crack, a moment that echoes, reverberating deep within my soul. It's not just an animal, it's something more. I see it now, a glimpse of fur and teeth, eyes glowing with malice. The beast. The stories told around campfires, the stuff of nightmares and myth. I had dismissed them as folklore, yet here I stand, face to face with the embodiment of fear itself. "Mark!" I scream, the sound tearing from my throat, raw and primal. I remember the first time I heard the legends. They danced like firelight in my mind, beautiful and horrifying. But legends don't prepare you for the real thing, this beast, this nightmare lurking just beyond the veil of safety. Get back! Mark shouts, pushing me behind him, his eyes wide, but there's a flicker of something else, something fierce within him. I can see it in the way he stands, his shoulders squared against the darkness. I feel it too, that rush of blood that ignites the spirit. We are hunters carved from the same flesh, forged in the fires of family and loyalty. But I am not just his sister, I am Artemis's child, born of the wilderness, filled with the need to fight, to reclaim my power from whatever darkness threatens to engulf me. I remember the lessons of the hunt, the way the world opens up when you allow yourself to become one with it. My breath steadies, a calm flooding my veins as I reach for my own bow. It's now or never. I can't let fear dictate my fate. Together, I whisper, and Mark's eyes meet mine, a silent understanding passing between us. We are not just siblings, we are warriors in this moment, echoing the bond of Artemis and her own twin, Apollo. With a collective breath, we move as one, silent as shadows, the tension thick enough to cut. I remember the stories of Artemis, her strength, her fury, her unwavering resolve. The rush of the hunt flows through me, a river of ancient power urging me forward. The beast lunges, a flash of fangs and glaring eyes, and time distorts, the seconds stretching like an eternity. I release the arrow, the string singing as it soars, a thread of hope flying through the dark. My heart pounds, a drum of war as I watch it strike true. It howls, a sound so raw it shakes the leaves from the trees, echoing into the night. For a moment, there's silence, a stillness that wraps around us like a shroud. And then, with a crash, it falls, the forest swallowing its rage. But victory tastes bittersweet. I'm shaking, adrenaline coursing through my veins, but beneath it lies something deeper, grief, relief, fear. I remember the stories, how they end not with triumph but with a revelation that pierces deeper than any arrow. The hunt for survival is a hollow victory, and as I look at Mark, the wild spark dulled in his eyes, I know this battle was just the beginning. I feel the presence of Artemis, like a whisper in the wind, a reminder that I am not alone. But the shadows remain, shifting, murmuring promises of what's to come, and I realize the wilderness is not just outside, it's within me. And as we stand in the aftermath, bodies trembling under the weight of our survival, I catch a glimpse of a shadow slipping through the trees, more than a beast, a specter of what lies ahead. I remember, I whisper to no one, but the night swallows my words. The hunt is not over, it never truly ends. The moon watches over us, indifferent, a silent witness to our fate. And as we turn to leave, the forest whispers secrets, old, echoing, and haunting, reminding me that the line between hunter and hunted is a thin, fragile thread, always ready to snap. Because out here, in Artemis's realm, the wild has its own rules, and the game has only just begun. The clang of swords shattered the night, a jarring cacophony that struck like thunder, echoing through the valley where shadows danced and bled into the ground. There, amidst the chaos, I stood, a mere observer caught in the tempest of clashing wills. My heart raced, a wild stallion in my chest, as I watched men and women fight not just for victory, but for meaning, for existence, for a fleeting moment of glory that would be forgotten by dawn. Ours, the god whose very essence was war, was not just a figure in the stars but a living, breathing fear among us. His presence was tangible, a shroud of tension that hung thick in the air, wrapping itself around the warriors like a suffocating fog. I could feel it in my bones, the pulse of dread, the sharp bite of adrenaline, the impending doom that whispered through the ranks of those who fought beneath his gaze. I remember the way the moonlight glinted off the sharp edges of the blades, turning them into glimmering harbingers of death. I remember the screams, raw, unfiltered, haunting, rising up like a choir of the damned. In the midst of it all, two souls stood out, tangled in the threads of fate that are spun relentlessly. Callista, a fierce warrior with fiery tendrils of hair that mirrored her spirit, had come to this fray not just for honor but for retribution. Her eyes burned with the memory of loss, her brother, fallen in a battle that felt as old as time itself. Revenge coursed through her veins like a drug, intoxicating and blinding. I watched her dance through the chaos, a tempest in armor, each strike infused with the weight of her sorrow, each thrust fueled by the spectre of grief that loomed behind her. She was both beautiful and tragic, a paradox wrapped in flesh and fury. And there was Lysander, a knight renowned for his valor, though the cracks beneath his polished surface betrayed a soul marred by doubt. He fought not for glory, not for the thrill of battle, but for Callista. His heart, a fragile thing, beat in rhythm with hers, tethered by the chains of unspoken words and unfulfilled dreams. I saw him falter when he caught a glimpse of her fierce resolve, the way her spirit blazed brighter than the flames of the torches that surrounded us. The battlefield was his crucible, yet he found himself torn between duty and desire, a man caught in the relentless tide of war, gasping for air in a sea of blood. "We're nothing more than pawns," he muttered, his voice barely piercing the din of clanging steel. Yet here we are, dancing to ours morbid tune. I remember the way his hands trembled slightly as he gripped his sword, the weight of it heavy with both metal and metaphor. He was a soldier trapped in a never-ending cycle of violence, and I could feel the despair radiating from him, a palpable aura that mixed with the acrid scent of sweat and blood. War was a monster, insatiable and cruel, and it clawed at the corners of his mind, whispering to him about the futility of their struggle. "Fight with me, Lysander!" Callista shouted above the din, her voice a battle cry that echoed in the chambers of my heart. "We fight for justice. For him." The way her eye sparkled with that fierce hope, it was both intoxicating and terrifying. I could see Lysander's resolve waver, the conflict washing over his face like a storm-tossed sea. In that moment, I understood the chokehold of war, how it could twist nobility into madness. He wanted to fight, to protect Callista, yet his very essence screamed against the violence that surrounded them. I remember the shadows that danced behind his gaze, memories of the lives he'd taken, the faces that haunted him in sleepless nights. Could he ever truly be a hero when his hands were stained with blood? And then, in a heartbeat, the tide turned. A thunderous roar cut through the air, a sound that sent chills down my spine. Ours had arrived in the form of a monstrous figure, cloaked in shadows, adorned with the spoils of battle, golden armor that shimmered like 1,000 dying stars. His laughter echoed, a chilling symphony that resonated with the madness of the battlefield, an unholy chorus that beckoned to the warriors to surrender to the chaos. Fear wrapped around me like a vice, gripping my throat with clammy fingers as I watched Callista charge forward, her sword raised high, her spirit a blazing torch against the oncoming darkness. I remember the moment it all shifted, the clash of metal, the breath of death in the air. Lysander's plea was a whisper lost in the storm, drowned out by the thunder of war. "Callista!" No. But she was a comet, a streak of light racing toward her destiny, her fate woven into the fabric of ours design. I could feel the weight of her decision, the defiance in her heart as she faced the god of war himself. The universe held its breath. And then it happened, time froze, and in that fleeting moment, I understood the complexities of ours. He was not just a god of war, he was the embodiment of every conflict, every betrayal, every desire that simmered in the hearts of mortals. His darkness was seductive, a pull that could not be resisted. The battlefield morphed into a stage, and we were all actors in this tragic play, dancing to a rhythm older than time itself. I found myself lost in the whirlwind of emotions, the chaos reflecting the turmoil within me. Rage, sorrow, fear, each feeling pulsed through me like a heartbeat, relentless and consuming. I saw the battle unfolding, but I wasn't just a spectator, I was entwined in their stories, their struggles, feeling every thrust and parry as if they were my own. Callista's fierce determination, the way her body moved with fluid grace despite the horror around her, gripped me. And Lysander, his desperation, his love, a flame flickering in the wind, threatened to extinguish. The air crackled with the weight of unsaid words, the tension building to a breaking point. I could feel it, I could taste it. And then the moment shattered, splintering like glass underfoot, as Callista faced ours, and the darkness loomed ever larger, an all-consuming force that threatened to swallow us whole. In that space between breaths, I realized, this was not just war. This was life and death, passion and despair, love and vengeance, all colliding under the indifferent gaze of a god who thrived on chaos. I remember the night stretching out, vast and empty, the echoes of their struggle swirling around me like ghosts. I stood on the precipice of their fate, lost in the complexities of ours, where the lines between victory and defeat blurred, and the true battle raged not just in the field but in the hearts of those who dared to fight. It was a violent ballet, a dance of souls caught in the web of destiny, terrifying, beautiful, and endlessly haunting. The night was far from over, and I knew, as I watched them plunge deeper into this maelstrom, that this was only the beginning. The air is thick with tension, electric and heavy, as though every heartbeat could rattle the world. I remember standing there, at the edge of the marble fountain, the water spilling over in shimmering tendrils, like lovers caught in an endless embrace. The moon hung low, casting an eerie glow, illuminating the faces of those gathered, a congregation of hopes, fears, and fractured hearts. They whispered her name, the Aphrodite, each syllable a prayer, a plea, a desperate longing. Across the courtyard, she appeared, a vision clad in layers of silk that clung to her form, the essence of beauty itself. But there was darkness in her gaze, an undercurrent of anguish that danced just beneath the surface of her porcelain skin. My heart raced, pulsing in time with the thrumming of the world around us, every pulse a reminder of the desire that had brought us all here, together, in this moment of reckoning. And there he stood, Marcus, a warrior molded by the fires of battle, yet utterly undone by the tender threads of love that bound him to her. He had fought countless foes, but none so fierce as the tempest that raged in his chest. I watched him, his fists clenched, eyes fixed on Aphrodite, anguish twisting his handsome features into something almost unrecognizable. He was a man at war with himself, love and jealousy waging a relentless battle that threatened to consume him whole. "I cannot lose you," he murmured, his voice raw, the words clawing their way out like trapped birds. The sound echoed against the stone walls, reverberating through the silence that followed. I felt the weight of his fear, the suffocating reality that love can be as brutal as it is beautiful. Aphrodite turned, her expression unreadable, yet her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. "You cannot own what is free, Marcus," she breathed, and it felt like the world had frozen, the very air we all shared thickening with the pain of her truth. Love was not a chain, it was a breeze that slipped through fingers, leaving only whispers of warmth behind. I remember the laughter of the crowd fading into hushed whispers, every breath hanging heavy in the air, each heart beating widely in sync with the unfolding scene. In that moment, I was not just a spectator, I was tangled in their web of longing, a silent witness to the raw, primal yearning that transcended even the divine. Across the square, shadows danced in the corners, flickering like phantoms of the past, ghosts of lovers lost, whispers of hearts that had once dared to dream. I sensed them, the spirits of those who had loved fiercely and lost painfully, their memories locked into the very stones beneath my feet. They came alive in the stillness, reminding us all that though love can elevate, it can also devastate. Marcus took a step forward, moving as if propelled by some unseen force, his vulnerability laid bare. "You speak of freedom, but without you, I am a ship adrift. You are the anchor to my soul," he pleaded, each word a dagger that pierced the silence, each syllable dripping with desperation. "I cannot exist in a world where you are not mine." His confession hung there, a heavy weight that settled over the crowd like a shroud. I could taste the bitterness of unspoken truths, feel the pulse of regret wrapped around my heart. It was a painful beauty, the kind that leaves scars even as it seduces us. But as sunlight breaks through the darkest clouds, so too did hope shimmer in her eyes. "You must learn to love without possession. Allow me my wings, and I will return to you, time and time again," she said, each word laced with the promise of her heart. I felt the air shift, like the moment before a storm when everything is still and expectant, the ground trembling beneath us. Yet, it was Marcus's other self that emerged then, a storm of anger, jealousy, fear rage boiling within him. "Return? To whom? To what? You are a goddess, Aphrodite. You are meant for more than this mortal coil." His voice cracked, threatening to come undone, sounding like thunder against the stillness of her resolve. The fraying edges of their connection hung in the air like fragile threads, threatening to snap. And there, in that moment, I saw the truth of love, the paradox wrapped in a smile, the joy wrapped in heartache. This goddess, radiant and captivating, yet haunted by her very essence. Her beauty was not just light, it was shadow, it was isolation, it was the unbearable weight of endless desire. The crowd shifted, murmurs intertwining with the delicate sounds of water, each sound echoing the tumult of emotion swirling around us like a tempest. I remember, I whispered to myself, lost in the haunting echoes of their love, their pain. I remember the first time I saw you, I could feel the energy pulsing, a rhythm that drew me into their world, every heartbeat a testament to the rawness of human experience. And then, as if the universe held its breath, the confrontation reached its peak. Marcus, overwhelmed, took a step back, the shadows of doubt creeping in. What if love is not enough, he questioned, the words heavy, laden with the ache of a man who had seen too much, lost too much. What if I lose you? The question sliced through the air like lightning, illuminating the fragile threads binding them together. I felt the weight of it grip my heart, an icy fist that twisted, squeezing tight. In that electrifying moment, the air shifted. Aphrodite's expression softened, a flicker of understanding passing between them, an unspoken bond that transcended mere words. Love is never about losing, she said, her voice a delicate balm against the raw edge of his fear. It's about giving. About understanding. About allowing oneself to be vulnerable. As the stars blinked above us, I felt my own heart expand, pulse racing with the promise of their unfolding connection. Love can be terrifying, beautiful, and utterly consuming, and in that moment, the cosmos seemed to tilt, drawing them closer, entwining their fates like the very stars overhead. We were all caught in the throes of their emotion, the darkness and light weaving together, threads of hope and despair. I could sense the shadows lurking, ghosts of the past whispering their warnings, yet I yearned for the truth that lay before us. Every heartbeat echoed the unending struggle, the terrible, exquisite balance of love and loss, freedom and possession. I breathed in the intensity, the surreal beauty of it all, every heartbeat a reminder that life, like love, is a tapestry woven from shadows and light, each thread holding a story yet to be told. And so, the scene unfurled, a cauldron of longing, devotion, and despair, stirring the air thick with emotions, leaving us breathless, forever on the brink of what was to come. The tension, raw and palpable, radiated through the night, binding us all together in this beautiful, terrible dance that would never truly end. The air crackled around him, thick with anticipation, like the moment before a storm breaks, heavy with unspoken words and untold fears. Hermes, the swift-footed messenger, stood at the crossroads of life and death, where shadows whispered secrets and the moon hung low, a watchful eye cloaked in silver. His sandals, the very embodiment of speed, seemed to pulse with an energy that transcended mere mortals. But today, urgency was carved into his brow, and his heart, so often a steady drum, raced like a thief pursued by the night. I remember standing there, frozen in place, as if the earth itself held me captive. The chill of the evening wrapped around my shoulders like a shroud, and my breath hung in the air, ghostly and pale. My heart thudded against my ribs, an uninvited guest thrumming a discordant symphony. My eyes darted toward the river that wound like a serpent through the landscape, a dark mirror reflecting the tumult of my thoughts. It was here, at this very edge, that I first met Elara, a soul caught between worlds, her presence both haunting and beautiful, like the last flicker of a dying candle. Elara, I whispered, the name tasting like ash on my tongue. She had a light that flickered, a warmth that bled through her transparent skin. But that warmth was fading, and desperation clawed at my insides. She was a ghost tethered to this realm, a shivering whisper of who she once was. Her eyes, once vibrant, now shimmered with the sheen of distant stars, burdened by the weight of memories best left untouched. I can't go back, she murmured, her voice a fragile thread, pulling taut between life and death. Not yet. There's something I must do. Someone I must find. Her gaze drifted past me, into the thick shadows that loomed like specters waiting for a chance to claim their due. And there was Aidan, standing behind me, the chasm of loss etched deep into his features. He was a man who had once laughed easily, whose joy had been boundless, now hollowed out by grief. The death of his sister had carved him into a shell, one that echoed with the sound of her absence. I could see the storm brewing in his eyes, a tempest of anger and sorrow, churning with the weight of unresolved questions. You can't help her, he spat, anger clashing with a desperate tenderness. Let her go, Hermes. She's not yours to save. But how could I let her slip through my fingers? She was a thread in the tapestry of my existence, woven with moments that felt like eternity. I remember chasing whispers of divine messages, carrying the weight of souls on my shoulders as I traversed realms unseen. But this was personal. Elara was more than a fleeting spirit. She was the echo of a world where laughter had once flourished, where dreams didn't die beneath the weight of despair. "You don't understand," I shouted, my voice tearing through the silence, sharp and raw. "I can't abandon her. Not like this." The energy crackled again, a conduit of the cosmos churning with untapped potential, and I felt it coursing through me, a ribbon of fate tightly wound. With every word, I could feel the universe shift, as if the very stars held their breath, waiting for a decision to crystallize in the void. Elara's gaze turned toward Aidan, and for a moment, the air thickened with unspoken words. She reached for him, her fingers trembling, a ghost yearning to touch the living. "You have to forgive me," she whispered, and her voice broke, a shard of glass cutting through the stillness. "I didn't mean to leave you. I thought I could protect you." But what did she know of protection? I remembered how the world was spinning out of control, disease, betrayal, the weight of promises made in a haze of confidence. The specter of pestilence loomed, a grim reminder that life was fleeting, and those we loved could vanish like smoke in the wind. Aidan's lips tightened, and his fists clenched, a storm of emotions brewing within him, a tempest yearning for release. "I can't lose you again," he rasped, and the anguish in his voice struck like lightning, illuminating the darkness that surrounded us. "Please, don't ask this of me." Aidan's heart was a battlefield, torn between love and the instinct to survive, and I could feel the pulse of his pain echoing through the air. I stepped closer to Elara, the weight of her presence a bittersweet burden, the taste of longing bittersweet on my tongue. "You can find peace," I implored, my voice tinged with urgency. "Let me guide you. Let me carry your message to the other side." But as the words left my lips, I felt the shift of fate, the delicate balance teetering dangerously on the edge of the void. Her eyes shimmered, tears glistening in the dim light, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I could see the flicker of hope. "Will you remember me?" she asked, and with that question, the world around us narrowed down to a single, unbearable truth. Aidan's breath caught, the words he held choking him, and I sensed the tremors of unspoken affection crackling between them. A ghost, yet still so vividly alive. "You're never just a memory," I said, the enormity of the moment cascading over us like a wave. "You are the echoes of laughter, the warmth of a shared embrace. You are a part of him as much as he is a part of you." But the darkness whispered, the shadows shifting as if they were alive, hungry to claim what was theirs. "Time is running out." I felt it in my bones as the cosmos wheeled around us, the pull of destiny urging us toward the precipice. Elara's hand fell, and I could sense the choice being made, between the past and the promise of an uncertain future. "I remember," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody, a lullaby of what once was, and the night wrapped around us tighter, an embrace both comforting and chilling. And then, everything swirled into chaos, the air alive with tension, a clash of wills and spirits, and I knew that soon, the choice would be laid bare before us. Aidan's heart beat like a war drum, and Elara's light flickered precariously, caught in the crossfire of love and loss, while I stood, the weight of their intertwined fates resting squarely upon my shoulders. In that moment, I felt time fracture, every heartbeat a countdown, leading us toward an inevitable confrontation that would reverberate through eternity. The air crackled, heavy with the scent of crushed grapes and something darker, something that whispered of ecstasy and despair. I stood at the threshold of the festival, the laughter and screams mingling like spirits rising from a charred earth. Under the haunting glow of the moon, I could feel it, the pulse of the crowd, the heartbeat of chaos. Dionysus was here, weaving through the throngs like smoke, seductive and dangerous, a god cloaked in riddles and wine-stained revelry. Anna was my anchor, a flickering flame in the swirling night. Her eyes, bright and wild, mirrored the chaos around us, but inside, she was a tempest, a heart wrapped in barbed wire. "We shouldn't be here," she said, voice trembling, half a plea, half a challenge. I could see the shadows flickering behind her, phantoms of her past clawing at her resolve, but tonight, with the wine flowing like blood, shadows morphed into possibilities. The night was a canvas, splashed with every color of desire and regret. But there was also Marcus, ever the eternal skeptic, standing with his arms crossed, brow furrowed in disbelief. He was the voice of reason, the tether to reality, but in this moment, he was a fortress with walls of iron, blocking out the intoxicating lure of Dionysian freedom. "You're chasing a fantasy," he spat, words sharp enough to cut through the laughter. His fear was palpable, an electric energy that seeped into my bones. I remember the moment I took a step forward, drawn by the siren call of the back chai, the women dancing like flames, their bodies twisting under the moonlight. I was caught in a riptide of desire and dread, each beat of the drum synchronized with the rhythm of my blood. The line between pleasure and pain blurred, and I could hear the distant laughter of Dionysus, a haunting melody that beckoned me closer. "Anna," I whispered, reaching out for her hand, but she recoiled as if I were fire. "Don't do this," she warned, her voice a broken record, repeating through the cacophony. Yet her eyes betrayed her, they flickered with something deeper, a yearning that danced just beneath the surface. "You don't understand what's at stake." And in that moment, I did. I felt the weight of ancient curses and blessings, the duality of intoxication that Dionysus offered. The god was a mirror, reflecting our truths back at us, both beautiful and grotesque. I could see our collective hearts laid bare, fractured memories, dreams long extinguished, and desires that dripped like honey. I remembered nights spent in silence, the mundane ache of existence, and I recoiled at the thought of returning to that, where the only wine was bitter regret. The crowd surged forward, a living wave of limbs and laughter, and they were all under the thrall of Dionysus. I could hear them chanting, feel their breaths mingling in the night. "Join us! Join us!" There was a sweetness in the air, ripe with the promise of liberation, and it shivered through me, igniting every nerve ending, every buried longing. "Marcus!" I called, but he was lost in his fortress, the walls growing taller, his skepticism a shield against the wildness that beckoned. "Let go!" I urged, a desperate plea, but the shadows of his fears loomed large, suffocating. "Do you want to be a part of this madness?" he shot back, and I could see the truth in his eyes, the horror of losing oneself. But what if losing was the point? What if the madness was the only way to feel alive? I felt the urgency swell in my chest, tears threatening to spill as I realized the choice laid before us could either shatter us or set us free. Anna's breath hitched, and in that split second, I saw her heart crack open. "We can't let him win," she said, so quietly I almost missed it beneath the revelry. I could feel her fear and defiance wrapped in the same pulse. If we give in, we lose ourselves forever. But the truth was, we were already lost, each of us clutching our own ghosts, hiding behind masks we'd crafted over lifetimes. The music swelled, a siren song that pulsed through my veins like wine igniting fire. I felt the urge to break free, to dance, to scream, to become one with the chaos, to let Dionysus sweep me away. I watched as people surrendered, spinning and twirling in a frenzy of ecstasy, losing their boundaries, their identities, becoming something more than themselves, something divine. "Look!" I cried, pointing toward the back chai, their laughter a siren's call pulling me in. The energy was electric, an unspoken understanding lacing through the crowd. Here lay freedom, an escape from the weight of the world. The moon hung high, a voyeur to our unveiling, bathing the scene in silver, a cosmic witness to our humanity unraveling. But Marcus remained, steadfast, a lighthouse in the storm, anchored by his fear. "This isn't freedom, it's a facade," he shouted, but the words were lost. The back chai danced on, and with them, the chance to experience something raw and real, a moment unfettered by consequence. "Come with me." I beckoned, desperation clawing at my throat, but he turned away, retreating into his fortress as if it could save him. Anna looked at me, a flicker of understanding passing between us. "What if we face it together?" she whispered, and in that moment, something changed. The shadows that had haunted us began to lose their grip, the fear that had once paralyzed us trembled. I reached for her, our hands intertwining in a silent pact. And then, with the world spinning, I stepped into the fray, the rhythm of the earth beneath my feet, and allowed myself to be swept into the embrace of Dionysus. The dance was tumultuous, a whirlwind of laughter and screams, of joy and heartbreak, an ecstatic release. Each moment felt like eternity, a tapestry woven with threads of our fears and desires, the very essence of what it means to be human laid bare. As we twirled, I could feel the weight of the world slipping away, the laughter ringing like bells as if to herald a new dawn. Yet, in the back of my mind, the spectre of Marcus lingered, his haunting presence a reminder that the revelry could not last forever. Would we emerge from this night transformed, or would we be mere echoes of ourselves, shadows of the choices left unmade? The night stretched on, a cascade of sensations, and with each heartbeat, I felt the intoxicating pull of oblivion and ecstasy. Dionysus was both a curse and a blessing, the god who offered liberation but demanded our souls in return. I could feel the crackle of fate in the air, a tension that built like a storm, taunting, teasing, and I knew this was only the beginning, the climax waiting to explode into the dawn, promising neither resolution nor reprieve, but an endless cycle of desire, loss, and the haunting pull of ecstasy. The clang of metal against metal rang out like a death knell in the cavernous forge, a cacophony that echoed through the darkness, reverberating against my very bones. I stood frozen, breath caught in my throat, as flames danced with a life of their own, flickering shadows that whispered secrets and sins. The air hung thick with ash and the acrid tang of heated iron, memories of creation and destruction swirling around me like ghosts in this hellish sanctuary. Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, a titan cloaked in agony and brilliance, was at the heart of it all. Yet, it was not his hands that trembled as he wielded the hammer, but the hearts of those who dared to watch. I remember the look on his face, intense, focused, yet marred by an unshakable sorrow. He was a craftsman of divine metal, sculpting weapons of war and beauty alike, but in that moment, he was as fragile as the glass he shaped, a battle between brilliance and despair. Beside him, a figure emerged from the shadows, a woman with fiery hair cascading like a river of molten lava. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, stood torn between passion and duty. Her heart pulsed with a rhythm of longing, yet her eyes betrayed fear, a flash of uncertainty that flickered like the flames around us. Could love be forged in the same fire that burned ambition? Could desire withstand the weight of the gods' cruel games? I remember, as she whispered, the words slipping like smoke through her lips. I remember what it was to feel alive, to burn with desire for you, Hephaestus. But her confession was a knife, sharp, beautiful, and capable of inflicting wounds that would never heal. Hephaestus's grip on the hammer faltered, the fiery inferno reflecting the tempest within him. The flames roared, an echo of his heart, each strike resonating with the painful truth, he was bound to the forge, while she was a muse that danced just out of reach. In that moment, I felt the weight of their pain, the chasm between creation and destruction, love and duty. The air crackled with tension, a palpable reminder of the fracture in their godly existence. I wanted to scream, to unleash the words trapped within me, but all I could do was bear witness to this raw, unfiltered emotion. Why must you hide behind this forge? Aphrodite's voice rose, a blend of sorrow and anger, as if she could reach through the flames and grasp his heart. You can create wonders, yet you refuse to forge your own happiness. Hephaestus turned, fury and vulnerability flashing across his rugged features. And what of you, my love? You flit between hearts like a moth drawn to light, yet here I am, alone, crafting destinies while yours ignites in the arms of others. The truth hung heavy, a weight pressing down on us all. I could feel the air shift, the tension thickening like smoke curling through a darkened room. Each word was a hammer striking an anvil, shaping their fate into one of immeasurable pain. Each heartbeat echoed the truth of their existence, a god of craftsmanship and a goddess of love, forever entwined yet separated by the fires of their choices. I remember the shadows creeping up the walls, the darkness whispering of betrayal and unrequited love. It was then that I saw him, a figure cloaked in uncertainty, standing silently in the doorway. A mortal, yet somehow intertwined in their divine conflict. His eyes, deep pools of sorrow, reflected a longing that transcended time. I am nothing but a spark in your grand designs, he murmured, his voice barely rising above the din of the forge. The world is a canvas you paint, yet I am but a brushstroke, a breath of wind lost in your flames. Hephaestus turned sharply, the hammer still poised above the molten metal, caught between fury and empathy. You dare to step into our existence with your fragile dreams? You think your longing compares to the weight of gods? but the mortal met his gaze, unyielding. I have tasted your fire, felt the heat of your creations. In your shadows, I found my truth. You are not alone, Hephaestus. You never were. Aphrodite stepped back, her heart racing, caught in a web of desire and duty. She was a goddess, yet here stood a mortal with the courage to stand against the gods, to declare his love, to lay bare his soul like an open book. I could sense the shift, the flames around us flickering, as if the universe itself held its breath. I remember, she whispered again, her voice trembling, the night you forged my heart into a necklace, the way the fire danced, how it mirrored the chaos within us. What if we could find a way to forge a new path? One where love is not a burden, but a creation. The question hung in the air, a fragile hope amidst the chaos. Hephaestus's eyes flickered with uncertainty, a spark of something, fear, perhaps. The flames roared louder, fueled by doubt and desire, threatening to consume everything in their embrace. The mortal stepped forward, his voice unwavering. We are the architects of our fate. Let us forge a new reality together, where love intertwines with craftsmanship, where we are not defined by our wounds but by our creations. I felt the tension crackle, a raw energy coursing through the forge, igniting something deep within. Could they rise from the ashes of their past? Would they dare to reshape their destinies, to dance in the fire instead of cower behind the walls of their pain? And in that moment, as the question echoed in the dark, I knew this was only the beginning. The forge still burned, the hammer still struck, and there was no conclusion, only a cycle of creation and destruction, a loop of emotion that would hold them captive in its fiery embrace. I stood at the precipice of their destiny, my heart pounding, breathless, waiting for the next strike, the next confession. Time hung suspended, each second a promise of what was yet to come. The flames whispered, shadows danced, and the forge became the crucible of their souls, a place where love could be reborn or consumed entirely. The story was far from over, it was merely igniting, the heat rising like a phoenix from the ashes. I remember the silence, thick and suffocating, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The moon hung low, a pale eye watching over a crumbling theatre, its once grand facade now a mere silhouette against the indigo sky. Shadows danced in the corners, whispering secrets to those brave enough to listen. Beneath that silence, a thrum of chaos pulsed through the air, electric and vibrant, like the beating heart of a dying star. This was the night the muses would awaken. I stood, heart racing, my fingers trembling as I clutched a worn notebook, the pages stained with ink and tears. Memories flooded in, flickering like candlelight, a childhood spent scribbling wild dreams in the margins of schoolbooks, the thrill of creation sparking within me. But that night, inspiration felt like a distant memory, buried under the weight of doubt and fear. I needed her, Clio, the muse of history, to guide me through my own labyrinth of self-loathing. I could feel her presence, a ghostly whisper tickling the nape of my neck, urging me to remember. Across the stage, I saw him, Daniel, my closest friend, a tortured artist with laughter that could break the heaviest of silences. But even his laughter felt forced tonight, as he stood with paint-splattered hands, staring at an empty canvas that loomed like a judgment. I saw the flickers of anguish in his eyes, the way he clenched his jaw as if holding back a tide of despair. He sought to capture the essence of something profound, yet the white space mocked him, a blank abyss reflecting all his fears. "Where are they?" he muttered, the words barely escaping his lips, laced with desperation. The muses, once vibrant and alive, seemed to have abandoned us, retreating into the shadows of our insecurities. I wanted to scream, to shake him until he remembered that art was not a destination but a journey, a chaotic, beautiful mess. But instead, I just stood there, frozen, feeling the pull of my own insecurities like chains around my ankles. "Daniel," I whispered, my voice trembling, "you have to let them in. Let the chaos breathe." But even as I said it, doubt crept into my heart. What did I know of chaos? I was a prisoner of my own fears, the specter of failure looming over me like a dark cloud. And then, with a crack like thunder, the room shuddered. The air thickened, charged with a presence that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. I looked toward the back of the theater, where the shadows coalesced, twisting and writhing until forms began to take shape, 12 figures, luminous and otherworldly, stepping forth from the depths of forgotten dreams. The Muses, each of them an embodiment of creativity, desire, and unrelenting inspiration. I could hardly breathe, my chest tight with a mix of anxiety and hope. Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, her voice like the haunting strains of a forgotten lullaby. Clio, with her whirlwind of history, the pages of time dancing at her fingertips. Erato, draped in roses, her gaze igniting the embers of romance. They were here, and yet, a part of me trembled at their arrival. What price would we pay for their inspiration? The Muses brought gifts, yes, but also burdens, the weight of expectation pressing down on our souls. Why do you linger in the shadows? Calliope's voice cut through the silence, sharp yet soft, an invitation wrapped in challenge. You seek our gifts, yet you fear the cost. Daniel's eyes widened, flickering with a mix of hope and terror. The empty canvas behind him seemed to pulse, alive with unspoken potential. I've lost my way, he confessed, the vulnerability in his voice disarming. What if I can't find it again? Erato stepped closer, her gaze piercing through his doubts. Art thrives in vulnerability, dear boy. Let it bleed, let it break. She raised her hand, and suddenly, wildflowers erupted from the ground, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling around us, vivid and intoxicating. Only in the chaos can you find the beauty. I felt the pull of her words deep within me, echoing through the hollow spaces of my heart. My own fears, like icy tendrils, tightened their grip. Was I ready to confront my inner demons? To allow the Muses to strip me bare? I could almost hear my own thoughts screaming, what if you fail? What if you're not enough? But as I stood there, the shadows began to shift. The Muses, ethereal and fierce, beckoned us closer, their laughter like silver bells chiming through the night. You are not alone, Clio whispered, her presence wrapping around me like a warm embrace. You are part of the tapestry of creation. You are flawed, and that is what makes you beautiful. The theater trembled again, vibrating with an energy so palpable I could feel it in my bones. Daniel stepped forward, his hand shaking as he dipped his brush into paint, the color igniting with a fervor I hadn't seen in him for ages. I will let it bleed, he breathed, his voice firm with resolve. I will let it all out. As he painted, I felt a stirring within me, the energy of the Muses surging like a tidal wave, crashing through barriers I had long erected. I grabbed my notebook, frantically scribbling words, letting memory spill onto the page, raw and unfiltered. I remember the laughter of my childhood, the ache of first love, the heartbreak of loss. I remembered the nights spent under starlit skies, wondering about the cosmos, dreaming of what could be. The Muses swirled around us, their energies intertwining, creating a tapestry of inspiration that ignited our souls. The theater transformed, no longer a mere building but a sanctuary of creativity, our fears, our desires, all woven together in a glorious chaos that stretched beyond time. And then, we were lost in the art, the music, the poetry flowing like rivers of light, transcending the boundaries of our existence. I felt the rhythm of our hearts sink, the pulse of creation echoing through the darkness. The Muses danced around us, their laughter a haunting melody, and I realized, in that moment, we were not just artists seeking inspiration. We were the Muses, the creators and the created, forever entwined in this cosmic dance of chaos and beauty. Time seemed to dissolve, each heartbeat pulling us deeper into the abyss of our dreams, where fear and hope coalesced into a swirling tempest. The night stretched on, a tapestry woven from our souls, a promise whispered to the stars. And as the final brushstroke landed, as the last word was written, I knew we were on the edge of something monumental, teetering between creation and destruction, a fragile balance that danced like fire in the night. I remembered the silence, once again, but now it was filled with the echoes of our unleashed spirits. The Muses were within us, and the night had only just begun. The air crackled with anticipation as thunder rolled ominously across the darkened sky. Lightning slashed through the heavens, illuminating the faces of the desperate multitude standing at the foot of Olympus, their eyes wide with fear and longing. I remember feeling it, the weight of their hopes, the breath of their dreams caught in their throats, choking on the sharp edge of despair. They were waiting, hearts pounding like war drums, for a savior to break through the clouds. But heroes, oh, heroes are rarely what we envision. And there he was, Hercules, muscles rippling under a skin glistening with sweat and dirt, as if forged from the very earth he was destined to protect. But the glimmer of glory was dimmed by shadows lurking in his soul, demons of doubt that festered in the corners of his heart. I remember watching him, that moment frozen in time, poised on the precipice of greatness and madness. Would he rise, a beacon of hope, or fall, a mere mortal lost in the chaos of his past? "Do you hear them?" he whispered, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through the ground, echoing with the agony of those who had dared to believe in him. "They shout for a hero, but I am just a man." And in that confession, I felt the earth tremble. Hercules was a lion torn between the cage of expectations and the freedom of his own flaws. I felt his anguish seep into my veins, heavy like lead, a reminder of the weight of destiny. Nearby, Atalanta, fierce and untamed, stood resolute yet trembling, a wildflower amidst a field of thorns. The storm raged on, but her heart raced for a different reason. Love, that treacherous spectre, haunted her. She was a huntress, a warrior, but behind that fierce exterior lay a heart that craved connection yet feared it. I remember when she first drew back her bow, the tension in her muscles like a taut string ready to snap. "I will not be another trophy," she declared, eyes blazing with defiance. But the truth was woven into her words. She longed to be seen, not just for her prowess but for her spirit. As she faced the thunderstorm, her heartbeat synchronized with the clash of nature's fury. Each flash of lightning seemed to cast shadows on her past, memories of betrayal and loss swirling around her like phantoms. The world shouted her name, but would they still cheer if they knew the truth? The weight of her solitude pressed down on her. Was it strength, or a prison of her own making? And then there was Achilles, his presence like a tempest, a man forged of rage and sorrow. His eyes, pools of fire, blazed with the memories of the fallen, the ones who had loved him and suffered for it. I felt his pain resonate in my bones, the loss of Patroclus clawing at him, a ghost that lingered, whispering accusations in the dead of night. I was meant for greatness, he seethed, rage boiling beneath the surface, a volcano ready to erupt. But what is greatness without those we love? What is glory in a world that forgets the names of the fallen? In this moment, the storm roared, the universe itself bearing witness to their struggles. The cries for heroes became a symphony of anguish and hope, a song that echoed through the ages. I could almost hear the whispers of the cosmos, urging them to confront their fears, their regrets, and the shadows that loomed large in their hearts. But beneath the intensity, it was the mundane that connected them. Every heartbeat echoed a shared humanity. Hercules' laughter, rough and unpolished, reminded me of awkward moments in my own life, clumsy attempts at heroism that left me feeling small. Atalanta's fierce independence was a mirror reflecting the fear that held me back from love, the way we all run from vulnerability, clutching our armor like a shield. And Achilles, oh Achilles, his pain was every heartbreak, every moment of doubt that burrowed deep into our souls, reminding us of the fragility of existence. With each pulse of thunder, reality twisted, memories blended. I remember seeing them, standing alone amidst the chaos, grappling with their destinies, almost as if time had frozen, as if they were caught between the past and the future. "You are not alone," I wanted to shout, but my voice was lost in the wind, swallowed by the storm. A sudden flash illuminated the horizon, and in that moment, they caught each other's eyes, a spark, a recognition of shared struggle, of burden and glory intertwined. The storm howled, but in the midst of that chaos, there was a pulse, a heartbeat that unified them, fear and strength colliding, dreams whispering secrets of what could be. The air thickened with tension, a fragile silence before the inevitable storm, as they took their first steps toward each other, toward a confrontation that would redefine them. I felt a rush of hope, the kind that tingles on the edge of despair, and I yearned to scream, to warn them of the impending clash, the reckoning that awaited. But then, darkness. An all-consuming void, the kind that silences the loudest cries and echoes in the deepest corners of the heart. Their stories weren't merely tales of courage and glory, they were a symphony of sorrow, a dance with despair, and a celebration of resilience. The storm raged on, relentless, yet within its fury, a flicker of light shone, an ember of possibility that glowed in the darkness, a reminder that even amidst the chaos, heroes are born. So, as the skies rumbled and the echoes of their struggles reverberated through the air, I could only watch, breathless and awestruck, as they stood on the brink of something monumental. I remember feeling then, in that raw moment, that the true battle was not against gods, monsters, or fate itself, but against the very essence of what it means to be human, lost, flawed, yet undeniably alive. And with that realization, I was drawn deeper into their plight, caught in a web of emotion that promised no easy answers, only the haunting thrill of what lay ahead. The silence is a scream. It reverberates through the damp, dark cave, wrapping itself around Perseus like a suffocating shroud. His heart pounds, each thud a reminder of time slipping away, tick-tock, tick-tock, as the flicker of his torch casts grotesque shadows on the jagged walls. He's never felt more alive, or more terrified. He grips the hilt of his sword, knuckles white, breath hitching in his throat like a child caught stealing sweets. Medusa, he whispers, the name falling from his lips like a curse, a prayer, a death sentence. But in this darkness, a deeper truth lies: fear is a living thing, and today, it has tailgated him into the abyss. Standing beside him, his mother, Danae, huddles in the shadows, a ghost of the vibrant woman she once was. Once a princess, now a prisoner of fate, the weight of her dreams crushed beneath the cruel heel of reality. Her eyes shimmer, not with tears, but with the glint of steel, determination wrapped in despair. "You can't turn back now, Perseus," she urges, voice a fragile thread in the cavernous void. "You fight for more than glory. You fight for us." A flicker of doubt dances in his chest, a worm gnawing, but he swallows hard, biting back the salty taste of fear. "I remember your laughter," he says, voice cracking like a fragile record. The way it filled the air like music. "I can't let that memory die." The cave breathes, heavy with the stench of decay and despair. Every heartbeat echoes in his ears, mingling with the distant hiss of serpents. He knows what lies ahead, a being so monstrous that the very thought of her can petrify flesh and shatter souls. Medusa, the woman cursed to be a monster, once a beauty, now a horror, her gaze capable of turning the bravest warrior into stone. "Just breathe," Danae whispers, but her words are a ghost, a wisp of smoke in the suffocating darkness. He knows she fears for him, but what does she know of fear? Has she felt the cold grip of impending doom wrapping around her heart, squeezing tighter until the world fades into an unforgiving void? "Mom," he cries, desperation clawing at his throat, "what if I can't do this? What if I'm not brave enough?" "Bravery is not the absence of fear," she says, stepping closer, her warmth a fleeting comfort. "It's the choice to face it, even when shadows loom." He nods, but inside, a tempest rages. He wants to be her hero, but what if he falters? What if his hands tremble and his sword falters? What if the very act of facing her turns him into a reflection of the horror he seeks to conquer? Time stretches, a taut string ready to snap, and the darkness thrums with the anticipation of an imminent clash. The cave itself seems to hold its breath, a hushed audience waiting for the climax. Perseus draws in a sharp breath, the bitterness of the air mixing with the metallic tang of fear. With one last glance at Danae, he steels himself, turning toward the mouth of the cavern, where the shadows twist and contort like memories lost to time. Each step is a heartbeat. Each heartbeat a heartbeat closer to the monster. The cavern opens into a vast chamber, a graveyard where light dare not tread. There, in the center, lies Medusa, coiled and poised, a tapestry of serpents writhed around her head, hissing and writhing like the souls of the damned. Perseus's breath catches, the sight wrenching his gut. She is beautiful, no, once was, her features still hauntingly divine beneath the veil of monstrosity. Eyes glint with malice, and for a moment, he sees the flicker of a past life, a soft smile that could have warmed even the coldest of hearts. But that warmth is lost to the darkness now, and all that remains is the echo of despair, an endless void where hope should be. "I am not here to kill you," he shouts, the words erupting from him like a dam breaking. "I'm here to free you." Laughter, cruel and twisted, fills the air, a cacophony that sends shivers crawling down his spine. "Free me." Medusa's voice is a haunting melody, sorrow intertwined with rage. "You think you can save me from this? From what I have become? "I have to try," he replies, and there's a flicker of something in her eyes, a spark of the woman she once was. But in an instant, the cold mask of rage returns, and he feels the weight of the world suffocating him. "Then let's dance with death," she hisses, the serpents writhing in a frenzy, ready to strike. In that moment, everything becomes a blur, flesh and steel, fear and fury. The sword glints as it catches the faintest light, a silver thread woven into the fabric of fate. He swings, heart racing, and time stretches, a cruel trickster, as he remembers the stories told by flickering flames. Heroes and monsters, endings and beginnings. But this is his story, and he is neither hero nor villain. He is a son, a man, a boy caught in the maw of destiny, where monsters are born from dreams and nightmares intertwine. With every strike, every breath, he dances on the edge of oblivion, and somewhere in the chaos, he hears his mother's voice, echoing in the void, reminding him of love and loss. The world narrows to this, the clash of steel, the serpent's hisses, the thud of his heart in his chest. Time stands still. He lunges forward, the air thick with tension, and as the blade meets flesh, he realizes this fight is not just against Medusa, it's against the darkness that lurks, waiting to claim his very soul. His memories swirl, fragmented, like stars in a night sky. He remembers laughter, warmth, the taste of sunshine on his skin. He remembers who he is beneath all this, the boy who dreamed of heroes, who wanted to save the world, who wants to save his mother. No conclusions, no resolutions, only this moment, suspended in time, where fear and hope collide, swords clash, and the very essence of being throbs with the pulse of existence. Somewhere, in the distance, the cosmos watches, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, for the dance to continue. The air was thick, almost suffocating, as I stood at the edge of the clearing, the moon hanging low like a bloated eye, its light casting jagged shadows that danced around me. In the gloom, I could hear the whispers of the trees, their branches swaying like skeletal fingers. Was it the wind, or were they murmuring my name? Hercules. A name once filled with grandeur now echoed like a curse. I remember the day I became a monster. The world was painted in shades of crimson that day, the screams of the innocent ringing in my ears. Had it really been my hand that brought such destruction? I stood there, frozen, the weight of my own fury carving a pit deep within my chest. The faces of my family, twisted in fear, haunted me like specters. It was then that my heart became a battlefield, torn between the man I was and the beast I'd unleashed. And in my desperation, I sought redemption, 12 labors, 12 trials, each more grotesque than the last. I clutched my bow, it would slick with sweat, as I turned to face my first opponent, the Nemean lion. Its roar was a low, terrifying growl that rumbled through the forest, shaking the very ground beneath my feet. I could feel my heart pounding, each beat a drum that echoed the fear in my gut. Then there was Atalanta, fierce and unyielding, her eyes alight with the fire of unquenchable fury. She had her own demons, those haunting memories of battles lost, friends betrayed. She was a sister of arms, and yet, amidst the chaos, there was something tender in her voice as she whispered encouragement, her breath mingling with the damp earth. "You are not a monster, Hercules. You must find the man you once were." But what if he was lost forever? I remember the first moment I met the lion, the air crackling with tension as I stepped forward, the smell of blood and fear wrapping around me like a shroud. I could see the creature's golden hide glistening beneath the moonlight, an impenetrable fortress of fur. Every instinct screamed for me to flee, but the memory of my family's screams echoed louder. I charged, heart racing. The battle was primal, a clash of sinew and fury, a grotesque dance of life and death under the watchful gaze of the cosmos. As I fought, I felt the weight of the world pressing down upon me, an unbearable gravity of guilt. Each blow I struck was laced with regret, each roar from the lion echoed my own struggles within. I felt alive, and yet, I was already dead, a ghost in my own skin. Atalanta shouted from the sidelines, her voice slicing through the chaos like a sword through flesh. "Strike true! Find your aim, Hercules!" But how could I? The very essence of my being was tangled in guilt, my heart a cacophony of anguish. The lion, a fierce embodiment of my rage, lunged forward, and in that moment, I saw it, the reflection of my own torment in its eyes. With one final blow, I felled the beast. The ground shook beneath me, the sound of its body hitting the earth echoing like a death knell, a final reminder of the monster I could become. As I knelt there, my hand stained with blood, I felt the chill of night wrapping around my shoulders. Victory tasted bitter, its sweetness choked by the loss of innocence. I looked at Atalanta, her fierce eye softened by the shadows. Is this what I am now? A killer? I felt the raw edge of despair slice through me, an emotional wound that would never truly heal. She stepped forward, placing a hand on my shoulder, grounding me in a reality I barely recognized. You are more than this moment. You can rise above your scars, Hercules. Redemption is not a path without pain. But perhaps redemption was a cruel joke, just more labor for a man who already bore the weight of the world. The sky shifted, clouds rolling in as if to mock my decision, the stars winking out one by one. Each labor felt like a descent into darkness, a labyrinth of trials that never seemed to end. The second labor, the Lernaean Hydra, was a true test of will. Each head I severed would only sprout two in its place, an endless cycle of violence that mirrored my own struggles with guilt and rage. I remember the taste of fear in my mouth, the sickening realization that with every swing of my sword, I was not just fighting a monster, I was battling my inner demons. Atalanta was by my side, her fierce spirit igniting my resolve. We will not let this monster define us. We fight together. Her words coursed through me like fire, igniting a spark of hope even amidst the chaos. And then there was the moment of betrayal. As I faced the Stymphalian birds, the metallic sound of their wings cut through the air, a reminder that danger lurked in every shadow. I felt a surge of anger, a rage so potent I could taste it. But in that moment, I also felt the warmth of Atalanta's hand in mine, grounding me, reminding me of the humanity I fought for. They are not just monsters, Hercules. They are afraid, like us. And how could I forget the Cyrenian hind? The gentle creature, golden and ethereal, a symbol of beauty amidst my turmoil. I chased it through the woods, my heart pounding with desperation. I wanted to capture its grace, to hold on to something pure amidst the chaos of my existence. But with every step, I felt the weight of my actions, the burden of my labors. I remember, I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like a forgotten prayer. Each labor was a slice of my soul, a raw testament to my struggle for redemption. The battles were fierce, but it was the emotional scars that cut the deepest. I watched as Atalanta faced her own demons, her laughter a mask for the pain she carried, a reminder that we were both broken, both searching for a way home. But home was a distant memory, an echo of laughter lost in time. The world around me became an endless cycle of trials, each labor a reminder of the monster lurking within, waiting for the right moment to strike. The darkness whispered my name, tempting me to surrender, to embrace the chaos. Yet amidst the shadows, Atalanta stood resolute, her spirit a beacon of light in a world painted with despair. As I faced the final labor, the moment of truth loomed before me like a dark cloud. I felt the weight of my past pressing down, a reminder that redemption was an illusion, an endless maze with no way out. And yet, in the midst of it all, there was a flicker of hope, a promise that perhaps, just perhaps, I could find my way back to the man I once was. The moon hung heavy in the night sky, a witness to my struggle, as I grasped the bow once more, ready to face the beast that awaited me. I could hear Atalanta's voice in the distance, a steady anchor amidst the storm. You are not alone, Hercules. Fight for the man you want to be. With a deep breath, I stepped forward into the abyss, the darkness welcoming me like an old friend. My heart raced, each beat a reminder of the battles fought and the victories earned. And as I prepared to face my final labor, I realized that redemption was not a destination but a journey, a path filled with pain, but also one of courage, healing, and the fierce power of love. With that, I charged into the shadows, ready to confront the darkness that awaited me, knowing that each step brought me closer to the light. Cold sweat dripped from Theseus's brow as the stench of fear coiled around him like a serpent. The labyrinth loomed ahead, its dark mouth swallowing light and hope in one ravenous gulp. He could hear the distant echoes of his own heart thrumming against his ribs, a primal drumbeat that matched the frantic rhythm of his thoughts. The very air crackled with anticipation, a terrible, electric longing that made him want to turn back, to flee from the shadow of what he must face. But he couldn't. Not now. Not when lives hung in the balance, when his own destiny intertwined with the fate of a city that had yet to believe in him. A soft whimper broke through the oppressive silence. It was a sound that could shatter boulders, that could melt the stony hearts of gods. Ariadne, her eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears, clutched a ball of thread in her trembling hands. "Theseus, please," her voice was a fragile whisper, caught somewhere between hope and despair. The thread was a lifeline, a sliver of salvation in the face of death. "You don't have to do this." But she didn't understand. Each word she spoke was a dagger to his heart, one that twisted and turned, leaving him gasping for the breath of courage. He could feel the weight of her love, heavy and suffocating, like a shroud. "I have to," he said, forcing the words past the tightness in his throat. "For you. For Athens. For all of us." The resolve in his voice was a fragile veneer, but he held on, determined not to shatter under the pressure. Ariadne took a step forward, the space between them crackling with a tension that felt eternal. But at what cost? Her fingers brushed against his skin, igniting something deep within him, a flicker of warmth in this chilling moment. "You're not just a hero, you're a man, Theseus. A man who can bleed. A man who can fall." The shadow shivered, and in that moment, he felt the weight of her doubt, heavy as iron chains. He looked away, towards the gaping maw of the labyrinth, the ominous darkness swallowing the last remnants of light. It was a beast crafted from nightmares, a winding maze that promised both glory and doom. Somewhere inside, the Minotaur roamed, a creature born of blood and sorrow, a twisted reflection of everything Theseus feared. He shuddered, remembering the stories whispered in taverns, the tales of those who had entered the labyrinth and never returned. They were trapped in a haunting silence, ghosts of ambition, echoing in the minds of the living. "I remember," he murmured, clenching his fists. "I remember the tales of heroes who faced their demons and emerged victorious. I remember the triumph, the blood, the sweat. But I also remember their pain, the cost of living in a world that demands sacrifice." He turned his gaze back to Ariadne, her face a mosaic of hope and fear. "I will not die for nothing." Her breath caught, and for a heartbeat, the world stood still. "You're not just a warrior. You're my warrior." Vulnerability stole her strength, and the truth hung between them, raw and exposed. "You don't have to enter that darkness alone. Take the thread. Let me guide you." The thread felt like destiny in his hand, a promise tethering him to life, yet it also felt like shackles binding him to fate. He wrestled with the choice, torn between love and duty. The labyrinth whispered to him, a siren's call laced with deception, offering glory but demanding blood. "Can you wait for me?" he breathed, knowing he was asking for the impossible. They stood on the precipice of fate, their destinies intertwined like the threads of a tapestry, waiting to be woven into the fabric of time. "I'll wait, until the stars crumble," she promised, her voice a soft melody amidst the chaos. He took a step back from the edge, the abyss yawning before him like a mouth hungry for souls. With one last look, he plunged into the darkness, the thread pulling taut behind him, a lifeline amidst the shadows. The labyrinth closed in, the walls breathing, shifting, alive with menace. Each turn bore the weight of his resolve, every heartbeat echoing the tales of those who had come before him. The air thickened with despair, the scent of blood lingering like a spectre. The winding paths twisted and turned, taunting him, daring him to falter. He could hear the growls, low and menacing, reverberating through the stone, a promise of violence lurking just beyond the next corner. And then, there it was, the Minotaur. Towering and grotesque, the creature stood before him, a twisted amalgamation of man and beast, rage and anguish painted across its face. Its eyes glimmered like embers, burning with a desperate fury that mirrored Theseus's own. The clash of their souls was inevitable, a collision of light and darkness, hope and despair. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. He remembered Ariadne's face, the warmth of her love, the way she made him feel like a man, not just a hero. He remembered the way she had whispered promises and dreams into his ear, filling him with the fire of ambition. And now, all of that was distilled into this singular, terrifying moment. With a roar that shattered the silence, Theseus charged, abandoning all doubt. The labyrinth became a blur of movement, the world around him fading as he focused on the creature whose breath matched the thunder of his heart. He fought not just for himself, but for Ariadne, for Athens, for the very essence of what it meant to be alive. Pain coursed through him, but he embraced it, welcomed it, a reminder that he was human. Each strike echoed against the walls, a symphony of survival and desperation. And as the creature fell, the labyrinth sighed, its walls trembling in defeat. But victory came with a price, and as the dust settled, Theseus felt the weight of reality crash down, an understanding of the fragile nature of hope. The labyrinth had given him a taste of glory, but at the cost of innocence lost. Ariadne's voice echoed in his mind, a haunting melody that surged through him, intertwining with his own breath. "I'll wait, until the stars crumble." As he emerged from the darkness, the sun broke through the clouds, casting a golden light on his path, a bittersweet reminder of the journey ahead. He was not just a champion, he was a man forged by fire and shadow, a flawed hero struggling against the tide of fate. And as he turned back to face the labyrinth one last time, he knew the echoes of his past would forever haunt him, entwined with the promise of the future. Time was a relentless clock, and he was caught in its grip, a prisoner of his own making. But with every heartbeat, he felt the pulse of hope, pulsating, alive, and ready to be seized, ready to transcend. The wind howled, tearing through the night like a wailing banshee, and I could almost taste the salt of the sea on my lips. Shadows danced around us, flickering like candle flames under an unseen threat. I remember the crack of thunder in the distance, a cruel harbinger of the chaos to come. The ship, the Argo, groaned beneath our feet, its wooden hull creaking like an old man's bones, the weight of our quest pressing down on us like a shroud. Jason stood at the helm, his chiseled features illuminated by fleeting flashes of lightning, eyes stormy with fury and fear. He was a man of fire, of ambition, but tonight, he was a man at war with himself. I could sense it, the way his jaw clenched, teeth gritting against the desperation gnawing at his insides. "We'll find the fleece," he muttered, but those words felt like a prayer whispered to an indifferent god. The golden fleece shimmered in his mind, an impossible dream, but would it drown him? Would it drown us all? Next to him, Medea stood, her heart a tempest, a collision of longing and dread. I felt her pulse quickening, a bird trapped in a cage of her own making. She was beautiful, fierce, but haunted by ghosts of her past, echoes of betrayal and blood that clung to her like a second skin. "Jason," she breathed, voice laced with fear and resolve, "do you even know what you're asking for?" Each word was a dagger, twisting between them, sharp and unyielding. The moon hung low, a pale eye watching over our folly, and in that silence, I felt the weight of their emotions, their fears, their dreams, their heartbreaks, all entwined like the thick vines of the forest we had left behind. Was it madness that drove us? Did we chase the fleece or did it chase us? I could hear the whispers of the ocean, teasing and taunting, every wave a reminder of what lay ahead. Then, a scream shattered the night, piercing through my thoughts like a knife. It was Hercules, standing at the edge of the deck, his strength faltering for the first time. He was a mountain of a man, muscles rippling, yet at that moment, he was as vulnerable as a child lost in a darkened wood. "By Zeus," he shouted, fists clenched, "what horrors await us?" I remember the tremor in his voice, how it echoed against the hull, reverberating in my chest. What lay beyond those dark waves? The clutches of the dragon that guarded the fleece, or perhaps the very shadows of our souls, waiting to consume us? Medea stepped closer to Jason, her fingers brushing against his arm, a spark of hope amidst the despair. "We can do this," she said, but I could hear the crack in her voice, the uncertainty bubbling beneath the surface. "We are not alone in this." Yet, loneliness wrapped around her like a shroud, and I saw how it gnawed at her, how it threatened to pull her under. Time crashed against us, relentless and unforgiving, like the tide against the rocks. I saw fleeting images, faces of those we loved, those we left behind, drifting like specters beneath the surface of my mind. I could almost hear their voices, urging us back, begging us to remember who we were, before we became mere phantoms chasing a golden dream. But the call of glory was intoxicating, a siren song that pulled at our very cores. Jason, with eyes blazing, drew his sword, its blade glinting dangerously under the moonlight. "We fight for our destiny," he yelled, a declaration that resonated through the storm. With every swing of that blade, I felt the weight of his ambition, the unquenchable thirst for honor. But buried deep within, I sensed his fear of failing, fear of losing everything. And in that moment, I became acutely aware of the truth: ambition can be a double-edged sword. I could see it in Medea's haunted gaze, the way she wrestled with the shadows of her past, the prophecy that clung to her like a fog. She was both a healer and a harbinger, a woman caught between love and destiny, and I felt her struggle echo within me, an unyielding resonance that stirred my own buried fears. The wind picked up, howling like a pack of wolves, and suddenly the sea roared, waves crashing against the sides of the Argo with all the fury of 1,000 storms. "Hold on!" I shouted, grasping at the ropes as the ship tilted dangerously, a heartbeat away from capsizing. In that chaos, I saw Jason's face, determined, desperate, a man ready to face the abyss. But what awaited us was more than just peril, it was the raw truth of what it means to desire something so fervently that you'd risk losing everything to attain it. I could feel the impact, the weight of our choices, the lives intertwined in this grand tapestry of fate. We were all Argonauts, bound by our dreams and nightmares, and I knew, deep down, that our quest for the fleece was only the beginning. As we fought against the storm, I felt the air grow thick with tension, each heartbeat echoing like a drum of war. The sky split open, revealing a chasm of dark clouds swirling above us, shadows reaching down like fingers, grasping at our souls, promising both salvation and doom. I remember the taste of fear, bitter and heavy, coating my tongue as I held on to the hope that maybe, just maybe, we could find what we were searching for. But still, beneath the chaos, a thread of connection sparked between Jason and Medea, a fleeting moment that shimmered like the golden fleece they sought. In their eyes, I saw a reflection of my own struggles, a desire to belong, to conquer, to love amidst the turmoil. And as the storm raged around us, I couldn't help but wonder if the real quest was for something far deeper than just a piece of gold. "Together?" Jason's voice rang out, fierce and unwavering, cutting through the tempest. "Together, or do not call yourselves Argonauts." And just like that, as we braced ourselves against the storm, I knew that this was only the beginning, a dance with destiny, a plunge into the unknown. We were bound by our dreams, our fears, and the unfathomable quest for something more than just a fleece. In the heart of the storm, we would either rise or shatter, but with every moment, I felt the thrill of what it meant to truly live, to fight, to love in a world where darkness loomed just beyond the horizon. The wind howled like a banshee, a haunting symphony of despair cutting through the night as I stood on the rocky shore, breathless and battered by the storm. Waves crashed against the jagged cliffs, each swell a reminder of the ocean's fury and my own helplessness. I remember the taste of salt on my lips, a bitter mix of fear and longing. I remember the way my heart echoed against the roar of the sea, a frantic drumbeat in the silence that followed each crash. Home was just a distant flicker in the dark, a promise wrapped in the smoke of burning memory. Ithaca, a word, a ghost, a promise I could barely hold on to. But there was no time for dreams, no time for the nostalgia that clawed at my soul like the talons of a vengeful harpy. They were breathing down my neck, those memories, each one a dagger that threatened to cut me deeper into the abyss. "Odysseus," the voice rang out, sharp and desperate. It was Penelope, my wife, my anchor in this storm of chaos. I could almost see her, weaving her fate on the loom of our love, each thread a story of waiting, of hoping. But I was not there, I was stranded in this tempest, a marionette to unseen gods, my strings tangled and frayed. "Come back to me," she cried, her voice breaking, splintering like glass. "Penelope!" I wanted to scream, but the sea swallowed my words, twisting them into sorrowful echoes. I was no hero here, just a man lost in the wilds of his own journey, a fool grasping for the threads of time, caught in the web of my own making. Across the waves, I saw him, Arjux, my friend, a giant of a man, his heart as heavy as his sword. He had fallen in battle, only to rise again, a spectre burdened by the weight of his own regrets. I remember his laughter, booming and fierce, like thunder in the day. But that laughter now lay buried beneath the earth, suffocated by the shadows of war. He stood with eyes that burned like embers, the flames of anger and betrayal mingling with the fierce loyalty that had once bound us together. "Why did we fight?" he implored, voice thick with the sorrow of fallen comrades. "What glory is there in this endless cycle of death? Look around you, Odysseus. All that's left are ghosts and echoes." I reached for him, my brother in arms, but the space between us stretched like an unbridgeable chasm. "Ajax, we will find our way," I promised, though doubt gnawed at my insides. "We will return. We will heal." But the words felt hollow, a paper shield against the storm of reality. The flash of lightning illuminated the sea, revealing the lurking shadows of monsters, Charybdis, Scylla, waiting, hungry, claws poised to tear apart dreams. My heart raced, a wild stallion trampling through my chest. I remembered the tales of my journey, the siren's song, beguiling and treacherous, their melody weaving through my mind like a silken thread. I could almost hear them now, a sweet whisper mingled with the winds. Odysseus, the sirens cooed, each note a caress, a beckoning to surrender. "Come to us. We will love you as no one else can." But I was a man defined by love and loyalty, not just to Penelope but to the men who had fallen beside me, their faces haunting my dreams. Agamemnon, brave and flawed, his ambitions leading him to ruin. Patroclus, whose laughter still rang in the corners of my mind like sunlight piercing through dark clouds. I would not betray them, not even to save myself. The storm raged on, the waves clawing at the rocks with frenetic fury. I felt the pull, the overwhelming sense of despair threatening to drag me under. I thought of home, of the olive tree swaying gently in the breeze, of laughter echoing through our halls, of Penelope's smile, a beacon guiding me through the shadows of uncertainty. And then the crashing became a crescendo, the tempest and orchestration of my fears and hopes. "I will not be lost!" I shouted, the words tearing from my throat, raw and primal. In that moment, the air crackled with energy, the storm reacting to my defiance. Somewhere between rage and vulnerability, the realization hit me. I was not just battling an external foe, I was wrestling with myself, with the ghosts that lingered in the periphery of my mind. Memories flashed, fragmented pictures of laughter, of loss, of love, a tapestry woven from the threads of joy and sorrow. Penelope, Ajax, the echoes of battle, the remnants of what was and what could be, they crashed like waves against the shore of my soul. The weight of it all, the enormity of my journey, settled heavy in the pit of my stomach. "I will not forget you," I whispered into the chaos. "I will carry you with me, every step of the way." And in that fierce promise, something shifted. The storm paused, the wind softened, and for a moment, hope glimmered like starlight breaking through the dark. I felt the surge of determination rise within me, an unstoppable tide sweeping away the despair. With every beat of my heart, I vowed to fight, not just for myself but for every soul lost, every dream shattered, every love waiting amidst the shadows. The ocean roared, but I stood firm, ready to face the wrath of the heavens and the depths of my own fears. I was Odysseus, not just a hero of war but a man of love, a seeker of truth navigating through the storm. In that moment, I knew, this journey was far from over. It was only just beginning. As the clouds began to part, revealing a sliver of moonlight, I could hear Penelope's voice again, echoing softly in the distance. "Come back to me." And I would. I would fight through the darkness, through the tempests that sought to drown me, because the promise of home was worth every battle, every heartbreak, every breath. The sea might be vast and unforgiving, but within its depths lay the hope of reunion, a love that could withstand any storm. The battlefield is a cacophony, a symphony of chaos and clashing metal, a song of death sung by the bravest and the most foolish. Dust hangs heavy in the air, mingling with the acrid scent of sweat and blood. The sun, a merciless eye, casts long shadows, spilling them over the cracked earth, an unforgiving reminder of the lives that once thrived. I stand amidst it all, heart pounding like a war drum, breath quickening into an anxious symphony, as I watch him, Achilles, the very embodiment of wrath and beauty. He moves like a storm, muscles coiling beneath his skin, every step an invocation of fate, every swing of his sword a prayer to the gods. In this moment, he is invincible, a golden figure amidst the ruin. But there's a flicker in his eyes, a crack in the facade. I see it, the raging tempest beneath the surface, the shadows of loss clinging to his heart. I remember when he laughed, when victory was sweet and whispered promises of glory echoed in his ears. But laughter too often fades into the dark, doesn't it? The clash of swords surrounds us, a brutal ballet, but all I can focus on is his face, rage entwined with sorrow, a tempest brewing in that brilliant blue gaze. For every enemy he cuts down, another ghost rises from the ashes, a friend, a lover, a fallen hero. Patroclus. The name echoes in my head, a relentless drum that refuses to subside. I remember the way Achilles' face illuminated when he spoke of their shared dreams. I remember how those dreams now lie shattered beneath the heel of this wretched war. And then, like the snap of a taut string, Achilles falters. The weight of grief, crushing, unforgiving, momentarily seizes him. It is as if time itself holds its breath. The air thickens with unshed tears, the unspeakable truth that loss is a lingering shadow, always just behind us, gnawing at our heels. In that heartbeat, I see the cracks in his armor, the vulnerability that he has buried beneath layers of rage and pride. But then the moment passes, swallowed by the very chaos that brought it forth. He charges again, a primal force unleashed, and I'm swept up in the tide. The world around us becomes a blur, a maelstrom of flesh and fury. And I, like a moth drawn to an unquenchable flame, can't look away. Each swing of his sword sends ripples through the air, each shout reverberates through my bones. And then, it happens, a flash of light, a glint of steel, and suddenly, Hector stands before him, the air thick with a tension so potent it could ignite the very stones beneath our feet. Hector, the noble prince, the champion of Troy, draped in the weight of his own tragedy. In that moment, I see not only Achilles' wrath but also Hector's haunted soul, a man whose heart beats with the same desperation to protect those he loves. The world around them fades, it's just them, two warriors burdened with dreams and destinies that have drawn them into this moment. I see it then, the trembling uncertainty beneath Hector's fierce exterior. He is fighting not just for Troy but for his family, his city, every breath a defiance against the encroaching shadows of despair. But Achilles, oh, there is no choice for him. The ghost of Patroclus haunts him, drags him to this precipice, and the rage surges anew, a tidal wave threatening to swallow them both whole. It is a collision of two fates, like titans clashing, and I feel a sense of foreboding grip my heart. With each thrust of the sword, my breath catches in my throat. How can strength be so beautiful yet so horrifying? I remember standing in the ruins of a city once vibrant, now a mere shadow of its former glory. How fragile our existence is, how fleeting our moments of triumph. But there's no room for reflection in war. The clash continues, and I feel the pulse of fear, the visceral understanding that this is a tragic dance, one where even the mightiest must fall. I want to scream, to reach out and pull them both from the edge, save them from the legacy of violence that binds them. Then, the inevitable moment arrives, Achilles, a tempest unleashed, strikes. The blade pierces flesh, and in that heartbeat, the world shatters. Hector's eyes widen in disbelief, and anguish floods my chest as time seems to slow. I remember the tears I fought back when I first held my child, the weight of love that felt both heavy and light. Hector's life spills onto the ground, painting the earth with the hues of sacrifice and loss, and I realize, this is not just a death, it's a tragedy woven deep into the fabric of our souls. And there it is, the haunting silence that follows. A quiet so profound it seems to absorb every sound, every heartbeat, leaving only the echo of a lament. Achilles stands above Hector, panting, rage cooling into a bitter chill. In that moment of triumph, there is no joy, only the hollow ache of an empty victory. I can see it written in the lines of his face, the way his shoulders sag, burdened not just with the weight of his armor but with the realization that he has lost just as much as he has gained. I remember shadows creeping in, the whispers of fate twisting around him, a cruel reminder that the greatest warrior is often the most vulnerable. And as he kneels beside Hector's lifeless body, I sense the fracture deepening. It's not just vengeance that fuels him anymore, it's a longing for connection, a desperate yearning for the warmth of love that has slipped through his fingers like sand. The sun dips low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, and I can't shake the feeling that this is only the beginning, an ominous prologue to a tragedy that will haunt us all. In the space between heartbeats, I realize our stories are intertwined like threads in a tapestry, each choice echoing through time. And as I watch Achilles, the mightiest of all, crumple under the weight of his choices, I am left with one haunting truth: even the greatest heroes can't escape the tragedy that awaits them. The dance of fate spins on, and our hearts, wounded, aching, are left to bear witness to the sacrifices that shape us, for better or for worse, in this relentless cycle of love and loss. The night was thick with blood and betrayal, an ominous shroud draping the world as famed warriors gathered like specters around a flickering fire. I remember the crackle of flames, hungrily consuming wood, echoing the hunger for glory, for revenge, for something more than life itself. Achilles stood there, a tempest in human form, his heart a furnace of fury and sorrow. He gripped his sword, the hilt slick with the sweat of anticipation, teeth clenched so tightly that I feared they might shatter. He was the mightiest of the Greeks, yet here he was, a man caught in the snare of his own pride, teetering at the edge of a chasm that whispered darkly of doom. His eyes burned with the fire of prophecy, foretelling nothing but pain. "I will not fight for Agamemnon," he spat, the name like venom on his tongue. The king, swollen with arrogance, had stolen his prize, a woman named Briseis, and the wound in Achilles' heart was festering. Betrayal, a heavy stone, settled in his chest, and even the gods themselves seemed to hold their breath, sensing the fury that would erupt like a volcano, consuming everything in its path. Then there was Hector, the proud prince of Troy, a noble man caught between duty and love. I remember the way he held his infant son, cradling the boy as if he were the very light of the cosmos, yet shadows danced around him, shadows of war, shadows of fate. He whispered promises into the child's ear, words muffled by the fear of what tomorrow would bring. "I will return," he vowed, but deep down, he knew time was a thief, and the clock was winding down ominously. The city of Troy loomed behind him, a fortress of hope and despair, built from dreams and nightmares alike. The air was thick with tension, every heartbeat echoing the pulse of an impending storm. And as I stood there, I felt the past pressing against me, an inescapable tide of memories surfacing, whispering truths too terrible to bear. I remembered the judgment of Paris, a young man with a heart heavy with longing, who chose beauty over wisdom, igniting a war that would drown nations in blood. The golden apple, a symbol of choice, had forged chains of fate that would bind the lives of many. How absurd it seemed that something so small could unleash such devastation. It was the culmination of petty grievances, the cruel hand of desire, and the insatiable hunger for power. Troy's towering walls whispered secrets of the past, and the scent of impending doom hung thick in the air. I felt the sting of nostalgia, the bitter taste of longing for a time when love could be free from the chains of ambition. And yet, it was a longing poisoned by the knowledge that love often wears a warrior's mask, both tender and treacherous. Helen, the woman whose beauty sparked the flames of war, stood at the center of it all, a woman torn between two worlds, one of love and one of destruction. I remember her gaze, a blend of regret and defiance, as she looked upon the blood-soaked ground beneath her feet. "What is a kingdom worth if it is built on shattered hearts?" she asked, her voice trembling like the fragile strings of a harp. In that moment, the weight of her choices bore down on her, and I felt the air thicken with sorrow, a tangible thing, wrapping around us like a shroud. The armies clashed, the sound of metal ringing out like a death knell. The ground shook beneath the weight of sin, and I could almost taste the salt of sweat, blood, and tears. Each warrior charged forward with a heart full of dreams, but dreams turned to dust when faced with the reality of war. Achilles, fierce and unyielding, became a ghost, a figure haunted by the souls of those lost in the chaos. He swung his sword, each stroke a testament to his rage, a desperate attempt to carve meaning from the carnage. Hector, too, danced with death, knowing that each moment might be his last. I witnessed the moment he confronted Achilles, the air crackling with electric tension. Words exchanged like arrows, sharp and piercing, each accusation laced with grief. "You're a coward hiding behind your rage," Hector shouted, his voice a battle cry that echoed through the night. And in that heartbeat, the world held its breath, and I found myself caught in the swell of emotion, a storm of rage, love, and loss. As they clashed, it wasn't just two warriors, it was the weight of their choices, the ghosts of their loved ones, and the shattering reality of fate. I felt the desperation clawing at their throats, the fear that dripped like poison into their veins. And with every swing of the sword, every cry of anguish, the stakes rose higher, the air thick with impending doom. Time slipped through my fingers like grains of sand, and I saw the aftermath unfolding, a world ravaged and torn, where victory was but an illusion veiled in sorrow. The walls of Troy stood tall, yet the heart of its people was crushed beneath the weight of despair. I knew that in the end, there would be no true victors, only mourning and memories haunting the ruins of what once was. And as I stood there, shrouded in darkness, I felt the chill of inevitability wash over me. The echoes of battle faded into silence, but the ghosts of the fallen still lingered, their cries woven into the very fabric of time. I could almost hear them whispering, reminding me that in love and war, nothing is ever simple. The shadows danced around me, and I knew this was just the beginning, the calm before the storm, a prelude to the chaos that would follow. The Trojan War was not merely a tale of heroes and villains, it was a tapestry of broken hearts, lost dreams, and the haunting question of whether love could ever truly conquer all. And as the embers of conflict smoldered in the distance, I felt the weight of their stories pressing against my soul, a reminder that some battles are fought not on the fields of war, but in the depths of our hearts. The clock ticked on, and the world held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The moon loomed, an aching witness to the desperation that clung to the air like the bitter smoke of burnt offerings. The night was suffocating, thick with shadows that whispered secrets long buried. I found myself standing in the ruins of an ancient temple, crumbling stone soaked in mildew and memories. The wind howled, carrying the voices of women who had come before me, goddesses cast down, mortals forgotten, each a spectre of pain and power. Persephone! I shouted, the sound ripping through the silence, shattering the stillness like glass. Where was she? In the underworld, or perhaps wandering the fields of the living? A duality that tugged at my heart like the roots of a tree, both grounded and yet yearning for the sun. She was lost, just as I was, caught between worlds, fighting against the chains of fate that had bound her to an eternal cycle of rebirth. The shadows danced around me, mocking my own entrapment, as I felt her heartache resonate in the marrow of my bones. I remember the stories, the ones spun by candlelight and hushed voices. They told of Athena, fierce and wise, born from Zeus's fractured skull, a manifestation of his intellect, yet forever denied the softness of heart. The irony gnawed at me. She wielded a spear, a symbol of strength, yet could not shield herself from betrayal. How many times had she watched the men she guided squander their blessings? How many times had her brilliance been dimmed by the cloud of their egos? I felt her frustration echo through my veins, a pulse of anger so potent it threatened to consume me. And then there was Medusa, once a maiden of unparalleled beauty, transformed into a monster by the cruel hands of fate. Her hair, a tangle of serpents, symbolized the venomous truth of a world that twisted love into wrath. Betrayed by Poseidon, cursed by Athena, where was the justice? I stood in awe of her pain, and yet there was a flicker of something more, defiance. She taught me that even in monstrosity, there is power. With every glance, she turned men to stone, a testament to the rage of a woman scorned. In that cold temple, I could almost hear her laughter, like the crack of thunder after a long drought, fierce and unyielding. Why do they fear us? I whispered into the night, my own voice trembling with the weight of centuries. The walls of the temple seemed to lean closer, as if eager to share their burden. Women were woven into the very fabric of myth, goddesses revered, mortals discarded, each bearing the scars of a narrative scripted by men. The echoes of their stories hung heavy in the air, a tapestry of betrayal, rebellion, and resilience. I felt my heart race, a primal rhythm quickening with the pulse of their legacies. I remember how the tales taught us to fear the gods, yet I longed for their wrath. I craved the fire of Hecate, the dark goddess of witchcraft, her presence a haunting reminder of the powers hidden in shadows. In the flicker of a candle, I saw the flicker of her spirit. Would she guide me, or would she consume me? I was terrified, exhilarated, caught in the pull of the unknown. Could I dare to embrace my own darkness, to harness the raw energy of femininity that had been so long shunned? The fear became intoxicating, and in that moment of reckoning, I felt the stirrings of a rebellion within. "Are you listening?" I cried into the abyss. The wind howled in response, a haunting affirmation of my existence. I felt drawn deeper into the echoes of their voices, fragments of their lives swirling around me like autumn leaves caught in a tempest, each whisper a reminder of their struggles and triumphs. They were here, they had always been here, lurking in the corners of my mind, waiting for me to awaken their stories. I stumbled upon the altar, the stone cold beneath my palm, and I thought of the sacrifices made of Iphigenia, her life snuffed out in the name of war, her father's betrayal etched in blood. I felt the wound in my chest widen, a gaping abyss of sorrow. Did he ever see her face in the flames? Did he hear her voice in the wind? Each sacrifice, a testament to the relentless cycle of patriarchy, the weight of a world that silenced its women. I could taste the ash on my tongue, a bitter reminder of lives extinguished too soon. And yet, from that darkness, I glimpsed something beautiful, a unity among the goddesses and mortals, a collective strength rising like the dawn. They had borne their scars and transformed pain into empowerment. I envisioned them standing shoulder to shoulder, a powerful collective, woven together by the threads of their suffering. In that moment, I understood, their stories were not just tales of woe, but siren calls to awaken the warrior within me. I lifted my head, the night sky a quilt of stars, each one a testimony to a woman who had risen against the odds. "I will not be silent," I shouted, my voice a battle cry piercing through the veil of despair. "I will honor your stories, your pain, your power." A crack split the night, a bolt of lightning illuminating the shadows, casting an ethereal glow on the remnants of the temple. In that heartbeat of existence, I felt the pull of the cosmos, the intertwining of fate and free will. Time dissolved, and I became one with the myths, a vessel for their truths. The rage of Athena, the sorrow of Persephone, the defiance of Medusa, they surged through me, lifting me higher and higher, closer to the divine. The air crackled with energy, the ghosts of the past swirling around me, fierce and joyous. And as the storm raged, I knew this was only the beginning. The stories of women in Greek mythology were alive, a tapestry of resilience stretching across the ages. I was but a thread in their intricate weave, a testament to their legacy, a reminder that even in the darkest corners, the light of hope flickers endlessly. The confrontation loomed before me, the stakes impossibly high, but I was ready. For every tale of despair, I would ignite a spark of rebellion. This was more than their story, it was mine, and I would carry it forward into the abyss, where shadows dared not tread. The air hung thick with the acrid scent of burning wood, a funeral pyre for old dreams. In that moment, beneath the flickering light of a single, wavering candle, the weight of destiny pressed down like a stifling cloak. My heart raced as I stood in the shadowy corner of the dimly lit chamber, a witness to a betrayal that cut deeper than any sword, a betrayal orchestrated by the very fates themselves. I remembered the warmth of Elena's laughter, the way it danced through the air like a melody, but that warmth had turned cold, an echo of a past that felt like a ghostly whisper. Through clenched teeth, I held back the urge to scream, to shake the threads of fate that had tightened around us. Outside, the chaos of the city raged on, but within these walls, time stood still, a cruel reminder that the fates wove our stories with threads of joy and despair alike. Then there was Marcus, his face set in grim determination, his hands trembling as he clutched a dagger, the cold steel a reflection of his resolve. I saw the shadows dance in his eyes, flickering with the memories of battles fought and lost, echoes of laughter now silenced by guilt. He was a warrior, yet here he was, on the edge of a different kind of confrontation, one that would demand more than mere strength, more than the sharpness of his blade. It would require him to confront the truth of his choices, a truth that clawed at his insides like a ravenous beast. "I can't let them win," he muttered, the urgency in his voice propelling me forward, closer to the precipice of our fate. But what did it mean to win against the fates, those ethereal weavers who spun the very fabric of our lives? It was an unspoken question, a haunting refrain that echoed through the hushed corners of my mind, begging for an answer that evaded me like a will-o'-the-wisp in the night. The walls seemed to close in around us, every heartbeat resonating like a war drum, each pulse a reminder of our mortality. I felt the weight of countless eyes upon us, the unseen fates watching, judging, waiting. I could almost hear the whispers of Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, their laughter like the rustling of dried leaves, foretelling a storm that would leave nothing but ruin. "Do you remember?" I asked Marcus, my voice barely a whisper, but the words hung heavy in the air, laden with nostalgia and regret. "Do you remember when we thought we could defy them? We were so naive." He flinched at the memory, and for a brief moment, I glimpsed the boy I once knew, the boy who believed in the possibility of choices, in the power of dreams. But the years had stripped away that innocence, leaving behind a man haunted by the weight of his own decisions. "I remember," he said, his voice breaking like fragile glass, shards of memory piercing through the silence. "I remember when we were alive, when laughter was enough to drown out the darkness. But now it's like a nightmare we can't wake up from." The words ignited something within me, a spark of defiance. What if we could change it? I dared to ask, the question unraveling the tendrils of despair that wrapped around my heart. What if we could rewrite the threads they've spun? There was a flicker of hope in his eyes, a glimmer of the man I had lost to time and fate. But as quickly as it appeared, it vanished, swallowed by the shadows. "And what if we can't?" he replied, his voice a low growl, a warning wrapped in fear. "What if we only make it worse?" A chill swept through the room as if the fates themselves had heard our defiance. The candle flickered violently, casting grotesque shadows that danced along the walls, mocking our uncertainty. And in that moment, the truth pressed against my chest like a vice. We were mere marionettes, our strings pulled by unseen hands, our destinies entwined in a tapestry of their making. But I refused to yield. I felt the fire of rebellion smoldering within me, igniting memories long buried beneath the weight of reality. I remembered the way hope used to taste, sweet, intoxicating, like ripe fruit in the summer sun. I remembered the promise of new beginnings, a promise now twisted into something sinister by the very fates who had once bound us in joy. "Whatever happens, we face it together," I declared, my voice steady amidst the chaos. And for a fleeting moment, our hands met, warmth surging between us like electricity, a reminder that we were not alone in this abyss. The world outside continued to burn, but within this fragile moment, we held onto the one thread of truth that remained unbroken, our connection. Yet, as the shadows crept closer, I could sense the fates tightening their grip, their laughter like a taunt riding the chill breeze that swept through the cracks in the stone. We were standing on the precipice of something unfathomable, the weight of our choices bearing down upon us like the relentless pull of gravity. I could feel it, a palpable tension that hung in the air, a cosmic dance of possibility and despair. Elena's laughter echoed in my mind, a haunting reminder of the bond we once shared, now distorted by betrayal and fear. It clawed at my heart, a painful reminder of what we were fighting for, and I could almost see her face bathed in light, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching shadows. I longed to reach out, to grasp that light and pull it into our darkness. But as the candle sputtered, the flame flickering in the face of overwhelming odds, I knew that the fates would not let us go without a fight. I felt the clock ticking, the hands moving with a deliberate, cruel precision, each tick a reminder that time was slipping away. The confrontation loomed, a storm gathering on the horizon, and I clung to Marcus's hand, ready to face whatever the fates had in store for us, come what may. And just like that, in the hushed silence that followed, I realized that we were not just players in a game of destiny, we were the architects of our own fate, standing on the brink of something profound, something that could either shatter us or set us free. The moment pulsated with life, the air electric with anticipation, and as we prepared to confront the tapestry of our lives woven by the fates, I felt the universe hold its breath, waiting for us to make our choice. The air is thick with despair, a blanket of darkness pressing against the skin like a tomb's cold embrace. Thunder rumbles in the distance, a prelude to chaos. I stand at the edge of the underworld, the realm of souls lost, the place where hope flickers and dies like a candle in a storm. A distant scream echoes, reverberating in my bones, and I know that this isn't just a place of death, it's a living nightmare, a heart that beats with anguish, sorrow, and rage. I remember the first time I peeked into this abyss, heart racing, eyes wide, skin prickling with dread. I was searching for my brother, lost, forsaken, swallowed by shadows. His laugh used to fill the halls of our home, but now it's just an echo, a haunting refrain that lingers in the silence. I remember the way his absence gnaws at my insides like a ravenous beast, a hunger that can never be satisfied. I can almost hear him call my name, but it's a cruel trick, a whisper that cuts deeper than any sword. Then there's Lyra, my dearest friend, who stands by my side, her lips pressed into a thin line of determination, eyes glistening with unshed tears. She's carrying a burden heavier than stone, a guilt so profound it changes her, morphs her into someone unrecognizable. Lyra's brother, too, was taken by this accursed place, and she won't rest until she finds him, even if it means wading through the muck of despair and grief. Her hands shake, but she clenches them into fists, nails digging into her palms. The pain is a reminder, a pulse of life in this realm of shadows. The underworld is structured like a labyrinth of sorrow, with layers upon layers of torment. It twists and turns, each corner revealing new horrors, lost souls writhing in agony, memories that claw at your sanity. Here, time is meaningless, it stretches and warps like a reflection in a cracked mirror. Days blend into nights, and every tick of a clock feels like a countdown to oblivion. Do you hear that? Lyra's voice trembles. My heart skips, the silence suffocating, and then I hear it, a soft, haunting melody that drifts through the air like a siren's call. It pulls at my heart, luring me forward, but I resist. I remember stories of those who followed such songs, only to find themselves entrapped, forever lost in the underworld's embrace. Don't, I whisper fiercely, clutching her arm. It's a trap. But she's staring ahead, lost in a reverie, a longing etched across her features. I watch as she battles her own demons, her own memories of laughter and love, of moments stolen by the creeping shadow of despair. Her brother's face flickers in her mind, a smile that could light up the darkest night. The underworld has its deities, cruel and capricious, lurking behind every shadow. They thrive on suffering, feeding off the pain of the lost, reveling in the chaos of broken hearts. I can almost feel them watching us, their eyes 1,000 points of malice, gleaming with anticipation. Are we merely pawns in their twisted game? I remember when I first learned about them, the stories whispered in hushed tones around flickering campfires. The wretched tales of souls who angered these gods, their fate sealed by pride or foolishness. They say one can barter with them, but I know better. Bargains come at a price, and the currency is often blood. A chill sweeps through the air, and I shudder, an unseen presence brushing against my skin. Keep moving, I urge Lyra, my voice shaky. We tread deeper into the void, where shadows stretch and twist, playing tricks on our minds. The air grows colder, thick with memories of sorrow long forgotten, yet somehow achingly familiar. Suddenly, a figure looms in the distance, half hidden in shadow. My breath hitches, heart thundering in my chest, every instinct screaming for me to run. But Lyra is already stepping forward, drawn in by the flickering light. Is it him? She whispers, hope radiating from her like a beacon, illuminating the darkness. I want to scream, to pull her back, but she's already moving, her resolve stronger than my fear. As we approach, the figure shifts, revealing a face half-formed, a ghost of what used to be. There's a hollow look in his eyes, a void where life once resided. It's not her brother, it's just another lost soul, trapped in this cycle of torment. Lyra gasps, the sound breaking like glass, and I feel the weight of her anguish crash over me, a tidal wave of despair. No, she chokes out, falling to her knees, hands clawing at the ground as if trying to dig herself back to hope. I want to comfort her, to say something, anything, but words escape me, slipping away like grains of sand. I remember the warmth of sunlight on our skin, the way laughter used to fill the air, and I feel the walls of the underworld closing in around us. The air thickens, shadows gathering as if sensing her pain, feeding off it, growing darker, more alive. I can hear the whispers of the deities now, a cacophony of mockery and despair, a symphony of suffering that wraps around us like a noose. You won't find him here, they taunt. He's gone. And you will join him. But I won't let this be our end, not now. I pull Lyra to her feet, and we stagger forward, hearts pounding in sync, desperate to escape the grasp of the shadows. We'll find him, I promise, voice trembling with an intensity that surprises me. We must. The underworld shifts around us, a living entity, and I can feel it breathing, deep, heavy, full of despair. It wants us to break, to surrender to the darkness that lingers like a fog. But within the chaos, a flicker of determination ignites, a bond forged in anguish, fueled by love. And so we press on, deeper into the heart of despair, into the very essence of the underworld, where every heartbeat echoes like a war drum, and every breath carries the weight of 1,000 souls. The path ahead is shrouded in darkness, but as long as we carry our memories, our love, there's still a flicker of hope. We are not alone, not yet. The ocean roared, a primal scream of fury and despair, as the ship pitched and tossed on waves like a child in a tempest. I clung to the railing, knuckles white, heart hammering against my chest, each beat a warning I could barely hear over the cacophony. The salt air stung my eyes, but it wasn't the storm that set my blood boiling, it was the sound creeping through the chaos, a melody so sweet, so haunting, it sent chills cascading down my spine. I remember the first time I heard it. I remember the way it wrapped around me, a silk thread tugging at my very core, igniting a longing I hadn't known existed. "Don't listen, my brother," Callan shouted, his voice barely piercing the veil of sound. His face was a mask of terror, eyes wild, as he fought against the fury of the sea and the allure of the song. "They're calling for you, Rhea. Don't let it get to you." But how could I not? Each note wove through my veins like fire, alive and intoxicating. The sirens. Fabled creatures of seduction, luring sailors to their doom with promises of love and sorrow wrapped in a single breath. I could almost hear their whispers, curling around my mind, "Asterisk, you're meant for us. You've always been meant for us." Asterisk, I saw them then, silver shadows dancing on the foamy crest of a wave. Their beauty was blinding, an ache that settled deep in my chest. I could almost taste the salt of their skin, feel the warmth of their smiles. But beneath their enchanting exterior lay a darkness, a hunger that threatened to consume anyone who dared to approach. "Rhea." Callan's voice cracked through the fog of desire. "You must fight. Remember what father said." The memory of my father flooded my mind. A harsh voice wrapped in sorrow, warning me of the sirens' deceit. "They will offer you everything, and you will give them your soul." I felt the weight of those words like a stone in my gut, yet still, I yearned to leap into the embrace of the song. And in that moment, I wasn't just a girl on a ship. I was the ocean, the moonlight, the very fabric of temptation and despair. I was both the hunter and the hunted, a marionette dancing on the strings of fate. I could feel the pull of the sirens, a gravity so potent it blurred the edges of my reality. Across the deck, I saw Callan, my anchor, my shield, his struggles against the wind, a mirror of my own internal war. I knew him well, his determination was as fierce as the storm, his heart forged in the fires of loyalty. Yet, even he was not immune to their call. I could see it in the way he shifted his weight, the way his breath hitched. I had to wonder, deep down, if he too felt the siren song as a balm for his own unfulfilled desires. "Rhea," he breathed, desperation tightening his features, "we can't let them take us. We have dreams, our dreams." My heart ached at his words, our dreams, so intertwined with the chaos around us. I could feel his fear, palpable and raw, yet there was an unspoken truth hanging in the air. We were both dancing on the edge of ruin. The sea roared again, a reminder of our fragile existence. I took a step back, but the melody gripped me tighter. I remember the way the world narrowed, the storm fading into a muted backdrop, and all that remained was the siren's call. It surged through me, a wave of longing as stormy as the waters themselves, threatening to drown out my will. "Rhea." Callan's voice cut like glass, sharp and clear. But could he fight the pull of their enchantment? I felt the answer in my bones, a resounding asterisk, no star. He was just as lost as I was. Then I saw them, their faces emerging from the cresting waves, luminous and inviting. Their eyes held galaxies, promises of ecstasy and eternity, and I was entranced. I remember their laughter, high and crystalline, wrapping around my heart like chains of ice. "Come to us, Rhea," they sang, voices rich like honey and fresh roses, tangling with the scent of the sea. "We will grant you the love you seek. All your dreams can be ours." And in that moment, as the storm raged around us, I found myself teetering on the edge of a precipice. I felt the ground shift beneath me, not from the ship, but within. I could taste the salt of the ocean, the sweetness of their promise, a paradox of desire and despair. I wanted to scream, to break free from this bind of enchantment, but my voice drowned in the melody. Rear! There was a new fervor in Callan's voice, a plea underscored by an emotion I had never heard before. If you step into the water, he hesitated, and I felt his heart crack, shatter like glass, echoing through the chaos. I can't save you. You have to choose. Us or them. In that moment, the weight of his declaration settled over me like a shroud. I felt the abyss yawning beneath me, a chasm of endless yearning and heartache. My mind raced as memories flashed, our childhood dreams, the laughter shared under starlit skies, the bond forged in shared battles against a world that sought to tear us apart. Suddenly, the music shifted, a discordant note slicing through the sweetness, chilling the heat of temptation. I could see glimpses of the sirens' true selves beneath their enchanting facade, shadows, hollow eyes, and hearts as dark and cold as the depths of the sea. Rear, please! Callan's voice rang out, desperation clawing at the edges of his words. I turned, battling the pull of the sirens, the conflict within lighting up like a tempest of its own. I remember the moment I realized the sirens promised everything but delivered nothing. Their beauty was a mask, a trap set to ensnare the unwary, and I was teetering on the precipice of my own demise. Rear! Callan shouted again, his voice a lifeline anchoring me to reality. Choose! A cry bubbled in my throat, a scream of defiance. I could feel the weight of their song pressing against my chest, but I could also feel the warmth of my brother's love radiating like a beacon through the storm. I needed to choose, to fight back against the darkness that sought to consume us both. But just as I opened my mouth to respond, the waves crashed higher, the sirens' voices swirling into an overwhelming crescendo that drowned out reason. Rear! The call was both a warning and an invitation, a web of temptation tightening around us. And in that moment, as the ocean roared and the storm clawed at the ship, I stood at a crossroads, between desire and family, between surrender and battle. The sirens sang, their song pulsing in time with my heart, and the world spun faster, leaving me breathless, lost, and desperately yearning for a choice I feared I might never make. The tempest raged, and I teetered on the edge of an abyss, forever caught between the love that anchored me and the temptation that beckoned me closer. The shadows clung to the stone walls like desperate whispers, a suffocating silence draping the labyrinth in heavy anticipation. I stood at the entrance, a gaping maw ready to consume me whole. My heart thundered in my chest, each beat an echo of the countless lives lost within this cursed maze. The air was thick, almost viscous, as if it, too, was aware of the terror lurking just beyond sight. I could feel it, the pulse of something primal, something hungry. Don't do this, I murmured to myself, but my feet betrayed me, inching forward, drawn into the darkness. The labyrinth was twisting and turning, a cruel puzzle, and I could almost hear the screams of those who had come before me, their cries swallowed by the very walls that now closed in around me. The weight of their nightmares pressed against my skin, a cloying reminder of the fate that awaited me, a fate designed by the gods, or perhaps born from the madness of men. Then there was her, Ariadne, waiting somewhere within these confounding passages, her spirit etched in every stone. She was the flicker of hope in a world consumed by despair. Her love for me was a fragile thread, a lifeline intertwined with the very fabric of this sinister construction. I thought of her, the light in her eyes when she spoke of dreams and freedom, and I couldn't help but feel a crushing guilt swell within me. I remember the way she laughed, I whispered, almost too loud in the oppressive silence. It was like the sun breaking through the clouds. But in this moment, the laughter felt like a distant memory, a cruel joke played by the fates. I had become a pawn in a game much larger than myself, a mere echo of a blooded prophecy, sacrificed to a beast born of nightmares, the Minotaur. I could feel the breath of my own mortality, hot and heavy, brushing against my neck, urging me toward a fate I could not grasp. Then there was Theseus, a shadow looming over the labyrinth itself, his ambition a knife sharp enough to cut through the darkness. A hero in the eyes of many, but beneath that armor, I could see the cracks, the fear. He was just a man, terrified of becoming a monster, lost between the line of valor and madness. I could see it in the way he gripped his sword, knuckles white, the tension radiating from him like a live wire. Would you do it again? I wanted to ask him. Would you sacrifice your soul for glory? But now was not the time for questions, now was the time for action. The labyrinth shifted around us, a living thing, hungry for blood. And all the while, the echoes of the Minotaur's growls reverberated through the stone, a chilling reminder that it was no mere myth. It was real, and it was waiting. Together, we will end this, Theseus promised, determination lacing his voice. But I saw the flicker of doubt, a ghost dancing in his eyes. I understood that fire. I felt it burning in my own chest. Yet, courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the choice to move forward regardless. I remember Ariadne's plans, her unwavering belief that love could conquer even the darkest of evils. With this thread, she had said, wrapping it around my hand, you will find your way back to me. But what of those who had followed paths before mine? What of the ones who had lost their way, never to return? Each turn I took felt like a betrayal. The walls seemed to whisper secrets, taunts from the remnants of lost souls. I felt the gravity of their despair pressing on me, warning me of the horrors that lurked beyond the next corner. But I had a thread to follow, a light to guide me through the encroaching dark. With every footfall, I could hear it, a growl that resonated in my bones, a promise of violence that made the air crackle. The Minotaur was close, hiding in the shadows like a predator waiting for its moment to pounce. Then, in a heartbeat, it came, a surge of flesh and fury, a monstrous being with the head of a bull and the heart of a killer. It charged at me, a tempest of rage and hunger. My body moved before my mind could register the fear, the instinct to survive surging within me. I remember the clash of steel against bone, the blinding adrenaline coursing through my veins as I fought for my life. The Minotaur roared, a sound that echoed through the labyrinth, shaking the very ground beneath us. I could feel my own breath coming in ragged gasps, the weight of terror strangling my resolve. And then, through the chaos, I thought of Ariadne, of her fierce spirit lighting the darkest corners of my mind. I will return, I vowed, even as despair threatened to drown me. I will find my way back to you. But in that moment, as the beast lunged, teeth bared, I realized that courage is not the absence of fear but the relentless push against it. I could not falter. I would not falter. The labyrinth twisted around me, a maze of horror and hope, love and loss. I was both the hunter and the hunted, battling against the shadows that threatened to consume us all. In this moment, I was more than a mere man, I was a heartbeat against the darkness, a flicker of defiance in a world designed to break me. And as I plunged forward into the fray, I knew this was only the beginning. The labyrinth would not yield easily, and the Minotaur's rage was but a prelude to the chaos yet to come. Each breath was a reminder of my purpose, the hope of returning to Ariadne, of standing tall against the tide of despair. I stepped deeper into the darkness, my heart racing, the chaos swirling around me, a desperate dance of life and death. The labyrinth called, and I answered. I was no longer lost, I was a part of this story, a thread woven into the very fabric of courage and fear. The echoes of the past melded with the cries of the present, and I felt it, the weight of countless souls sharing this moment, urging me onward. I was ready. Ready to confront my fears, ready to fight for love, ready to carve my path through this living nightmare. The labyrinth was alive, a breathing entity, and I was determined to unravel its secrets, no matter the cost. The sun had sunk below the horizon, leaving a canvas of bruised colors that bled into the night. An eerie silence enveloped the forest, as if the very trees held their breath, waiting for something tragic yet beautiful to unfold. There, in the dim light, a man stood poised, his fingers trembling over the strings of a lyre, the last sound of hope in a world draped in despair. Orpheus, the once celebrated musician, now felt like a ghost of himself, haunted, hollowed by an absence that echoed louder than any note he could play. I remember the way the moonlight caught his face, illuminating deep lines etched by sorrow. Each crease told a story of love lost, a heart shattered by the cruel hands of fate. Eurydice, his beloved, taken too soon, like a fragile bird snatched from its nest. He could almost hear her laughter in the wind, a whisper that caressed his soul, igniting a fervor within him. The ache of her absence was both a curse and a balm, a reminder of what was, and what could never be again. His heart thundered like a war drum in the quiet, every beat reminding him of the pact he'd made, a desperate promise to breach the gates of the underworld. He would bring her back. He would defy the laws of life and death, wielding music as his weapon. With each pluck of the strings, he poured every ounce of grief into the air, crafting melodies that could sway even Hades himself. The notes spiraled and danced, weaving a tapestry of longing, love, and pain that hung heavy in the night like dew on a spider's web. But in the shadows, behind the veil of his longing, lurked doubt. I remember feeling it twist in my gut, a cold serpent of fear that wrapped around my heart. What if his music was not enough? What if the darkness that took her was unforgiving? The weight of those questions pressed down like a stone, each moment stretching into eternity. And then there was her shadow, lingering just out of reach. Eurydice, her name tasted like honey on his tongue, bitter yet sweet. He could almost see her, a flicker of light in the dark, a promise of home. But like a mirage, she remained just beyond his grasp. The memories flooded back, her laughter ringing like chimes, her eyes sparkling like stars. I remember her touch, soft as the first kiss of spring. The warmth of her hand in his, a simple act that felt like magic. As he played, a soft breeze carried the notes into the depths of the underworld, weaving through shadows and whispers, stirring the souls that lingered there. In that moment, orchestras of the past arose, the mournful cries of lost souls harmonizing with Orpheus's desperate song, infusing a raw energy into every chord, every strum. The wails of the forgotten mixed with the sweet sorrow of his melody, like a funeral dirge that held a heartbeat, a pulse, an insistence. In that moment, the world felt alive, electric with possibility. The stones beneath his feet vibrated with the rhythm of his heart, and for a fraction of a second, he felt invincible. But then the damning truth crashed over him like a wave. He was a man, not a god. And gods were capricious, their whims as unpredictable as the wind. The underworld's gates creaked open, revealing a realm draped in shades of grey, a haunting echo of the life they'd once shared. Orpheus stepped inside, his music a beacon slicing through the thick, oppressive darkness. Each note resonated with memories, laughter, light, love, pulling him deeper into the abyss where souls wandered in a haze of unfulfilled desires. And Hades awaited him, a figure cloaked in shadows, an embodiment of despair. I remember the way he stood, arms crossed, a knowing smirk hidden beneath his dark hair. "You think you can bargain with the dead," he taunted, voice smooth as silk but laced with venom. His eyes glinted like knives, sharp and unforgiving. But Orpheus, foolish, brave, and driven by an insatiable need, played on. The music flowed like a river, each note a desperate plea that reached into the very marrow of the earth. I remember the trembling of his hands, the way his heart raced, a wild stallion in a cage. He poured his soul into the lyre, weaving a spell of desperation and hope, daring to defy the ancient laws that chained them all. Eurydice watched, a spectral figure at the edge of the shadows. I remember the flicker of her smile, caught between the realms of life and death. She was there, yet not there, a haunting reminder of love too profound to be extinguished. Orpheus's heart surged with a tidal wave of emotions, love, fear, desperation, each crashing against the next, creating a storm that raged within him. "Take me back," he breathed, the words a prayer, a vow. "I can't live without her." The air crackled with tension, the very fabric of reality shifting beneath the weight of his longing. And in that moment, the world stilled. Time held its breath. I remember the silence, so thick it felt tangible, a living thing. Hades tilted his head, intrigued, perhaps even moved. The darkness around him seemed to pulse, alive with the echoes of Orpheus's heart. But the rules were clear, one glance back, and she would be lost forever. The melody hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting him to the hope of reunion. I remember the way he fought against the instinct, the primal urge to turn, to see her one last time. The very thought of losing her again was a blade to his heart. "Do not look back," Hades warned, his voice a low growl that reverberated through the silence. But the ache of love, the weight of loss, pressed heavily against Orpheus's chest. The tension was unbearable, a taut string ready to snap. I remember holding my breath, feeling the pulse of the moment thrumming in my veins. Would he turn? Would he shatter the fragile hope that danced before him? The lyre sang on, a haunting tribute to love, loss, and the agonizing power of music. Each note was both a cry and a promise, echoing through the darkness like a lighthouse guiding lost ships home. And as he moved forward, the world around him began to fade, shadows creeping in, threatening to swallow the light. "Don't you dare look back," he thought, a mantra in his mind as he stepped through the threshold of the underworld. But in the heart of every melody, in every heartbeat, lay the unbearable truth: love and loss were two sides of the same coin, intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. And then, the moment arrived, the precipice of fate, the crossroads of hope and despair. The tension crackled, electric, as Orpheus felt the tug of her presence, a siren song that beckoned him to turn. I remember the weight of that moment, a heartbeat echoing in the stillness, a breath caught in the throat of time. Would he look back? Would he shatter the fragile hope that shimmered like starlight, just within reach? The choice hung in the air, a palpable tension that wrapped around them both, a question that could not be answered until the very last note faded into silence. The air was thick with desperation, an unbearable silence draping the valley like a shroud. I could feel the weight of it pressing down on my chest as I crouched behind the jagged rocks, heart hammering against my ribs, blood rushing in my ears like the distant roar of a storm. The dawn broke, hesitant and broken, casting a pale light over the scene, revealing the charred remains of what had once been a village, smoke curling into the sky like the fingers of the damned, reaching for something just beyond their grasp. Once, there had been laughter. Children's voices danced in the wind, and home stood proud against the horizon. I remember the warmth of firelight, the way it flickered and danced like a living thing, casting shadows that played tricks on the mind. But now, only ashes remained, a testament to hubris, a whisper of what was lost. And there was Prometheus, the thief of fire, the rebel bound in chains, his spirit still flickering behind the veil of despair, a flame that refused to die. I turned to Alicia, my sister, her eyes wide and fearful. She clutches a tattered cloak around her shoulders, the fabric fraying like her hope. "What have we done?" Her voice quivers, each word laced with the anguish of our shared history. "We should have listened." I shake my head, a smile faltering on my lips, the absurdity of our plight clawing at my insides. What's done is done. We can't go back. I watch the horizon where the sun struggles to rise, blood-red and bruised against the dark. Time feels like a ghost here, slipping through our fingers like sand. I remember the warning, the cautionary tales told by the fire's glow, the gods watch. They see. To challenge Olympus is to court madness. But in our ache for warmth, for light, we tore the veil, grasped at forbidden flames that burned too bright for mortal hands. And then, the shadows shifted. The guards, their faces obscured by shadows and malice, marched forth like specters of retribution, swords glinting with the promise of violence. The clang of metal against metal echoed through the valley, a mournful dirge that sent shivers racing down my spine. I could feel the weight of their judgment, heavy and suffocating, and it made the air thick with dread. My breaths came in short gasps, the desperation clawing at my throat. Alicia stepped forward, foolishly brave, or perhaps just foolish. "We can't let them take him." Her voice rang out, clear and defiant, but the air was thick with sorrow. I grabbed her arm, pulling her back, my heart screaming in protest. "You can't. You don't understand." The decision hung between us like a knife's edge, sharp and unforgiving. She was a flame, bright and fierce, but flames can be extinguished, and I could not bear to watch her extinguished. "Prometheus," she cried, and the name echoed like a haunting refrain, a reminder of sacrifices made, of fire stolen in the dead of night. "We need you." He stood there, bound by chains of immortality, the embodiment of suffering, his eyes aflame with conviction. "Alicia, you must run. This is my burden." His words were a low rumble, filled with the weight of the universe. The earth trembled beneath us, and time itself seemed to freeze, suspended in that moment of unbearable tension. I felt the heat roll off him in waves, an energy that pulsed and thrummed like a heartbeat. You do not know the cost of this gift, he whispered, and the words sank into my soul like daggers, truth wrapped in despair. I glanced at Alazia, her face a mix of determination and fear, and I felt the unspoken bond between us tighten like a noose. The guards were upon us, their eyes cold and unfeeling, a reminder of the consequences of our choices. I could see the flicker of fear in their stony faces as they approached Prometheus, but it was too late. The fire was already lit, the world forever changed. Do you think you can snuff out the flame of rebellion? He challenged, voice rising as he faced his captors, a defiance that ignited the air around him. I am fire. I am hope. You cannot punish a gift meant for all. The guards moved in, swift as shadows, and I felt my heart stutter, a frantic rhythm against the backdrop of chaos. Alazia clutched my arm tighter, grounding me, pulling me back from the brink of despair. We have to save him, she insisted, her voice a trembling whisper, yet filled with a wild, reckless determination. Save him? I hissed, panic tightening my throat. What can we do against gods? But even as I spoke, the fire's warmth beckoned, luring me into the storm raging within me. The clash came like thunder, a cacophony of steel and sorrow, and I felt every blow in my bones. Prometheus stood tall, his chains rattling like the whispers of the past, the ghosts of our choices echoing in the air. The guards advanced, shadows against the morning light, cruel and remorseless. And then, the moment hung suspended, a breath, a heartbeat, before it all erupted into chaos. Alazia surged forward, propelled by an instinct I couldn't comprehend, and I realized then that she was the flame, reckless and beautiful in her pursuit of justice. I wanted to scream, to pull her back from the edge, but her spirit had ignited, and I felt my own heartbeat in time with hers, a rhythm of desperation and longing. Prometheus, she cried again, and her voice pierced the air, a beacon amidst the dark. Stand strong. We'll fight. The world became a blur of motion and sound, each heartbeat an echo of the choices we made. My thoughts spiraled around me like leaves caught in a tempest. What had we awakened? What price would we pay for the fire we so desperately sought? But beneath the chaos, beneath the cacophony of fear and fury, I felt it, the unmistakable pulse of hope, flickering in the darkness. And I, too, took a step forward, embracing the recklessness of it all, the desire for warmth, for light. In that moment, we were all bound by chains, chains of our own making, chains that echoed through history, through time. And as I stood beside Alazia, beside the burning spirit of Prometheus, I understood, the trials had only just begun. The forest was a mosaic of shadows, a labyrinth of gnarled roots and whispering leaves, alive with a palpable energy that pulsed through the air. A thick fog hung low, like the breath of ancient gods, swirling around Atalanta's legs as she crouched, her heart racing in sync with the rhythm of the earth beneath her. She could hear it, the rustle of something that didn't belong, the soft pad of a creature stalking through the underbrush. It wasn't just any hunt today, it was the hunt for redemption, a chance to prove herself amidst the swirling doubts that gnawed at her like hungry wolves. I remember. She breathed, the words escaping her lips like fog, the stories of the hunt, tales of glory that wrapped around my childhood like a warm cloak. But now those stories feel like shackles, binding me to expectations I never wanted. She felt the weight of her lineage pressing against her chest, a ghost that whispered of legendary hunts, of triumphs that had once lit a fire in her heart. But the hunt was different now, wasn't it? The thrill had darkened into something feral and desperate. As the wind howled, a chill raced down her spine, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable confrontation. She glimpsed movement, a flicker of fur, and instinct took over, her bow drawn taut, arrows glinting like silver blades in the dim light. Then there was him. Orion, the man who had crossed into her chaotic life like a shooting star, bold and unyielding. His laughter echoed through her memories, but now, it felt like a distant memory, swallowed by the shadows of a deepening rift. Every shared moment had been a spark, every smile, a flicker of hope. But between them lay a chasm, a gnawing silence that refused to be bridged. "What do you want from me, Orion?" she whispered, the words heavy with longing and fear, her heart aching as she thought of the warmth that had once enveloped her so completely. Orion stood a few paces behind her, caught between admiration and frustration. I want you to see what you're capable of, Atalanta. This isn't just about hunting, it's about finding yourself. But those words felt like needles, pricking at the raw wounds of her own self-doubt. What did he know of the solitude that wrapped around her like a shroud? He didn't see the ghost of expectations lingering behind her, the haunting specter of failure whispering that she would never measure up. The tension thickened, each heartbeat echoing louder in the silence of the forest. Atalanta's fingers tightened around the bowstring, the wood pressing against her palms like a living thing. She had never been afraid of the hunt, the thrill of the chase was her lifeblood. But today, it was the hunt for clarity, the need to pierce through the fog of her own mind, that loomed larger than the creatures they pursued. Shadows danced, flickering memories of her past rising up like specters in the mist. I remember the laughter, the joy of running free. I used to think I could conquer anything. But now, standing there, heart racing, she felt like a child again, terrified of the dark corners of her own soul. You think you know me, she spat, suddenly furious, her voice a low growl. You think this is a game? Orion stepped closer, his eyes fierce, reflecting the tumult of emotion swirling within him. It's not a game, Atalanta. It's a chance to break free. But you need to stop running from yourself. His words hung in the air, heavy with a truth that stung. She could feel the weight of his gaze, the way he saw her, and it ignited a fire within, one that danced dangerously close to combustion. You don't understand, she whispered, a tremor in her voice. I am not my mother. I am not the huntress they expect me to be. I am lost. As the forest closed in around them, the shadows stretched, whispering secrets of loss, of love, and of the haunting specters of expectations that loomed larger than life itself. And then came the sound, the unmistakable snap of a twig, a sudden shift that shattered the fragile moment. Atalanta's instincts kicked in, her heart lurching as she spun toward the source of the noise, breath hitching in her throat. The creature emerged from the shadows, eyes glinting like shards of glass, a beast born from nightmares, its growl reverberating through the stillness like a death knell. Fear clamped around her throat, but alongside it surged an exhilarating rush, a primal thrill that ignited her senses. Here it was, the hunt, the challenge, the confrontation she had yearned for. She drew her bow, fingers steady despite the tumult within, the world narrowing to that single heartbeat, her breath, the creature's growl, Orion's shout fading into the background. Now, Atalanta! His voice was urgent, a tether pulling her back into the moment, reminding her that she was not alone. But as the arrow flew, soaring through the mist, it wasn't just the beast she aimed to slay, it was the fear that had haunted her for too long, a darkness that had woven itself into her very being. But was it enough? Would she emerge victorious, or would the shadows swallow her whole? Time stretched and fractured, collapsing and expanding in a dizzying dance of uncertainty, the forest itself holding its breath as if the cosmos leaned in to watch. And as she stood, bow drawn, heart racing, she knew this was not just a hunt. It was a reckoning, a desperate grasp at the edges of her own shattered identity, a fight against the ghosts that loomed larger than the beasts of the night. The line between fear and resolve blurred, every heartbeat echoing through the silence, every breath heavy with the weight of what was to come. Together, she whispered, not just to Orion but to herself, clinging to the hope that in this darkest hour, they could forge a light worth fighting for altogether. The shadows stretched like fingers across the cracked stone floor, clutching at the remnants of what once was a place of laughter, life, and light. Now, the chill of despair seeped through the air like a slow poison, suffocating and relentless. The weight of loss pressed down on me, a shroud of grief I couldn't shake off. I could hear him, the deep rumble of his voice reverberating in the darkness, a haunting echo I knew too well. You can't hide from death, he whispered, and I shuddered as if the very breath of the underworld tickled my spine. I remember the first time I faced him, the way his laughter danced around me, dark and infectious. He had been a friend once, a brother in arms as we fought through the chaos of our lives, but now, he was something else entirely. The air crackled with tension as we stood there, two opposing forces caught in a standoff, the world around us crumbling like the remains of a forgotten kingdom. Cygnus, I called out, my voice wavering as I stepped closer, this isn't you. The chthonic deities will consume us both if we don't stop this. My heart raced, a frantic drum echoing in the hollow pit of my stomach. I could see flickers of hesitation in his eyes, but they were quickly swallowed by a darkness that made the corners of the room pulse with life. The spirits of the underworld were stirring, hungry, restless. "Stop pretending you care, Eir," he spat, venom dripping from his words. "You've always been afraid. Afraid of the shadows, afraid of me." He gestured wildly, and the darkness responded, swirling in a violent dance that pulled me toward him, toward the edge of my own sanity. I had never seen him like this, transformed into a vessel of rage and despair, a puppet of the very deities we once mocked over cups of mead in merry taverns. But beneath that fury, I sensed a fracture, a vulnerability that echoed my own. I had my demons too, ones that clawed at me, whispering my failures, my fears, and the burden of survival. Every night I lay awake, tormented by memories of those I had lost, and yet, here I was, trying to pull him back from the brink, from the abyss that called to him like a siren song. I remember when we laughed at death, I offered, my voice trembling, when we were fearless children, playing games in the moonlight, convinced we'd outrun fate. His eyes flickered, a momentary lapse in the tempest swirling inside him. I took a step closer, heart pounding like thunder in my chest. Remember the stories we told? The legends about the chthonic deities? They were just tales, Cygnus. We can break free. But the shadows shifted, swirling with a life of their own, hissing secrets only they could understand. They whispered promises of power and vengeance, binding him tighter in their grasp. I could feel my resolve fading, the very essence of hope slipping through my fingers like sand in an hourglass, counting down my last moments with him. "Let them take you. Join us," a voice hissed from the darkness, and I froze as the spirits circled us, specters of what we feared becoming. They were the echoes of our past, the ghosts of our worst nightmares. The air thickened with their presence, a suffocating fog that masked the reality of our situation. I could see them now, half-formed figures with hollow eyes, reaching for us like lost souls yearning for salvation. They were alluring, seductive, the promise of power, of freedom from pain, whispering sweet nothings that dripped like honey from their phantom lips. "No!" I screamed, the sound tearing through the silence like a knife. I felt the raw desperation claw at my throat, igniting a fire in my belly. "You are more than this. We are more than this." I reached out, my hand trembling as it brushed against his, a fragile tether in the storm. "Fight it! Fight them!" For a heartbeat, everything froze. The shadows paused, the wind stilled, and time hung suspended in a fragile balance. Cygnus's gaze met mine, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the boy he used to be, the one who dared to dream of a world untouched by darkness. Tears brimmed in my eyes as the weight of my memories cascaded over me, each one a reminder of what we stood to lose. But the darkness roared back, an angry tide that threatened to drown us both. With a swift motion, Cygnus pulled away, his expression twisted with pain and defiance. "You don't understand, Eir. They can give me everything I've ever wanted. Power. Freedom." His voice cracked, and I felt the world shift beneath my feet, the ground trembling like a wounded beast. "Power? Freedom." I echoed, disbelief slicing through the haze. "You're bargaining with the very essence of despair. They will take your soul. You'll be nothing but a puppet." I could feel the specters swirling, their whispers growing louder, feeding off his turmoil, feeding off my fear. The shadows curled around us, their cold embrace tightening like a noose. I had to do something. I had to break through. "Think about your family. Your sister. Would you condemn her to this fate? To suffer because of your choices?" The words felt like daggers, piercing through the veil of rage and despair, searching for the truth buried deep inside him. But his face hardened, the fire in his eyes extinguished, leaving only ash and shadows. "They're gone, Eir. All of them. There is nothing left for me." The finality in his voice echoed through the chamber, a resonant bell tolling the end of hope. Maybe it's time I embraced the darkness. His acceptance felt like a knife to my chest, and the world around us seemed to shatter, splintering into 1,000 pieces of jagged glass. The spirits surged, wild and hungry, and I could feel their pull, their insatiable desire to claim him. I could see him slipping away, and the panic rose like bile in my throat. No. You're not lost yet. I reached for him, desperation clawing at my heart, willing him to fight, to break free. If this was our last moment, I would not let him go without a fight. We can face this together. We don't have to become their puppets. We can forge our own paths. But the shadows roared, a cacophony of voices drowning out the truth of my words. They were the remnants of despair, whispering promises of power too sweet to resist. Cygnus hesitated, the battle raging within him, the tempest of hope and darkness crashing violently against each other. And then, with a final, shattering scream that echoed like thunder, he lunged into the darkness, surrendering to the chaos. My heart shattered with the sound, fragments of my soul scattering like ash in the wind. I was left standing in the haunting silence, grasping at the shadows, reaching for a spark of the boy I once knew. Cygnus! I cried, the name a desperate prayer against the encroaching night. But the darkness swallowed his voice, the air thick with the stench of despair. I was alone now, facing the abyss, teetering on the edge of my own breaking point. The shadows danced around me, taunting and seductive, drawing me closer to their embrace. And as I stood there, heart pounding, breaths heavy with the weight of loss, I realized I was not just fighting for him anymore. I was fighting for my own soul, for the light that flickered dimly in the vast expanse of the underworld. I took a deep breath, feeling the cold air fill my lungs, and stepped forward into the darkness, ready to confront the chthonic deities head-on. I would not let despair win. I would not let him become another lost soul. And as the shadows closed in, my heart pulsed with determination, a rhythmic beat against the chaos surrounding me, echoing the defiance that burned bright within. The moon hung low, a thick, round eye blinking in the darkness, casting a ghostly glow on the still surface of the water. In that eerie silence, the air was pregnant with dread, as if nature herself held her breath. I remember the moment, my heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. It was a late summer night, the kind that drapes the world in a warm, suffocating embrace, and yet here I stood, on the edge of a deep, dark lake, the water whispering secrets I dared not hear. There was a flicker of movement, Narcisse, my brother, his silhouette etched against the shimmering surface. He was beautiful, impossibly so, with an aura that drew the gaze and held it, a black hole of vanity into which the unsuspecting might fall. I watched as he leaned closer, entranced by his own reflection, the way his fingers danced on the water, tracing the outline of perfection. "Look at me," he murmured, his voice a seductive lullaby. "Just look at me." Each word dripped with longing, a sweet poison that swirled around us. He was caught in a trance, lost in the depths of his own allure, while I, his shadow, felt the heat of his obsession wrap around my throat like a noose. I remember thinking, how can one be so captivated by oneself that the world dissolves into a blur? I felt the air grow heavier, thick with unspoken words, emotions tangled like weeds. Beside me, Miriam, my childhood friend, stood frozen, her eyes wide, reflecting the moonlight. She had always been the voice of reason, the grounding force in my life, yet tonight her expression was one of horror. I felt her tremble, the slight shake of her shoulders as if she were standing on the brink of an abyss. "He's going to drown," she whispered, her voice trembling, laced with a desperation that clawed at my insides. "No," I replied, though I felt the unease echoing through my own veins. "He's just admiring himself." But the truth gnawed at me, a ravenous beast starved for acknowledgement. I had watched Narcisse pull away from us, from reality, consumed by the shimmering surface of his own beauty. The world outside that realm of glass seemed to fade to grey, a void he would willingly plunge into, and I, paralyzed with indecision, could only watch. "Do something," Miriam pleaded, her voice cutting through the thick air, sharp and urgent. And yet, I felt paralyzed, trapped in my own web of emotions, torn between the love for my brother and the stinging fear of his self-destruction. The more I wanted to reach out, the more the distance between us stretched into an unfathomable chasm. Even the stars above felt distant, twinkling mockingly as if they were privy to the tragic play unfurling before them. "Narcisse!" I finally shouted, my voice cracking, raw with urgency. Come back. He turned, momentarily breaking the spell, and for a fleeting second, I saw a flicker of recognition in his eyes, a whisper of humanity. But it vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by an intoxicating gleam. I can't, he said, his lips curling into a smile that felt like a dagger. I'm perfect here. The words hung heavy in the air, slicing through the silence, a chilling reminder of the danger that lay in his vanity. I could feel my heart stutter, the rhythm faltering as the realization washed over me. He was choosing this. Choosing the reflection over reality. Life is more than this, Miriam implored, her voice rising like a desperate chant. We care for you. You can't lose yourself to this illusion. But there was no response, only the haunting stillness of the night. It was as if time itself held its breath, suspended in that fragile moment. The world blurred into an abstract painting, colors running together until it was just me, Miriam, and Narcisse, trapped in a vortex of unyielding beauty and unrelenting despair. Every heartbeat echoed louder, a drum signaling the march toward disaster. I felt a surge of anger mixed with grief, an unholy alliance. You think you're a god, don't you? I spat, feeling the words bubble up from the depths of my rage. You think you can drown in your own reflection and still be saved? Suddenly, Narcisse's face twisted, the charm fading like smoke. You don't understand, he said, voice low, thick with bitterness. I am beautiful. I am perfection. This world is ugly. The intensity of his words hit me, a visceral blow that sent shockwaves through my chest. It wasn't just vanity, it was a deep-rooted despair, a rejection of everything that was real and flawed. It was as if he had become a ghost, haunting the ruins of his own making. Please? I cried, desperation spilling like blood from a wound. Come back to us. We need you. The water rippled, distorting the image of Narcisse, and for a moment, I thought I saw something deeper lurking beneath, something dark and sad, crying out for help. But then it vanished, swallowed by the shimmering surface, and I was left grasping at air. Miriam stepped forward, her hand stretched out. We love you. We see you beyond the mirror. But Narcisse only laughed, a hollow, echoing sound that cut through the night like a knife. You love a shadow, a memory. I am more than flesh. I am an idea. The words hung in the air, a curse that twisted in the darkness. I felt the dread seep into my bones. We were losing him, and we were powerless to stop it. My heart raced, the rhythm an urgent call to arms in this battle against vanity's seductive grip. Is this what it means to love? To watch as someone spirals into the depths of their own reflection? The water shimmered, the moon's gaze unwavering, an eternal witness to the tragedy unfolding. As I stood there, the night thick with tension and the weight of despair, I realized this wasn't just about Narcisse anymore. It was about all of us, bound by our need for validation, our hunger for approval, and the terrifying fragility of our own selves. The abyss beckoned, a siren's call, and I was terrified of what lay at the bottom. Don't let him go, I pleaded, a raw plea woven with desperation. But in that moment, I knew, the fight was not just for Narcisse, it was a battle against the very nature of vanity that lurked in us all. And as Narcisse stared into the water, the moonlight casting his reflection into a haunting visage, a beautiful ghost, I felt the darkness wrap around me like a shroud. The story continued, an endless loop of desire and desperation, a dance with shadows that would never truly end. The air was thick with a tension that gnawed at the edges of sanity, a palpable dread winding through the streets like a serpent ready to strike. I stood at the center of the marketplace, the once bustling heart of the city now eerily silent, save for the low hum of whispered fears. Shadows flickered under the dying light of the sun, twisting and curling around the cobblestones, as if the very stones themselves were afraid of what was coming. I remember the faces of the crowd, hollow eyes, trembling lips, the faint scent of desperation mingling with the earthy grit of the ground. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears. Had we all forgotten the warnings? The prophecies that had woven their way through our lives like a dark thread, binding us to an uncertain fate. There she was, Ilara, her eyes aflame with the weight of her lineage, the oracle's blood coursing through her veins like wildfire. I told them, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, trembling with the fatigue of unheeded words. I told them the skies would bleed. I could see the remnants of her dreams etched on her face, lines of worry and despair contrasting sharply with the fierce resolve that made her so powerful yet so utterly vulnerable. And then there was Thomas, standing beside me, his frame rigid with the burden of a man who had once believed in justice. But justice had betrayed him, and now he was a mere shell of the man who had stood with Elara in defiance of fate. "We can't turn our backs," he growled, but I could hear the wavering note in his voice, the doubt that clawed at his insides. Not again. I remember the shadows behind him, the lurking figures of the past, ghosts of decisions made too late, of paths not taken. The prophecy had whispered of doom, but it had also promised salvation. Yet here we stood, teetering on the brink, terrified of the precipice before us. "Do you feel that?" Elara's voice broke through my thoughts, her gaze piercing as if she could see into the very fabric of existence. I nodded, though I couldn't articulate the sensation, the electric pulse in the air, a vibration that echoed through my bones, crackling with the unspoken. It was the cosmic heartbeat, resonating with the weight of what was to come. Suddenly, a shriek cut through the silence like a dagger, a sound that sent a shiver down my spine. It was the cry of a woman, her face twisted in horror, pointing toward the heavens. "The sky is tearing apart!" Panic erupted in waves, a tidal force crashing against the fragile structure of our resolve. I felt Thomas's hand on my shoulder, squeezing, his own fear mingling with mine, an anchor in a sea of chaos. But Elara, she was different. The oracle within her stirred, a tempest of emotions, a storm of vision swirling just beyond the veil of her consciousness. The signs, she gasped, nearly collapsing under the weight of it all. They're not just warnings, they're choices, paths we can still take. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of hope battling against despair. The prophecies she had inherited were more than mere predictions, they were the tapestry of our lives, threads of fate interwoven with the actions we chose to take. But choices came with consequences. I remembered my own, the moments where I had let fear dictate my path, where I had allowed doubt to silence my voice. "Elara," I said, my voice barely breaking the tension, "what if they are all lies? What if we are just puppets in someone else's game?" Her gaze locked onto mine, fierce and unwavering. "Then we become the puppeteers. We write our own story." Thomas's breath was ragged, his thoughts racing. "And what if we fail? What if we are wrong?" Every syllable dripped with the weight of his past, the memories of battles fought and lost, the ghosts of those he had failed to protect. There was an ache in my heart, a deep, gnawing uncertainty that threatened to swallow me whole. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence, to break free from this suffocating moment, but the oracle's words hung in the air, heavy with possibility. "Maybe this is our moment," I whispered, feeling a spark ignite within me, a flicker of a flame that had been smothered for too long. "Maybe we can change the course of destiny." Elara stepped forward, her hand outstretched, trembling yet determined. "Together," she said, her voice rising above the chaos, resonating like a hymn. "Together, we can rewrite the stars." The shadows thickened around us, swirling and coiling, as if eager to consume our resolve. I could almost taste the fear, bitter and suffocating, but I felt the glimmer of hope pushing through, breaking the surface like the first light of dawn. We stood on the precipice of something unimaginable, the air electric as we faced the cosmos, the prophecy spiraling into the unknown. Fear still gripped my heart, but there was also a profound sense of freedom in the uncertainty. I remembered the way the earth felt beneath my feet, solid yet shifting, how the universe seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. And in that moment, we were more than just players in a game, we were the authors of our fate, the architects of our destiny. The prophecy had become our canvas, and we were ready to paint a future that transcended the whispers of doom. As the sky crackled with energy, the boundaries of reality began to blur. The world around us shifted, each heartbeat echoing with possibility, the weight of our choices swirling like a tempest. And with every beat, every breath, the tension built, a crescendo rising towards an explosion of emotion that was both terrifying and exhilarating. In the embrace of the unknown, fear and hope intertwined, a dance of shadows playing out against the canvas of the cosmos. The prophecy loomed like a spectre, watching, waiting. And as we stepped forward into the abyss, we were no longer afraid. We were alive, and we were determined to forge our own path through the darkness. A shriek pierced the midnight air, echoing through the narrow streets of Thebes like a bone-chilling omen. It was the sound of a mother mourning, her wails intertwining with the distant rumble of thunder, each drop of rain falling like a tear from the heavens. I stood there, soaked but paralyzed, as if the very cosmos had conspired to hold me in place. Fate had tightened its grip, the threads of destiny weaving a tapestry of despair that no one could escape. I remember the moment vividly, the scent of damp earth mixing with the metallic tang of blood from a nearby altar, where offerings had once danced in vibrant colors. Now, only shadows whispered of past joys, mocking the present with their cruel laughter. A chill crawled up my spine as I turned my gaze toward the figure looming in the storm, a silhouette of anguish, Oedipus, his face a mask of sorrow and rage, the weight of prophecy hanging around his neck like a noose. "I am the scourge of Thebes," he roared, voice trembling with the force of a tempest, each word a dagger aimed at the heart of fate itself. He had clawed his way to the throne, believing he could outsmart the gods, yet here he was, a puppet dangling from strings of inevitability. I felt my own heart racing, a frantic drum echoing in my ears. But Oedipus was not alone. In the shadows lurked Jocasta, his wife and mother, a spectre caught in the web of their shared tragedy. Her eyes were dark wells of despair, reflecting the agony of a love that was both sacred and cursed. "What can we do?" she cried, her voice breaking like fragile glass. "Can we not change our fate?" Yet, deep down, I felt the answer wrap itself around us like a shroud. Fate was an unyielding beast, and we were merely its playthings. It didn't matter how fiercely we fought or how desperately we clung to our dreams, the fates had spun their thread long before we drew breath. I could see it in the way Oedipus's hands trembled, as if grappling not just with his lineage but with the very essence of free will. I remember, I whispered to the wind, the stories told under flickering candles, the hushed tones of doom lacing the tales of gods and mortals. I had always been drawn to those stories, each one a ghost that lingered in my mind, urging me to consider the impossible dance between fate and choice. Then came the silence, a heavy, suffocating blanket that enveloped us, threatening to crush the very breath from our lungs. I could feel the air thickening, the tension coiling tight, ready to snap. I watched as Oedipus's face twisted in horror, a revelation dawning like a dark star against the backdrop of inevitability. He had fought against the prophecy with every fiber of his being, yet here he stood, a prisoner of his own making. "Why, fate?" he screamed, despair dripping from his voice like rain from the eaves. "Why do you mock me?" And in that moment, I saw it, the agony of free will, the haunting realization that every choice was merely an illusion. I felt my pulse quicken, the sting of despair clawing at my insides. Jocasta, shaking, stepped forward, her voice a mere whisper yet carrying the weight of 1,000 sorrows. "We chose to love each other, Oedipus, even as the shadows loomed. Is that not our defiance? But what was love against the relentless tide of fate?" I felt the ground shift beneath me as if the earth itself conspired to swallow us whole. The thunder cracked like the breaking of a spell, snapping me back to the reality of their despair, a reality where hope flickered like a dying candle, fighting against the encroaching darkness. "Can we forge our own path?" Oedipus's words hung in the air, a desperate plea that resonated within me. I wanted to scream, to tell him that fighting against fate was like trying to catch smoke in his hands. I remembered moments from my own life, tiny decisions spiraling into monumental consequences. The weight of choices, both good and terrible, is a burden we all bear. But how often do we acknowledge the unseen hand guiding us through the storm? The rain intensified, each drop striking the ground like the heartbeat of the earth beneath our feet. I felt the electricity in the air, the tension building, stretching as thin as a spider's web. Time itself seemed to stutter, the clock on the wall in the distant palace ticking loudly, mocking us with its certainty. Every tick was a reminder of the inevitability we all faced. Then, in the silence that followed, a shadow flitted across my mind, a memory of watching the stars twinkle against the vast night sky, each one a beacon of dreams and regrets. How small we are beneath that cosmic canvas, yet how fiercely we cling to our desires, our hopes. "I remember," I said again, my voice a trembling whisper. The stories of heroes who believed they could change the course of their lives, only to find themselves trapped in the very tales they sought to escape. I felt a chill as I spoke, the weight of understanding crashing over me like a wave. Oedipus's eyes met mine, a storm of emotion swirling within their depths. What if we embrace our choices? What if love is our weapon against the cruelty of fate? But I knew, deep down, that love alone was not enough. It was a cruel twist of fate to bear such a burden, to feel so deeply yet remain ensnared in the web of one's own making. The storm raged on, and we stood together, three figures caught in a dance of fate and free will. I felt the heaviness of their pain, the weight of their choices pressing down like a leaden cloak. The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat echoing like a drum, the clock ticking mercilessly onward. Each moment stretched, poised on the brink of something monumental, something that would shatter the very foundation of their lives. The question hung between us, a ghostly presence whispering of inevitability and defiance. And just as I thought the storm would claim us, a flicker of light broke through the clouds, illuminating the darkness with a promise that felt both haunting and beautiful. It was a moment of transcendence, where fate and free will entwined like lovers in the night, teasing at the boundary of despair and hope. I held my breath, feeling the air reverberate with the weight of their choices, their pain, and the ceaseless pull of destiny. In that chilling silence, I realized that the dance between fate and free will was as old as time itself, an eternal struggle that would pulse through the hearts of mortals and gods alike. And as the rain continued to pour, drenching the earth in sorrow, I felt an undeniable truth settle deep within my soul: we are all bound to our fates, yet woven into that tapestry is the defiance of choice, the fragile, aching beauty of being human. Silence envelops the theater, thick enough to choke on, heavy like the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. The crowd, a sea of faces, their eyes shimmering with anticipation, clutches their breath. At the center of it all stands Cassia, a woman forged from the ashes of her own disappointments. Her heart races, a relentless drumbeat echoing in her chest, as she faces the empty stage that looms before her, a canvas drenched in shadows. The flickering torches cast ghostly silhouettes, transforming the venue into a haunted memory of what was once vibrant, alive. I remember, she whispers, her voice barely cutting through the oppressive silence. I remember the nights I spent dreaming of glory, the whispers of the muses calling me, coaxing me into the light. But the light seems cruel now, harsh like the sun gazing upon a scorched earth. The memory of applause feels like salt on an open wound. She was once the darling of the city, a beacon of hope. Now, she stands on the precipice of failure, the weight of expectation suffocating her spirit. Across the dimly lit room, Theron watches, his heart a tangled mess of admiration and jealousy. He's the one who stirs the pot, who thrives in the chaos. Yet, the chaos that fuels his ambition also gnaws at him with an insatiable hunger, a relentless urge to be someone, to eclipse Cassia's light. The Greek tragedies he reveres spill over into his thoughts like dark ink on parchment, and the ghosts of ambition whisper in his ear. What if you could be more than her shadow, they taunt? What if you could be the hero of your own tale? But at what cost? He can feel the gnawing dread of his insecurities, the tightening noose of doubt. I remember, he murmurs, rocking back and forth in a phantom's embrace, the moment I thought I could be a god, even for just a heartbeat. The theater darkens, the weight of his aspiration pressing down upon him like an anvil. He looks to the sky, where clouds swirl like the thoughts in his mind, and for a fleeting moment, he wishes for the divine. Then there's Elara, the ghost of dreams past, a figure walking through the world as if caught in a tempest. Her laughter once sparked joy, but now it has become a haunting echo, reverberating through the halls of her memory. She sits in the corner, her fingers dancing over the strings of a lyre, producing a melody tinged with sorrow, a somber requiem for lost hopes and broken dreams. I remember, she plays softly, the music of bittersweet lullaby. I remember when we thought we could change the world. Tears prick at the corners of her eyes, but she pushes them down, fighting against the swelling tide of despair. The shadows creep closer, whispering secrets in her ear, taunting her with the specter of what could have been. You were meant to be someone, they hiss. The weight of those expectations feels like a shroud, suffocating and relentless. Cassia stands before the audience, a blend of fear and exhilaration coursing through her veins. What are we, if not echoes of the gods? She calls out, her voice rising like a phoenix from the ashes. What are our failures if not lessons carved into the very fabric of our existence? The crowd stirs, a collective breath, the tension tangible. For a moment, the air crackles with possibility, as if the fates themselves hold their breath, waiting to see which thread shall snap. The flickering flames of the torches dance in response to her words, casting shadows that morph into figures from myth, figures that loom over her, intimidating and ancient, scoffing at her audacity. "You think you can escape your fate," they seem to say. But Cassia, fueled by desperation, plunges deeper into the well of her emotions, her heart now an open wound, raw and pulsating. "I am more than the sum of my failures," she cries, voice reverberating against the stone walls, a battle cry that pierces the suffocating air. Theron feels the weight of her challenge settle over him like a shroud. The urge to leap into the fray swells within him. Will he be the hero, or will he retreat into the shadows? "I am not afraid," he whispers, though the tremor in his voice betrays him. But fear can be an intoxicating companion. It awakens a part of him he had buried under layers of ambition and envy. The thin line between hero and villain blurs, and he teeters precariously on the edge. But then there's Elara, her voice carrying a haunting melody that fills the space between their hearts. "We are the stories we tell, the dreams we weave into existence," she sings, her lyre providing a haunting backdrop to the tempest of emotion swirling around them. "Do not let the shadows define you." Her words hang in the air, a fragile thread of hope in a world draped in uncertainty. As the final notes linger, the silence swells, pregnant with unspoken potential. The ghostly figures of mythology loom overhead, watching, waiting, their judgment a heavy weight. Will they bless this trio's struggles with glory, or will they allow them to crumble into the forgotten dust of history? "Let us rise," Cassia implores, her voice carrying an intensity that grips the very fibers of the universe. "Let us carve our own fate." And just like that, the stage transforms, the shadows melting away, revealing a world alive with possibility, their own myth unfolding in real time. In that moment, a cosmic clock ticks ominously, each beat reverberating through their souls. Time stretches and bends, swirling around them like smoke. The theater, once a mere building, transforms into a living, breathing entity, a labyrinth of emotions and memories, of dreams and despair, echoing every heartbeat of the characters within it. And as they step forward into the unknown, the shadows whisper their secrets, laughing and crying, a cacophony of existence that will never let them go. They are bound, intertwined in a dance of fate and choice, each moment a thread in an endless tapestry of humanity's struggle against the void. The audience leans forward, their souls entwined with the fate of Cassia, Theron, and Elara, as the edges of the story blur into the night. This is not the end. No, it is merely a transition, a loop that pulls them deeper into the very essence of Greek culture, art, and philosophy, where every heartbeat is a story waiting to be told, where every breath holds the weight of eternity. The myths are alive, pulsing with raw emotion, ever present, ever fleeting, like the fading light of a dying sun. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a witness to the chaos below, casting an unholy glow on the crumbling city. A wail pierced the night, a sound so raw, so piercing, it seemed to splinter the very fabric of reality. I stood there, heart racing, as shadows danced frantically against the walls, whispering secrets of gods and monsters long past. In that moment, time stretched and twisted, coiling like a serpent ready to strike. Marcus was there, eyes wild, face streaked with dirt and desperation. He was a man weighted by legacy, by the tales of heroes and cursed fate. "They're coming for us," he shouted, voice cracking, a blend of fear and fury. His breath was ragged, each gasp laced with the venom of impending doom. I could see it, the specter of his father looming behind him, a titan of unyielding standards and expectations. The mythical burden of Olympus pressing down on his shoulders, threatening to snap him in two. Next to him stood Elara, fierce and defiant, aflame against the encroaching darkness. Her spirit crackled with energy, but even she felt the chill of the night. "We've faced worse," she replied, though I could hear the tremor beneath her bravado. The weight of her lineage, the stories of the vengeful Furies, seeped into her bones. She had no choice, she had to fight against the ghosts of her ancestry that whispered doubts into her ear. I remember the stories of the gods, how they spun their webs of fate, laughing at the mortals caught in their intricate designs. I remember the feeling of unease, the sense that destiny could turn on a dime, that a single choice could unleash devastation. In that moment, standing on the precipice of chaos, I too felt the weight of history pressing down, a reminder that every myth carries a kernel of truth, and every legend is born from the ashes of trauma. "Can't you see?" Marcus screamed, eyes darting, his mind racing through the labyrinth of possibilities. "This isn't just about us. It's the world at stake. It's the blood of our ancestors demanding retribution." The shadows clung to him, hungry for acknowledgement, for an offering to quench their eternal thirst. Elara stepped closer, her voice low, haunted yet resolute. "And what of our own blood? Are we to become the monsters they feared? The tales they told?" Her words sliced through the tension, leaving a gaping wound of uncertainty. She held her breath as if waiting for the answer to emerge from the abyss of silence. I thought of the myths that had shaped our lives, the countless retellings that spun through time like leaves caught in a storm. The tragic love of Orpheus and Eurydice, the madness of Lycurgus, the endless cycle of vengeance. How could we escape their grasp when their shadows loomed so large? Were we to be mere echoes of their stories? Lightning cracked the sky, illuminating the figures lurking in the darkness, creatures born from nightmares, furies draped in sorrow, satyrs dancing on the precipice of madness. Each creature a reflection of our own fears, our own struggles. They don't just come for us, I thought, shaking with the weight of revelation. They come for the stories, the legacy passed down like an unyielding chain. What would we become when faced with the ghosts of our past? The echoes of Achilles' rage, Odysseus' cunning, the tragic fall of Icarus. I watched as Marcus clenched his fists, the blood pounding behind his temples, sculpted by the weight of expectations that bore down like a relentless tide. I saw Elara's defiance flicker, a candle's flame struggling against the gust of fate. "Fight with me!" Marcus roared, his voice a beacon in the storm of despair. "We can rewrite the ending. We are not bound by those tales." The fire in his eyes kindled a spark in Elara, igniting something deep within the hollows of her doubt. But what if rewriting means becoming something new? Something monstrous, she whispered, vulnerability cracking the facade of strength. The ground trembled beneath us, a physical manifestation of our internal turmoil. The very earth seemed to reject the weight of our decisions, the choices that lingered like specters on the fringes of our consciousness. Shadows loomed closer, whispers turning into screams, the heartbeat of the universe quickening with anticipation. And then came the moment, the raw clash of wills. Elara surged forward, her heart a wild drumbeat, embracing the chaos. "Then let's become something worthy of the stories," she shouted, her voice rising above the cacophony of despair. "Let us carve our own legacy, however painful." Marcus followed, the storm within him raging. Together, they stepped into the abyss, ready to confront the shadows that sought to consume them. I was left standing at the edge, feeling the pulse of their fear, their hope. The air crackled with energy, it was a heady cocktail of despair and exhilaration. I remember the ghostly chill that surrounded us, brightened only by the flickering remnants of ancient myths, the weight of our choices shimmering like stars caught in a web of night. Would we find redemption? Or would we be crushed under the weight of our own stories, like Icarus falling from the sun? In that moment, the cosmos turned, and I held my breath, waiting for the answer that would never come. The legacy of mythology wrapped around us like a shroud, binding our fates to those ancient tales of glory and loss, hope and despair. And as the night deepened, I realized that our stories were just beginning, woven into the fabric of a legacy that would never truly die, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to remember. The shadows crept across the cobblestones of the ancient city, the chill of dusk settling in like a shroud. A dim light flickered from the window of a small, weathered house, illuminating a single figure pacing within. Her breath came in quick bursts, matching the rapid beating of her heart, each thud echoing with the weight of generations, echoes of heroes and monsters, lovers and betrayals. Her name was Eleni, and she clutched a tattered scroll, the words scrawled in ink that had long since faded, but the meaning burned bright in her mind. "I remember the tales," she whispered, her voice trembling with the enormity of it all. "I remember how they spoke of gods who walked among mortals, how they played with our hearts like puppets on strings. Outside, The wind howled, a mournful wail that seemed to carry the distant cries of those long gone, their stories woven into the fabric of the night. The moon hung heavy and watchful, a cold eye that saw everything. Eleny's fingers traced the edges of the scroll, the texture rough against her skin. It held secrets, hidden truths about her family, her past. The weight of her lineage pressed down on her, an invisible hand gripping her throat. She was a descendant of Persephone, the queen who had danced with darkness, and she felt that same darkness creeping into her soul. What if I am cursed, she thought, the words curling around her like smoke. What if the stories are not just stories, but warnings? Across the city, in the heart of a vibrant marketplace, a man named Nicholas stood frozen, the world around him a blur. He was a merchant, his wares bright and colorful, but his mind was shrouded in a storm of turmoil. The laughter of children played in the air like a cruel melody, taunting him. I remember the joy, he thought, bitterness seeping into his veins, but joy is a fickle friend. It leaves just when you need it most. His father had once told him tales of Odysseus, the hero who faced unimaginable trials. But I am no hero, Nicholas lamented, his heart heavy with his own inadequacies. Shadows of his childhood haunted him, memories of loss, of dreams dashed against the rocks of fate. And then there was Callista, a woman whose spirit was as fierce as a tempest but whose heart was a fragile thing, trembling beneath layers of bravado. I remember the first time I felt the sting of betrayal, she whispered to the night, her voice barely audible over the distant laughter. It cut deeper than any sword. She had loved fiercely, felt deeply, but the world had turned its back on her, as it had with so many before. The echoes of her mother's voice rang in her ears, warning her of the gods' cruel whims, the fickleness of love. Beware the promises they make, her mother had said, for they are fashioned from lies. In this city, where the past lingered like a ghost, the three were bound by threads unseen, threads spun from the same eternal loom that had woven the fates of heroes and victims alike. They were lost in a tapestry of ancient myth, yet the heart of their struggles beat with a modern pulse. Eleny's fingers trembled as she read the words again, desperate for answers. The scroll whispered of a sacrifice, a choice between love and duty, between light and dark. What am I willing to give, she thought, her heart racing. The air thickened with anticipation, her thoughts spiraling into a whirlwind of fear and hope. Can I bear the weight of my family's legacy, or will I shatter under its burden? Across the city, Nicholas felt his resolve crumbling. The merchants laughed, but he saw only the shadows of his past, they loomed over him like the weight of the mountains. I'm just a man, he muttered, but why does it feel like I am fighting a war I cannot win? The market thrummed with life, but he was ensnared in a battle of his own, where every whispered rumor was a blade aimed at his heart. Callista stood at the edge of the city's ancient walls, staring into the vast expanse of night. The stars flickered like distant beacons, taunting her with promises of dreams unfulfilled. I remember how love once felt, she breathed, her voice a broken melody, but now it's a ghost that haunts me. She felt like a prisoner, bound by chains forged not of iron, but of memory, memories that clawed at her, refusing to let go. As the night deepened, their paths began to converge, drawn together by the threads of fate. Eleni, with her scroll clutched tightly, marched through the winding streets. Nicholas, weary from his burdens, sought solace from the laughter that now felt like a cacophony of despair. And Callista, with the shadows of her past nipping at her heels, was ready to confront the demons that had held her captive for too long. With each step, the air grew thick with tension, a palpable force that intertwined their fates. The moon, now a witness, cast a silvery glow over the cobblestones, illuminating the shadows that whispered their secrets. Each heartbeat was a drum, echoing the legacy of the gods, of love, loss, and vengeance. I remember, Eleni began, her voice barely a whisper, but in that moment, the stories of the past surged forth, a tide that would sweep them all into the depths of their own myth. I remember, and as they stood on the brink of confrontation, the weight of their choices hung in the air like a storm ready to break. The night held its breath, a tension so thick it was almost tangible, as they faced the ghosts of their past, ready to rewrite their own destiny. Each character, flawed and beautifully human, stood on the precipice of change, driven by the unyielding allure of the myths that shaped them, echoing through time. Their stories were not just echoes of what once was, they were alive, breathing, pulsing with the raw energy of humanity's greatest trials and triumphs. A tapestry of ancient myths unfolded, inviting them to step forward into the unknown, where every heartbeat promised a new beginning.